Chapter 685. Zhang Xiaobao wrote down most of the methods that he and Wang Wan knew to extort a confession. He did not write about the drugs. The medical school was studying it and would give it to Gao Lishir. Gao Lishir should need it. Zhang Xiaobao did not expect Gao Lishir to be like a saint. He only wanted him to be as loyal as possible and protect the Tang Empire as much as possible. Behind all the sunshine was darkness. It was the first time that he and Wang Wan used such a method. Zhang Xiaobao heard from Wang Wan that Wang Maozhong looked down on eunuchs, just like how Zhang Shua looked down on people who worked their way up from the bottom and did not have any literary skills. So he did not agree. What was wrong with eunuchs? At least eunuchs would not rape good women. It was said that eunuchs treated their wives better than many normal people. Because of their physical defects and psychological pressure, they understood the difficulties of a woman better. When Wang Wan heard Zhang Xiaobao's words, she said, "In fact, it is the same as a femme fatale. Men are not willing to admit their mistakes. What can they do? They push the blame to women. I remember a woman said that it was not because of love, but because she was wronged by the previous circumstances. Flowers will fall and bloom in their own time. It is always the East Emperor's fault. If you go, you will go eventually. How can you live? If you have a head full of flowers, don't ask where you go." It should be Yen Rui who said that. I look down on such a man. Who should bear the responsibility? If you don't even have the courage to face the responsibility, what is the point of living? Eunuchs are the same, because many eunuchs have harmed the country. Indeed, after the Tang dynasty, your godfather set the precedent for eunuchs to have great power. Such things happened in various dynasties in the future. But if you really ask, are eunuchs more harmful to the country or normal people more harmful to the country? In many people's view, eunuchs should have no dignity. They are the kind of people who are very bad. What about Zheng He? Because of this, Wang Maozhong looked down on your godfather. In the end, he was dealt with by your godfather. No matter how loyal he was, as long as the things he did were easy to be suspected, then it would be difficult to explain clearly. If Gao Lishir knew what we did, he would definitely be very happy, but we must not let him come forward. Wang Maozhong is very good at raising horses, and he also has a close relationship with the two divisions' 10,000 riders. Especially since he is a great helper for Li Longji. This time, don't even think about defeating him. It's not the right time yet, but we must fight. We must show our might and let other people know that the Zhang family and Wang family are not pushovers who can be crushed as and when they want to, even if they are meritorious officials. Indeed, Zhang Xiaobao did not know about this matter. He had never learned about it, unlike Wang Wan who was doted on since she was young. She was a genius and knew a lot about certain things. After hearing Wang Wan's words, he said, "Is it really impossible to get rid of him?" Wang Wan knew what kind of person Li Longji was, so she suggested to Zhang Xiaobao, "You can, as long as you're willing to hand over the technology of the repeating pistol and single-shot rifle that we've just developed." Li Longji doesn't care about meritorious officials. He'll do it even if you ask him to cut Wang Maozhong into pieces. Are you going to hand it over? Zhang Xiaobao shook his head vigorously. I'm not a fool. I won't hand it over. No matter what, I won't hand it over. The secret with Lu Zhou must not be leaked out now. Unless we have more advanced weapons, then we can consider giving the original to others. Without the deterrence of force, how can we live freely in this era? I don't want to have to kneel in front of Li Longji and beg for his help one day no matter how much I've been wronged. Who does he think he is? Is my dignity something that others can control? I'm not using force to force him now because he's not bad now. When I play with him, I'll pretend to be a child and look cute. However, we'll grow up one day, and this game can't continue. Once Li Longji stops treating us as cute children, this game will be over. If he gives us 2 sniper rifles, who in this world can say that they're safe? Cuckoo, I haven't asked you yet. Are you accurate with your gun? Why don't we have a competition sometime? You're a man, yet you're bullying a little girl. Moreover, you're an underage little girl. How can you be so shameless? I can't shoot accurately. I can only shoot 10 times while the target is moving. My best result is 92 points. Wang Wan rolled her eyes at Zhang Xiaobao and told him her results. Are you serious? When the target is moving in the mountains and you're moving as well, you can hit 92 points with 10 shots. Is it a shotgun? A distance of 5 meters. Zhang Xiaobao knew what she meant. It was a blatant provocation. Why would I lie to you? I've been touching guns since I was young, and I've even been to the hospital. Do you think that you're the only one with talent and that everyone else is an idiot? I've been practicing shooting since I was 6, and I've always suffered some minor injuries. I started using handguns that aren't too powerful to train my strength bit by bit. In the end, I switched to a rifle. I've been shooting for 24 years, so what do you think my standard should be? When I was in the Central Military Academy, I could even perform simple psychological calculations based on my feelings. Otherwise, why do you think the Special Investigations Department would send me out to capture you? Don't the Intelligence Department know about your capabilities? Give me a handgun and I'll let you do some dodging actions. Why don't you try to flip over a wall in front of me? Wang Wan shook her head proudly and looked at her hands out of habit. When she saw that there weren't any calluses on her hands, she finally came out of her original world. Zhang Xiaobao was indeed not as accurate as Wang Wan. He said unconvinced. Then let's compete in the jungle. I don't believe that I can't conquer you. You look like you've developed quite well. No wonder that person said that. Let me take a good look. I reckon that you'll be able to, right? Xiaobao, you're a hooligan. Now I know. What do you want to do? Don't touch me. You're a child who doesn't know anything. If you continue like this, I'll really separate from you. Wang Wan was hugged in Zhang Xiaobao's arms. She twisted with all her might and said angrily, I just want to experience it. We've always been together, so I didn't notice. This isn't our time. There's actually a crime of rape between husband and wife. Besides, I've done nothing but hug. You're always hugging me at night, so I can't hug you during the day. Tell me, when should we get married? Zhang Xiaobao really didn't pay attention to Wang Wan's development in the past. Today, when he took a closer look, she was indeed different. She looked like a little beauty. Hugging Wang Wan in his arms, he realized that she was growing up bit by bit. It was the same for him. At least 16 years old. Otherwise, it'll be too harmful to the body. We have good nutrition, and we exercise regularly. We develop early. I reckon that by 16 years old, we'll be like an ordinary person at 20 years old. Aya, why am I telling you this? Let go and talk about serious matters. I reckon that Li Longji is biased towards us and will find things for us to do. For example, he clearly wants to help us, but he insists that we give him some benefits. Of course, it's fine if we don't give him any benefits, but the game between us won't be fun. Think about it, what benefits should we give him? Why do I feel that he's become a child the moment he meets us? Wang Wan really liked Zhang Xiaobao's embrace. She knew that Zhang Xiaobao also liked to be hugged by her. It was comfortable, but she couldn't do that now. As she spoke, she pushed Zhang Xiaobao away and began to talk about this matter. Cuckoo, let's not talk about Li Longji first. Let's talk about why Wang Maozhong's servant came this time. Doesn't he know the power of the Zhang family and the Wang family? That's impossible. Nowadays, as long as it's an official with some connections, who doesn't know the power of the Zhang family and the Wang family? Who would be at a loss after hearing about between the clouds and the water? If he knew about it, how could his servants not know about it? But his butler's eldest son still came, and the moment he arrived, he set his eyes on Cherries. Why do you think? I feel that we have to start from Cherries' abilities. Cherries can determine the temperature with her hands, and she's very proficient in breeding. At the very least, she's much more proficient than the people of this era. The idea of using male livestock sperm to breed with female livestock that have taken an aphrodisiac or estrogen was proposed by Cherries. We only talked about her ovulation and fertilization, but she already thought of reproducing during the unnatural estrus period. I reckon that Wang Maozhong must have taken a liking to Cherries' talents, so he sent someone to woo her in hopes of getting Cherries to help him rear the horses. After all, he's in charge of the great Tang's army, and that represents the mobility of the army. Perhaps Wang Maozhong thinks too highly of himself, thinking that our servants aren't worth anything. Out of respect for him, we'll betroth Cherries to his butler's eldest son. But he doesn't know that our thoughts are different from his. Most of the time, we care more about our dignity. Putting aside the fact that Cherries' talents can't be taught to others, even if she can, we can't let Cherries become a concubine. Besides, that brat isn't worthy of Cherries. His family is rich, but how much money do you think they have? Cherries should have at least 30,000 strings of cash now, right? Seeing that Wang Wan was getting down to business, Zhang Xiaobao began to talk about this situation. He analyzed human nature for Wang Wan. He was quite an expert in psychology. Of course, at this time, there was no fixed pattern of psychological changes. Psychology was not a dogma, but a study of psychological analysis. Every era was different, but the general idea was the same. After hearing this, Wang Wan felt a sense of crisis. In other words, he has set his eyes on us. It's just that he made a mistake in his judgment of the situation. He doesn't understand our personalities, and he doesn't understand the butler's eldest son very well. I think he didn't expect the butler's eldest son to provoke me. Exactly. So this time, if we don't use extreme measures, we can't beat him. You don't want to beat him down directly. Of course. What's the use of beating him down? There's still the other person, the leader of the 10,000 riders. If I beat him up, the other person will definitely be unhappy. He'll think of ways to make trouble for me. If I beat the other person down, how can we still play this game? The leader of the 10,000 riders is also Li Longji's close vassal. If you beat up 2 people in a row, then we can just show our strength and end this game. Tell Li Longji, don't think too highly of yourself. We don't want to do anything to you. I still want to play this game for a few more years. Once the 2 of them get married, they'll be finished. Tell me, what results can we achieve this time? Wang Wan told Zhang Xiaobao what she was thinking. She didn't want to use other methods immediately and wanted to rely on her age advantage. You want me to say it? I'm guessing that he'll tell Li Longji about how pitiful his subordinates are instead of reporting their grievances to the royal court. If that's the case, many of the ministers will know that he's clashing with our 2 families, and it's the kind of conflict that doesn't involve reason. Even if he's Li Longji's favored vassal, he won't be able to withstand the attacks of the ministers. That's because many of them aren't Li Longji's original followers. They don't want the people from that time to be so impressive. In the end, of course, we'll learn from him and complain about how wronged we are. Isn't this the rule of the game? We don't want to immediately reveal other things to others, so let's play together. I'm prepared to give him a benefit, which is a new technology. We'll give him the improved version of the Kongming lantern, which is the hot air balloon. In exchange for benefits, we'll make him favor us. With the efforts of Grandpa Bai and the others, we'll definitely be able to make Wang Maozhong reluctantly give up on his butler. This won't just be a matter of one servant. Once others know that the reason for the conflict is because we tried to protect his servant and Wang Maozhong sent him away, it'll be a huge blow to him. What do you think our servants are thinking, and what do you think his servants are thinking? Zhang Xiaobao decided that since it was Wang Maozhong's men who made him unhappy, he wouldn't let them off so easily. Even though he only lost a servant, what he really lost was his prestige and the trust his subordinates had in him. And his subordinates would be even more loyal. Wang Wan didn't know if it would work, but she still agreed with Zhang Xiaobao's suggestion. She nodded and said, "All right, let's do that. We'll go and make the hot air balloon now. We already have the technology, and we just need to put it into practice. What do you think we should do if Li Longji gets too excited and gets into trouble?" He's not a fool. How can he get into trouble before the technology is ready? It's easy for accidents to happen on a plane. There are so many leaders flying around. Just tell him not to get into the hot air balloon first. If he really wants to get into the hot air balloon, we can make a big airbag below. If he feels that something is wrong, he can just jump down. I don't think he dares to do that. Zhang Xiaobao was very clear about this problem. He hugged Wang Wan tightly and pulled her out of the room. Wang Wan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It was said that no matter how powerful a man was outside, once he met the woman he loved at home, he would become very attached to her. It seemed that this saying was true. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan asked people to develop the hot air balloon, Old Man Pai and the other 2 sent letters to Beijing one after another. Of course, Wang Maozhong also knew that his servant was being carried back home. On this day, Li Longji was watching a song and dance in Xingqing Palace. Gao Lisher went out in a hurry. When he came back, he looked like he wanted to say something. When Li Longji saw Gao Lisher's expression, he knew that something was wrong. While watching the song and dance, he asked in a low voice, "What's wrong with Gao Lisher today?" Gao Lisher was waiting for this sentence. He showed a sad expression and said, "My adopted son Xiao Bao is in trouble. Is it because he didn't control the new county magistrate well? It doesn't matter. It's time to deal with him. It doesn't matter if he dies.
Li Longji thought that it was this matter, so he said casually,
Your Majesty, it's not this. After the new county magistrate He came to Baoxin County, he actually changed. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo worked together to let him know the mistakes he made in the past. Now, his reputation in the county is very good. Every day, he has to tell the new county's situation to the people. The people are very supportive. Yes, he changed. I don't know what kind of tricks Xiao Bao and Cuckoo used. Gao Lishur continued to talk. This time, Li Longji was also puzzled. He knew that ordinary people couldn't control him unless they killed him. Why did he change after coming to Baoxin County? Gao Lishur hurriedly explained the methods that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had used. He did not mention why he had said that he did not know what methods the two of them had used. Now he knew everything. Li Longji didn't have the time to find fault with Gao Lishur's words. After listening to Gao Lishur's words, he suddenly laughed out loud. Capable minister. This is my capable minister. Xiaobao and Huan knew that I didn't want them to kill people, but instead gave me a good official. They are indeed capable. Lishur, this is a good thing. Why did you say it was causing trouble? Li Longji was overjoyed. It was easy to deal with a person, but it was difficult to make a person good. He didn't expect that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo would understand his meaning. It was rare. Your Majesty, it's not just this matter. This is a small matter to Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. Isn't it just making an ordinary official into a capable minister? It's too ordinary, and the two of them can do it casually. It was someone who took a fancy to Cuckoo and wanted to take her as a concubine. He even used frivolous words. That insensible adopted son of mine didn't know how to calm down and beat him up. He almost killed him. It's all because of this subject's lack of discipline. Gao Lishur's face was full of regret as he said sadly, Who dares to touch Cuckoo? Isn't that Xiao Bao's man? Why didn't he just beat him to death? Xiao Bao is too soft-hearted. Cuckoo was taken advantage of by others, so how could he spare her life? This won't do, I have to reprimand him. Li Longji had just finished rejoicing when he heard about this matter. The first thing that came to his mind was that his concubine was taken advantage of by others. This was too much. Who didn't know that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo were together? Furthermore, Cuckoo was a famous general of her generation. She wasn't bullied in Tubo, and now that she was back in Great Tang, she was taken advantage of? Your Majesty, it's fine if it's an ordinary person, but this time, it's Wang Maozhong, the eldest son of Lord Wang's butler. His leg was broken by Xiao Bao in a fit of anger, and both Xiao Bao and Cuckoo are worried about him. It's all this subject's fault. Gao Lishur continued to add fuel to the fire. As expected, when Li Longji heard that it was Wang Maozhong, he paused for a moment. But when he heard that it was the butler's son, he said angrily, Why didn't he break his neck? What is his family doing in Baoxin County instead of staying in their own home? At this moment, someone came to protect them. It was Wang Maozhong. Li Longji was still fuming over this matter, and when he heard that the culprit was here, he bellowed, Let him in. How would Wang Maozhong know that someone was slandering him? The moment he entered, he kneeled in front of Li Longji and cried, Your Majesty, please uphold justice for this subject. This subject's family has been beaten up by others, and they're on the verge of death. It's all because they provoked a little girl. Chapter 686. This time, Wang Maozhong was sent back by the Jinwu guards to deliver a few good communication horses to the Jinwu guards. At the same time, he also wanted to visit Li Longji. When he returned to the capital, he found out that his servant was beaten up badly. If it was someone else who dared to beat up his servant, he would have turned around to find trouble with the other party. He would bring a few hundred soldiers and scare the other party. However, the place where he beat up his servant was different. In Baoxin County, Zhang Zhong's son, Zhang Xiaobao, and Wang Wan were involved in this and were the main instigators. If he really wanted to bring a few hundred soldiers there, he estimated that the soldiers would be scared to death. Not to mention, the imperial court would be in chaos for a while. Wang Maozhong could not ignore his servant being beaten. After thinking about it, he went to Xingqing Palace and cried. In the side hall, the emperor was not in the main hall. The side hall had just sent a set of models. It was not easy to do it in a distant place. Gyeonggi province was closer, so he made a model of the capital and the surrounding areas. It was unknown whether it was intentional or not, but the roads in the capital were not the original dirt roads, the kind that occasionally had some stones. Instead, they were paved with compacted mud in the middle, and there were square bricks with lattice on both sides. Each square brick had a small word on it, which was the Book of Songs. One had selected the contents from it. There was also a magnifying glass that could be used to look carefully. When Wang Maozhong came in, Gao Lisher no longer spoke for Zhang Xiaobao. He stood respectfully beside Li Longji and gave Wang Maozhong a very gentle smile. Wang Maozhong ignored Gao Lisher and knelt on the ground. "Your Majesty, please help this subject. This subject's servant was beaten up because of a girl. Your Majesty, this subject's servant is always considerate of this subject. This subject can't ignore this." Wang Maozhong wasn't stupid. He didn't immediately tell Li Longji how he should deal with him. Instead, he brought up his servant. He was also Li Longji's servant and had a good relationship with him.
By saying that his servant was good to him, he was telling Li Longji that he was also good to Li Longji.
"Maozhong, get up quickly. Why did your servant go to Baoxin County for no reason? Xiaobao and Cuckoo are still young and don't know how to reason. Don't lower yourself to their level. Why don't we let them pay for it? How about we give each of them 500 strings of cash?" Li Longji did not want to see Wang Maozhong and Zhang Wang's families fight, so he wanted to be a peacemaker. What he meant was that it did not matter who was to blame for this. It was not easy for all of them. Since Wang Maozhong's servant was beaten up, he should pay some money and let this matter pass. Wang Maozhong thought that Li Longji would speak up for him, but he didn't expect him to say such a thing. "What do you mean by unreasonable?" If he were to ask the Tubo people about this, would they believe him? 500 strings of cash per person sounded like a lot, but based on this price, with the financial resources of the Zhang family and the Wang family, wouldn't they be able to beat up their own family members every day? "Your Majesty, the reason why I sent people over was to invite the Zhang family to discuss raising horses with me. I heard that the Zhang family and the Wang family also have people who are good at this. I didn't expect that they would be beaten up just a few days after arriving in the county. Your Majesty, please help me." Wang Maozhong said according to the words he had prepared. In fact, he was also angry with the housekeeper. Nowadays, many people raised poultry and livestock well. He had also read the book written by Cherries. There were many aspects that he did not think of. Her words were straightforward and clear. She was a great talent. Therefore, he ordered the housekeeper to think of a way to win Cherries over. Who knew that the housekeeper sent his son over? The way to win her over was to marry her as a concubine. This was not a big deal. A servant should marry a servant. However, how did that boy offend Wang Wan? He was beaten up, so he had to stand up for himself. Otherwise, wouldn't others think that he was afraid of the Zhang family and the Wang family? Afraid of Zhang Zhong? He could only avoid the important and dwell on the trivial and find excuses. Li Longji did not care about who was right or wrong. He was interested in the meaning of Wang Maozhong's words. It turned out that the girl named Cherries of the Zhang family was good at raising horses. It seemed that the land of Feng province was not wrong. In the future, there would be more horses in the Tang Empire. Whether it was for war or transportation, it would be very convenient. Thinking of this, Li Longji asked Wang Maozhong, "Maozhong, do you have good horses for breeding?" "Your Majesty, yes. I ask people to take good care of them every day. Your Majesty asked me to raise the horses. I feel that the horses are my family." Wang Maozhong did not know why the topic changed to raising horses again. He just answered the question. "Really? Then, since Maozhong likes horses, why don't you take out 1,000 good stallions and send them to the Zhang family and the Wang family in Feng province? After a few years, I will have them return you 5,000 good horses. Firstly, the Zhang family and the Wang family will spend a lot of money and energy. Secondly, raising the horses will require Cherries. When the time comes, you will know how well she raises them. It is like killing two birds with one stone. What do you think?" Li Longji felt that he had found a solution. Wang Maozhong's eyes almost popped out. What was this? He came here crying and complaining. Not only did he not get any benefits, he also lost 1,000 stallions. 5 years later, 5,000 stallions was indeed a lot. It was enough to tire them to death. But who knew what would happen 5 years later? Your Majesty is wise. It is indeed killing 2 birds with 1 stone. It is a good idea. Gao Lisher joined in the fun.
If one looked carefully, one would find that he was secretly pinching himself to prevent himself from laughing out loud.
Li Longji was also very proud. Let's do this. Come, Maozhong, I will show you what Great Tang's Gongji province looks like. As he spoke, Li Longji gestured for Wang Maozhong to come over and handed him a magnifying glass. Look here, this is Fengzhou, the place where you are going to deliver the horses.
On the way to the capital there is a desert.
It can be described as yellow sand mountains. Every winter, there will be heavy snow. After crossing the desert, you will arrive. Wang Maozhong held the magnifying glass in his hand and stood beside the model, listening to Li Longji's explanation. Then he looked at Gao Lisher, who was measuring the distance with a ruler, and wondered if he was still dreaming. While Li Longji was excitedly showing off his skills as a tour guide, the construction site in Baoxin County was also bustling. No matter how big the capital's Xingqing Palace was, it was not as big as a county. There was too little land available, so the model was very small. There was space in Baoxin County, so Zhang Xiaobao asked people to make the model twice the size of the capital. However, it was not so detailed. It was not that it was impossible but that it could not be done. This was to prevent people from using this as an excuse to attack. If the details were slightly lacking, there would be problems. One was exquisite, while the other was crude. First, he had people flatten the ground and smeared it with cement. On the cement, a red carpet was laid. It was not made of wool, but of pig's hair. It was dyed red. Ordinary people would not be able to feel good when they stepped on it. The first model was also a model of Gongji province. The surrounding space was relatively large, and there were many signs with colorful pictures of Gongji province's animals and all kinds of snacks. They were all popular snacks, except for Savant's Restaurant and Joy House. There were also a few empty signs. When there was enough publicity, or when people were attracted to watch the model, they would advertise it for the bold businessmen. This kind of advertisement was more powerful than the advertisement in a certain competition. It used the method of promoting culture to directly position the businessmen. People who had seen the snacks or local specialties, when they really came to the capital, if they did not go to the places on the signs to have a meal or buy something, it would not be authentic. Of course, if they wanted to advertise here, the price would not be low. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan believed that many businessmen would rush to spend money. This was because this was not just a simple advertisement. In the future, it might be written in a book and leave a name for eternity. As long as the model in the capital did not collapse, the reputation of the businessmen would not be lost. He Yiwei did not understand why there were a few empty signs. He humbly asked, County Deputy Wang, do you know Registrar Zhang's intention? To advertise. To open a door for the excellent businessmen of the Tang Empire and build the Tang Empire civilization. At the same time you can also make some money. You will open a small shop here with the 500 coins. The shop will sell a few snacks in Gongji province. All the businessmen who spend money to advertise will have a chance to have their snacks sent to your shop to sell. They will not sell it for free. You will keep all the money and the businessmen will give you another publicity fee. Wang Wan explained to He Yiwei. He Yiwei very cleverly filtered out the words about building the Tang Empire civilization. He grasped the most important point, which was to make money. He took other people's things and sold them. Master, it seems that we have not learned enough, He Yiwei's housekeeper whispered. That's right. Work harder. He Yiwei finally knew what kind of business he could do with the 500 coins. It was indeed a big business. He could make a lot of money with a small capital. He asked Wang Wan again, County Deputy Wang, there are still a lot of snacks. Why not make a few more brands? Things are precious when they are rare. If there are too many of them, who will be willing to come and fight for them? First, sell the spots of a few brands. In the future, every 10 days or half a month, or even longer, take out 2 or 3 more brands. This is called the hungry sales method. You don't need to look at Xiao Bao. I know how to do these little tricks. This is the way it is in the early stage. The future development will be better. Wang Wan was thinking about how to get people to be willing to come and visit. One was to advertise that only the models in the capital and the local area were available. Another was to find famous people to write and draw. It would be better if Li Longji could come and visit. Or, they could open a branch of Dei Hospital in the county. County Deputy Wang, I wonder if I can be included in the follow-up work? He Yiwei asked expectantly. No, I am afraid that you can't handle it. The follow-up work is to send people to check all the shops that are advertising. If they do not meet the requirements set by me and Xiao Bao, we will compensate them for the advertising fees and cancel their advertisements. Then, we will report to them here. We can help them train their staff, design their stores, and provide them with other support. Every once in a while, we will select their service staff at a certain place and assess them. The same goes for the chefs. Then, we will give them a rating based on the same category of things. Those who score high will have their advertising plates enlarged and promoted in other places. Those who score low will be given 3 months to remedy the situation. Do you dare to intervene in this matter? No. Who knows who is behind a certain businessman? But do we need to accept bribes to make money? He Yiwei knew that he could not handle it. Once you succeed, you don't need to accept bribes. There are many ways to make money. You can think about it first and then compare with it. How could Wang Wan not know what kind of benefits the rulemaker would get? Now, the most important thing was to pull in as many people as possible from the aristocratic families. Chapter 687. The 2 young eunuchs were afraid, and the people below were also nervous. They were worried that the hot air balloon would suddenly fall from the sky. If that happened, it would not be as nervous as the death of 2 people, but the failure of the hot air balloon. That was what Li Longji thought. He did not care about the life and death of the 2 eunuchs, but he was afraid that his hope would turn into disappointment. If that happened, he did not know when the next experiment would be. At the same time, if he wanted to go up in the future, the officials would definitely stop him because it was dangerous. The 2 young eunuchs' voices were getting louder and louder.
One of them said to the other, "If I fall, then you will be on top of me.
Perhaps with me as a cushion, you can still survive." Don't say that. I don't want to fall. Besides, even if I fall, I won't be able to survive. Turn down the fire, and don't throw the sandbags. Official Gao said that the current sandbags are not used to adjust the height. As long as the fire is big enough, the hot air balloon will continue to rise. At the beginning, the bottom of the balloon is fixed by people holding onto it. The sandbags are specially used to escape. If we suddenly fall, then throw all the sandbags down. Perhaps the falling speed will be slower. Also, don't jump out of the basket. There is a cushion specially made by the Zhang family and the Wang family at the bottom of the basket. It can reduce the impact of the fall. How high is it now? The other young eunuch did not allow the first eunuch to speak. He did not want to speak blindly before something happened above. In the end, something bad really happened. The people below had already started to protect Li Longji to prevent anything falling from above from hitting the emperor. The rope was not too thick, but it was very sturdy. There was still a long way to go. The hot air balloon was flying higher and higher. It was estimated that it was now 150 feet high, and it was still flying higher. Li Shi, it seems that the hot air balloon can indeed carry people. Even if something happened this time, it does not mean that the hot air balloon is wrong. Li Longji said to Gao Li Shi. He was afraid that if it failed, others would not let him go up in the future. Gao Li Shi understood. At the same time, he was willing to listen to Li Longji's explanation. This was because if they failed, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo would not have too much responsibility. After all, if they really did fly, they could blame the failure on the people above them for not being good enough. Thus he replied, "Your Majesty, you can't go up immediately. Even if you succeed, you have to wait for a few more tests. Also, the manual says that if you want to go up, you have to be accompanied by someone. There are also 2 people from the Zhang family's Miao Unit 0 who came along with the hot air balloon. They can try their best to ensure your safety." Li Longji nodded. He had someone bring over the clairvoyance and looked up. He really wanted to fly up and take a look himself, but he knew that it was impossible. While they were talking, the hot air balloon had already risen to a height of more than 300 feet. It was impossible to measure the height directly, but the length of the rope was recorded. Every set distance, there was a number written on the rope, letting people know how long it had been. The 2 little eunuchs were no longer as scared as before. Since it was already like this, they might as well accept their fate. When the balloon rose to a certain height,
The two of them adjusted the size of the fire and also looked down with a clairvoyance.
They just happened to meet Li Longji's gaze. When Li Longji saw the people above looking down, he happily waved his hand as a sign of encouragement. This made the two little eunuchs extremely excited. They took out the dragon flag from the basket, hung it properly, and waved their hands at the people below. Your Majesty, it seems like it's a success. As long as they come down safely and fly a few more times, Your Majesty might be able to go up and take a look. However, you have to bring along the two people sent by the Zhang family to wait outside the palace. Gao Lisher said happily. Yes, there are still two people waiting outside. Let them come in and take a look. After hearing Gao Lisher's words, Li Longji realized that there were still people outside. They were the most powerful guards of the Zhang family, and they came here on behalf of the Zhang family. He couldn't be too negligent, so he hurriedly asked someone to call them. In fact, there was no need for them to come in. At this time, the two people outside had already seen it. The hot air balloon was not small, and it was flying so high. Not only the two of them saw it, but other people who occasionally looked up at the sky also saw it. A big thing was floating above Xingxing Palace. What was it? It looked like a Kongming lantern, but they felt it was very different. The people in the palace were the first to know. As soon as someone said this, others immediately looked up at the sky to see what was flying above Xingxing Palace. The people outside the palace also stopped one after another, wanting to know the reason. Soon, someone reported this matter to the ministers. The ministers also stood outside and looked in the direction of Xingqing Palace. As a result, more and more people came. The people around the palace stopped moving, and the traffic was also blocked. Some people were far away and couldn't see clearly, so they tried their best to squeeze forward. After a while, they found that the thing in the sky was still as big as before even if they squeezed forward dozens of steps. At this time, Zhang Shua was staying in the secretariat. When he heard someone report, he took out his clairvoyance and stood outside to take a look. This time, he saw clearly that it was a big thing with a basket hanging below it. There was a dragon flag flying above the basket, and two little eunuchs poked their heads out and waved back and forth. Seeing this scene, Zhang Shua couldn't care less about official business. He hurriedly trotted towards Xingqing Palace. Now he somewhat understood why the emperor insisted on riding a bicycle everywhere. It was too far to walk. If he had a bicycle now, it would be much easier. When Zhang Shua arrived at Xingqing Palace and saw the emperor standing there under protection, he was relieved. He was really worried that the emperor was sitting in the basket just now. Minister Zhang is here? Come here, let's take a look together. Seeing Zhang Shua come over, Li Longji said and waved at him. Zhang Shua didn't look happy like the others. He nervously came to Li Longji and advised, Your Majesty, you can't play with this thing. Who sent it? There are people on it. If it falls, both the people on it and the people on the ground will be in danger. This subject impeaches the person who sent this toy. Zhang Shua made a gesture of protecting Li Longji with a sullen face. It seemed that he was ready to cause trouble. Hearing this, Gao Lisher couldn't take it anymore. It was his son and daughter-in-law who made this thing with great difficulty. How could it be said to be so unbearable? Impeach? Well, it was possible to impeach now. The two children were officials. But that was absolutely impossible, so he retorted, Lord Zhang's words are wrong. How is it a toy? This thing is related to life and death. When the army is in formation, it can see the situation below clearly from above. If it can fly to the enemy's head and throw down the grenades that Xueqi used in battle, Lord Zhang, do you know what the consequences will be? Zhang Shua was stunned by Gao Lisher's question. After thinking about it carefully, he felt that Gao Lisher was right. If this thing flew to the enemy's head, not to mention throwing down a grenade, even throwing a rock could kill them. If one of them flew above the imperial palace and carried a big bag of explosives, it could ignite and throw it down the moment the emperor came out of the hall. What Gao Lisher said was what Zhang Xiaobao wrote in the letter. When something was invented, it was usually used in the military, and the hot air balloon was the same. Li Longji really did not expect this. He was just thinking about going to a higher place to take a good look at the capital. Now that he heard Gao Lisher's words, he took a deep breath and said, No wonder Xiaobao and Xueqi wanted people to make hot air balloons. It turns out that they are useful in battle. If Xueqi's army is equipped with dozens of hot air balloons, with grenades on top and light cavalry below, who can beat her?
It is already very powerful in the past.
Does official Zhang understand? Zhang Shua nodded, indicating that he understood. At the same time, he suppressed the idea of impeaching. He was too anxious just now and did not ask who sent the thing over.
Only now did he realize that he had not thought it through. Other than the Zhang family and Wang family, no one else had the ability to make something that could fly people into the sky.
Xiao Bao and Cuckoo could not be impeached.
Besides, now that it was clear that it was not for fun, but to be used in battle, it was important and could not be taken lightly.
But when he saw the rope below, he realized that something was wrong. He asked again, "Your Majesty, can it really be used in battle?" But it still needs to be tied down with a rope. Once there is no rope, who knows where this thing called hot air balloon will fly to? And how will it fly above the enemy? Li Longji could answer him on this point. He took out the manual and handed it to Zhang Shua, saying, "This thing is not completely finished. There is also a power system that has not been installed. Once it is installed, it will be able to move freely in the sky when the wind is not too strong." Yes, this subject understands. Zhang Shua could not say anything else. Since it was something that the Zhang family and Wang family had researched, they should have thought of this point. Moreover, the research of the two families was done in stages, improving bit by bit.
This was brought over to make the emperor happy.
"Your Majesty, this thing is too lethal. Should we not allow the Zhang family and Wang family to make it in the future? Let the Ministry of War handle it. There should be people in the Military Weapons Surveillance Bureau who can cooperate." Zhang Shua thought of what had just flashed through his mind. He was afraid that if there was a day when he could not control the Zhang family and Wang family, they would use the hot air balloon to blow up the imperial palace with explosives. That would be troublesome. However, Gao Lishur was not satisfied. He said, "Lord Zhang, if we don't allow the Zhang family and Wang family to make hot air balloons, does that mean that in the future, even if they have better things, they won't have to take them out? If they don't do it, how can they improve it and make it better? Rely on the Ministry of War? Rely on the Military Weapons Surveillance Bureau?"
If they really had that ability, then today it would not be the Zhang family and Wang family sending hot air balloons.
Zhang Shi knew why Gao Lishur refuted him.
It was the matter of his son's family, so of course he was not satisfied with him. However, he still persisted and asked, "Then if the two families want to harm your Majesty, official Zhang, you can't say that."
If Xiao Bao and Cuckoo wanted to harm me, they would not have taken out the hot air balloon to let me know. If you can't even trust this, then wouldn't Xiao Bao and Cuckoo's determination to kill enemies in Tubo be dampened? To be honest, I have always felt that if they want to harm me, there are many ways they can do it. Li Longji said to Zhang Shua. In his heart, he really did think this way. This was because he could not guess what the Zhang family and Wang family would do, especially that poisonous needle on the belt. It was too hidden. If he could not trust anyone, there would be an official who would deal with him when he went to court. The things that the Zhang family and Wang family did were all out in the open. There was no need to hide it. Furthermore, Wang Chaoer's father had protected him in the past. It was impossible for him to do anything to him. In addition, there were people watching over there. If he took too many precautions, who would trust him? The leader of the Jinwu Guards? Gu Fushun of the 10,000 Cavalry? And Gao Lishur by his side? If they could not trust him, could it be that he had to do everything by himself? Thinking of this, Li Longji said to Zhang Shua, "When official Zhang came in just now, no one searched him. If official Zhang had something on him, wouldn't I also be worried? This official does not dare. This official is loyal to your Majesty and will definitely not do such a thing. If your Majesty does not trust this official will die in front of your Majesty." Zhang Shua was frightened. These words could not be said casually. Sweat immediately appeared on his forehead. After saying this, he did not say anything else. He stood to the side and looked at the hot air balloon that was still flying in the sky. He knew that if he said anything else, it would mean that the Zhang family and Wang family were not trustworthy. He was loyal to the emperor, but did that mean that everyone else was not loyal? Gao Lishur also did not say anything at the side. In his heart, he was very dissatisfied with Zhang Shua. Their relationship was not bad, but he actually slandered his son and daughter-in-law. Everyone fell silent. After that, the rope that was pulling the hot air balloon was blown by the wind. The two eunuchs on the balloon had already risen to a height of 50 zhang. Even if they used the all-seeing eye to look down, They could not see as clearly as before. The two of them discussed for a while and took out a bigger dragon flag from the basket. They unfolded it and hung it by the side of the basket. When the flag was blown by the wind, it opened with a whoosh and fluttered in the wind. When the flag was taken out, cheers immediately sounded in the palace. Those outside the palace who could see the pattern on the flag were also very excited. The Great Tang's dragon flag was fluttering high in the sky. Other than the Great Tang, which other country could do this? When the people from other countries saw such a big flag fluttering in the sky, they did not know what to feel. This was especially so for the spies that Tubo had left in the Great Tang. When they saw the flag and the thing that could fly in the sky, they felt that it would be impossible for their country to catch up to the Great Tang in a short time. They were not fools. When they saw the flag that was suddenly hung up, they knew that there was someone on it. However, they could not see the rope and thought that the thing was floating in the sky and could even put people on it. From the information they received from Tubo, it said that devilish cuckoo had a weapon that was much more powerful than fireworks and could kill people. If they could throw that kind of weapon down from the sky, how could they fight a war? Li Longji heard the cheers. Even though he was very far away, he could still hear it. He raised his head and looked at the hot air balloon flying in the sky. He sighed and said, "From now on my Great Tang has no worries." Zhang Shua and Gao Lishir both understood the meaning of this sentence. It did not mean that there would be no worries as long as there was a hot air balloon. It meant that with the existence of the Zhang family and Wang family, the thing was made by them. Ever since they were in Sanshui County, the Zhang family and Wang family had been constantly making things and taking them out. There were things that could be used in the water, things that could be used on weapons, and now there were even things that could fly in the sky. In addition, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, who had learned many of the skills of the experts, were still young and could live for a long time. As long as they were around, there was no need to worry about anything that could not be dealt with. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Gao Lishir was also thinking for the country. He was also loyal to Li Longji. After hearing Li Longji's words, he softly congratulated him. Zhang Shua also followed suit. Although he was very uncomfortable in his heart, it was not easy for him to reach the position of Prime Minister. He had suppressed all the people that he should suppress and gathered all the power in his hands. However, with the appearance of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, he realized that he could not use all the power he had. At least for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, it was impossible. Others had to listen to his orders, but the two of them dared to not listen. There was nothing he could do about them. When it came to military orders, once Wang Wan went out, it could be said that she was a general on the outside and would not listen to orders. He could not say that he was better than Wang Wan because of his experience in the border army. She had used corpses and blood to prove it. When it came to administrative orders, Zhang Xiaobao could also not listen because he was very proficient in economic matters. He could find 10,000 reasons to refute Zhang Shua. His power was obviously limited. Li Longji did not know what Zhang Shua was thinking. What he was thinking the most was why he did not leave Xiao Bao and Cuckoo in the capital to do things. That way, he could see them at any time. Looking at the hot air balloon sent by the two people, eating the food cooked by the two people, and listening to the two people talk, it would definitely feel very good. With regret in his heart, Li Longji did not want to continue watching the hot air balloons fly like that. He said to the people beside him, "Let them come down. Don't use force on the rope first. Let's see if the hot air balloons can slowly descend on their own." The people below immediately began to pass orders to the two eunuchs above. They used a large flag and waved it back and forth so that the two people above could see. At this time, the two eunuchs really did not want to go down immediately. After they found that there was no danger, they enjoyed the feeling of flying in the sky. Using the 1,000 li vision to see the scenery of the capital and feeling the cool breeze, it was very comfortable. Seeing the flag below, they could only suppress this thought in their hearts. They looked at each other and sighed at the same time. They did not know if they would have a chance to come up in the future. Perhaps this was the only chance in their lives. They lowered the fire bit by bit and felt the slow descent speed. The two eunuchs did their best to look at the surrounding scenery below, so that when they returned to the ground, they could tell others. They could not be ignorant. The overall time used to descend was much less than when they went up. After about a quarter of an hour, the hot air balloons slowly descended. The cloth on top of the hot air balloons directly covered the two eunuchs. How was it up there? After getting the two eunuchs out, Li Longji urgently asked. Replying to Your Majesty, The wind was a little strong up there, but we were happy, especially when the flag was flying. We all felt that this was the happiest moment. Also, it was a little shaky up there, but that was all.
At the beginning, the two of us were scared to death, but when we really stayed in the sky for a long time, we found that it was just like that.
It was fine, the little eunuch quickly replied. He was so excited that his little face was flushed. After they left, he could tell others. At this time, the two members of Number Zero's protection team walked in from outside. The two of them were dressed in tight clothes and carried 3 big bags in their hands. When they wanted to come in just now, the people outside insisted on seeing what was in the bags. The two of them did not allow anyone to open the bags no matter what. If they opened the bags, it would be difficult to restore them to their original appearance. The bags contained parachutes that were personally sealed by the young master and young lady.
After a series of inquiries, and with the assurance of the two of them, as well as Gao Lisher secretly arranging for someone to inform them, the two of them came in.
Are the two of you from Number Zero's protection team? Li Longji asked despite knowing the answer. His eyes also looked at the bags in the two of them. Replying to Your Majesty, we are from Number Zero's protection team of the Zhang family. These 3 bags contain parachutes that were personally made and sealed by the young master and young lady. Basically, there is not much of a problem.
If Your Majesty wants to go up to the sky, the two of us can follow Your Majesty, but Your Majesty must carry these parachutes on your back first.
This time, it was Huzi who came with another person, so Huzi was in charge of handling the matter. When he heard Li Longji's basic question, he answered respectfully. Oh, why didn't you give it to others just now? When Li Longji heard that it was specially made by Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, he knew that it was prepared for him. However, he was a little dissatisfied. Your Majesty, you need to train to use this thing. Otherwise, it might not be useful at a critical moment. The two of us didn't come in just now. Otherwise, one of us can carry the other up. The two of us have already tried it in places with water. It's very useful. We have also gone up in the hot air balloon many times. Huzi continued to answer. He was stopped just now, so he had no choice.
In fact, when he came, he had already received the young master's letter and brought 5 parachutes.
However, he didn't need them. This time, only the emperor could use them, so he brought 3 of them in. Li Longji was already hungry, but he was still anxious to go up, so he could only let the two of them carry a parachute each and take a look at the sky while the hot air balloon had not yet deflated. Huzi and Li Longji were not afraid at all. They had done this many times. They entered the basket skillfully. As the hot air balloon rose, they threw down the sandbags one by one. When there was not a single sandbag left, they rose very quickly. Soon, the rope was not long enough, and the two of them reached a height of 120 feet. After covering up for a while, the two of them came down again. This time, Li Longji couldn't bear it and insisted on going up himself. He had already carried the parachute. Gao Lisher also wanted to go up. He asked someone to run a few steps and bring back the 2 parachutes that the two of them didn't bring in. He said that he would go first, and if there was nothing else, the emperor would go first. However, Zhang Shua didn't agree no matter what Li Longji said. He found all kinds of reasons to persuade Li Longji. Li Longji was annoyed. As long as he ordered Zhang Shua to go up, he would eat a simple meal below. Gao Lisher also followed. After going back and forth, Gao Shua felt that there really wasn't any danger. He was just a little scared when he was on top earlier, but after a while, he got used to it. He thought of another method, which was to get a lot of bedding and blankets to cover a large area below. After a few more useless words of persuasion, he let Li Longji sit in the basket. Chapter 688. When the Tang exhibition garden in Baoxin County was still under construction, Wang Maozhong sent someone to deliver a message, saying that he would take out 1,000 stallions for the Zhang family and the Wang family to receive. All the civil and military officials in the imperial court who knew about this matter knew that Wang Maozhong had lost the duel. Some people were still rejoicing in his misfortune. They were ready to continue watching the fun, thinking that Wang Maozhong would not give up easily and would fight a big battle with the Zhang and Wang families. As for whether it was on the surface or behind the scenes, no one knew. In any case, they were waiting for Wang Maozhong to make a move. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan heard that Wang Maozhong really gave out the stallions, they felt that it was funny when they inspected the construction site. Little Wang is really too much. He sent someone to poach, but the person he sent messed up.
He even went to little Li and said that he should give us 1,000 stallions.
Zhang Xiaobao had a shovel in his hand.
When he saw that the road was uneven, he would go and flatten it. After flattening it, he stopped and looked at the busy construction site and said to Wang Wan.
Wang Wan found a low place and asked Zhang Xiaobao to flatten it.
At the same time, she replied. He said that he would give us 1,000 stallions.
It would be good enough if 50 of them are still useful. He knows that we can't go to Li Longji to sue him. How can Li Longji not know the reason? If he goes to the capital to complain, Li Longji will pretend to be stupid and cover up the matter. As for whether he really gave us 1,000 stallions, it's not important anymore. If we write a letter, I think Li Longji will continue to pretend to be stupid. It seems that Wang Maozhong has not lost the emperor's favor. Let's wait. Then let's wait. If the game is good, we have to continue. Unless someone wants to stop playing, we will tell him that if he doesn't play this game, he will have to play a new game with new rules. The new game will not be as fun as it is now. Since he can't give us good stallions, should we also give him some fake information? Let him suffer a big loss?
Anyway, with his level, he might not be able to see through it.
Zhang Xiaobao was like a coolie. He took some sand from the sand pile beside him and filled up the lower area.
He wiped the sweat on his forehead and waved to the people waiting for him to work behind him, indicating that they could continue to pass.
Wang Wan waved at He Yiwei, who had just returned from the turtle farm. When He Yiwei came over, she said, "County Magistrate He, I need you to do something for me." Good, that's good. What is it? He Yiwei had become very humble and eager to learn. He did not continue to think about how to accept bribes and corruption. He wanted to be a good official. Most importantly, he wanted to keep up with the pace of Zhang family and Wang family. He Yiwei nodded respectfully and looked forward to Wang Wan arranging something good for him. For example, he could learn some knowledge, or gather the people's hearts. County Magistrate He, go find Xiao Hong and tell her what I said. Ask her to teach you how to manage the overall management. The construction site is still too messy, and Xiao Bao has no time to talk to you. It's the same to find Xiao Hong. Xiao Hong can manage thousands of domestic animals very well. It's more difficult than managing people directly. Wang Wan had spared no effort in grooming He Yiwei for 2 reasons. Firstly, he was smart and knew when to pick a side. Secondly, it was to give Li Longji an explanation. Perhaps he could use this reason to become an important official in the future. He Yiwei still nodded respectfully and said, Good, that's good. I will go find Xiao Hong immediately. I have been doing a lot of things recently, and my body is getting better. As he spoke, He Yiwei straightened his chest. His belly was indeed lower, and he was not as fat as before. He meant that he had not been lazy recently and had been very diligent. Wang Wan nodded with a smile and said, Good, you are not too busy now. Do more things, and you will know what it's like to be busy in the future. Yes, I will do more. I will do more. He Yiwei nodded and trotted to find Xiao Hong. He understood the meaning of Wang Wan's words. It was very easy now. If he wanted to catch up, he had to continue to work hard. He did not doubt this at all. This was because he saw that when Cherries was arranging the place to raise the tortoise, in order to be able to return to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's side as soon as possible, she was busy but not in chaos. When he asked, Cherry said that this was the real rhythm of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. If the young master and young lady were busy, it would be very difficult. Seeing that He Yiwei did not even bother to put on airs and ran away, Wang Wan said to Zhang Xiaobao, Sometimes, educating a person really gives you a sense of achievement, especially a smart and sensible student like He Yiwei. Cherries and the others are all grown up. Should we ask them if there is anyone in the courtyard that they like? Xiao Hong already has one. Last time, I heard that when Xiao Hong was in a daze, she said to herself that she was going to get married next year. She wanted that boy to get a better place to live. She said that when a bird finds a companion, it knows to make a nest first. Her new house in the future can't be too bad. What about Cherries and Xueqi? Perhaps it is because they are single that Wang Maozhong has this idea. He really thinks that our family members are the same as his servants. He doesn't treat us as human beings and can be casually traded. Do you think that he will play dirty tricks behind our backs? This was a problem. Zhang Xiaobao had occasionally thought about it recently.
The people in his family were getting older and older. In the outside world, people at this age would usually not be able to get married or get married. If a girl from an ordinary family was still not married at this age, she would be laughed at by others. Pomegranate and cherries were in their own home, so no one would say anything to them. However, it was not a good idea to keep dragging it out. They had to find a good home. After thinking about it, he said, "At night, ask them who they like and arrange them to do things together. It is good to cultivate feelings. We can't just randomly choose one of our family members. We don't have to be afraid of older people. Others may not have the ability, but with their age, as long as they say that they want to find a husband, many people will rush to marry them. Of course they are rich. Whoever marries them will not have to worry about the future. Just wait to enjoy life. Moreover, they are not bad-looking and know a lot of things. However, the more they are interested in their money, the more I will not agree." Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao had always been in charge of Cherries' money. They did not keep much money for themselves, so they knew how much money they had now. For example, Pomegranate had also written a book about how to grow wood ears and mushrooms, as well as the exploration of fungi. However, it could not be published because the technology was confidential. However, every time she sold wood ears and mushrooms, she had to be given some money. In total it was a lot. If it was not 3,000 strings of coins, it was at least 2,000 strings of coins. As for her real value, it was not enough even if it was 100 times more. It was not good to give her compensation directly, but when she had children in the future, she could use the compensation on her children. Zhang Xiaobao also agreed with Wang Wan's idea. Then ask around at night. You go and ask around. As for Song Jinggong, I don't know who he likes now. If he is really going to get married, he should be able to tell us. After all, they can't be together secretly. Erniu is not young anymore. All of them are going to leave. Why would they leave? It's not like they are not in the inner courtyard. Do you think that in a few years, we will really have to return Wang Maozhong 5,000 horses? When that time comes, I reckon that it will be impossible to use bad horses to deal with him. Wang Wan was prepared to continue leading a group of people around her. Soldiers made of iron could not be kept as small soldiers just because they were useful. They had to be released. It's still early. We'll talk about it when the time comes. I reckon that Wang Maozhong will not cause trouble for a period of time. The 5 people in his family who have been asked silly will remind him of many things. For example, when he asks, the 5 of them will follow the script we made up and say all kinds of bad things about him. How can he not know that we will have something to use against him? Zhang Xiaobao believed that as long as Wang Maozhong was not stupid, he would know how to choose. He continued, in a few days, send a letter to Luoyang. Ask my father to find an excuse to bring more officials from Luoyang to visit and learn. As for the people from Jixian Courtyard, use our identities as Jixian Courtyard members to invite them together. Will they be able to come? Wang Wan was a little uncertain. Listen to me carefully. I'm not asking them to come over to play. I'm asking them to learn. Even the emperor knows about the situation in Jiangyi province. Do you think they dare not cooperate? It's good to go. This is called political learning. Whoever doesn't come is not politically correct. You can't put too much burden on them. Don't some people often do this? Zhang Xiaobao was not worried that people would use this excuse to refuse. This move of yours is too bad. Fine, I agree. Our hot air balloon should have reached the capital by now, right? I wonder how Li Longji will react when he sees it. I'm really worried that he will personally go up and the hot air balloon will suddenly malfunction. At that time, even if we have already written a letter to tell him that it is easy for something to go wrong, he will still blame us. As Wang Wan spoke, she took out a handkerchief and wiped Zhang Xiaobao's sweat. Zhang Xiaobao enjoyed it and did not move. Then let's see what the result is. The hot air balloon has indeed been tested several times. It's fine. In the capital, Li Longji finally finished all the things he had to deal with today. He came to the courtyard where the models were located and carefully compared them to each other. The more he looked, the happier he became. He said to Gao Lisher, did Lil Bao send a letter saying when the next model will be sent over? Your Majesty, this subject estimates that it is not easy to make the model, especially the one in front of us. It is very detailed and costs a lot.
I estimate that we will have to wait for a while.
Your Majesty, this subject found that the model of the capital seems to be different from the one now.
Gao Lishe was now very partial to Xiao Bao.
Seeing that the emperor was chasing after him, he could only say something good and tell the difficulties.
He also changed the topic slightly. Sure enough, Li Longji no longer continued to be anxious about the new model. He picked up the magnifying glass next to him and carefully looked at the floor tiles. Although they were called tiles, they were actually cubes made of cement. For stability, some stones were mixed in. As he looked at them, he read the words on the floor tiles and said happily, "Did the Zhang family send a lot of cement the day before yesterday?
They probably want us to learn from the model when we are on the road in the capital. The road in the model is indeed better than the one now."
What do you think, Lishe? This subject thinks so too.
If only we could see the entire capital from a high place like we are looking at the model now.
The building built by Your Majesty still doesn't allow us to see much. How could Gao Lishe say anything against it?
The model was made by his son, and the cement was also sent over. Of course, it was for the construction of the capital.
This batch of cement was also given for free. Ever since the other houses in the palace used cement, many people who wanted to curry favor with the emperor bought cement at a high price. When more cement was used in the construction of the capital, he believed that his son's cement would sell even better. Li Longji was originally very satisfied with the model and felt that he could directly see the full picture of every place. However, after hearing Gao Lishe's words, he really wanted to see the entire capital from a higher place one day. When he thought of this, he praised Gao Lishe. Xiao Bao of the Lishe family is indeed good. There's also Xueqi. Why don't we let them think of a way? Maybe they can really do it. In the past, it was good on the 15th day of the first lunar month. Ever since there were ice lanterns and so many Kongming lanterns, it's even better now. Don't you think so? Your Majesty is right. That's exactly the case. As Gao Lishe spoke, he looked in the direction of the door. The matter he brought up today was not just for fun. He had first obtained Xiao Bao and Xueqi's letters and estimated the time. He knew that something called a hot air balloon would arrive soon. He had even sent someone to ask on horseback. He estimated that it would arrive today. Although his son's letter said that he could not let the emperor go up first, it was still possible to let someone else go up first. There was still hope. How could Li Longji know about this matter? He was still regretting that he could not see the entire capital. He could only continue to focus on the model. He took the documents and compared them as he read them. At the same time, he silently noted them down. When needed, he would show his understanding of Gyeonggi province to the officials. Half an hour passed. Just as Li Longji was preparing to rest and Gao Lishe was inwardly anxious, the person Gao Lishe had been waiting for finally appeared at the door. It was a young eunuch. Your Majesty, Lord Gao, something has been sent from Luoyang. Someone has already checked it and said that it was just made. They want Your Majesty to evaluate it. The young eunuch respectfully reported. There's a new plaything? Quickly, bring it in for us to see. When Li Longji heard this, his mood became even better. He did not want to rest and wanted to see the thing sent by the Zhang family and Wang family. Although the young eunuch did not say who sent it, when Luoyang said it, Li Longji knew that it must be the Zhang family and Wang family. Only they would send all kinds of things to the palace for no reason. Other people usually did not dare to send things like this for fear of causing trouble. However, the Zhang family and Wang family did not care so much. As long as there was something useful, they would have people send it over. Chairs, sofas, and all kinds of furniture. Even that very interesting washing machine was sent over. Currently, many things used in the palace were from the Zhang family and Wang family. As Li Longji gave his orders, he looked at the door with an expectant gaze. He asked Gao Lishe, "Lishe, what do you think the Zhang family and Wang family will send this time?"
Gao Lishe paused for a moment before saying, "This subject can't think of anything, but this subject hopes that it will be something that will make Your Majesty happy." A few days ago, Xiao Bao and Xueqi wrote a letter to this subject saying that this subject had just mentioned to Your Majesty about being able to see the capital from a higher place. However, at that time, they said that they were still researching it. Gao Lishe did not treat Li Longji as a fool. He had just mentioned it, so even if he did not say it, Li Longji would be able to understand what was going on. It was better to say it first. That would make things easier. As expected,
Li Longji did not think too much and truly believed that this was the case. He said with satisfaction, if they can really do it, how do you think they should be rewarded? This subject reckons that there won't be any rewards. The Zhang family and Wang family are always sending things to the palace. Recently, they even had savants' restaurants send food. There is no need to reward them for this kind of thing. Besides, if your majesty uses it well, others will also feel that it is good. The Zhang family and Wang family will sell more goods. If we really want to calculate, we should ask the Zhang family and Wang family to give your majesty advertising fees. Gao Lishur did not want his son and daughter-in-law to be promoted so quickly. Perhaps in another 2 years, there would be a suitable adjustment. Sometimes it was not good to be promoted as quickly as possible. It was easy to attract trouble. Hearing Gao Lishur's words, Li Longji laughed. Yes, advertising fees. However, I am afraid that if I ask for advertising fees, Xiaobao and Cuckoo will not send me anything in a fit of pique. That bicycle is not bad. I can ride it to and from the palace and save a lot of effort. It is just that the official is too talkative and said that he is afraid of falling. How can other people not fall when riding it? I can ride a horse, but can't I ride a short bicycle? Li Longji was good at playing polo, so his horsemanship was naturally not bad. Otherwise, he would fall before he hit the ball. Therefore, after the Zhang family and Wang family sent him the best bicycle, he always rode it everywhere in the palace. After all, it was not convenient to ride a horse in the palace. Your Majesty is right. If you can ride a horse, why can't you ride a bicycle? Your Majesty, you are here. Just as Gao Lishur was about to say a few more words of flattery, a group of people came in from the entrance. They were carrying something, and 3 people were carrying a large basket. When Li Longji saw the things, he did not say anything. He walked closer to take a closer look. After looking for a while, he did not understand. Could it be that this thing could really be like what Gao Lishur said? Or was it not the thing that was sent? A young eunuch came over with a sealed letter in his hand. He held it in front of Gao Lishur with both hands. Gao Lishur carefully examined it and confirmed that no one had opened it. Only then did he carefully open the letter and touch it with his hand. After that, he handed it to Li Longji. When he opened the letter, Li Longji immediately saw the biggest words in the letter. Hot Air Balloon Instruction Manual. He happily said, Lishur, it's a hot air balloon. It was indeed correct. Good, the instruction manual has been sent. Quickly, let's think about how to run to high places. Currently, Li Longji liked to receive gifts from the Zhang family and Wang family the most. This was because many things could not be used immediately. They needed to be assembled according to the instructions in the instruction manual. Being able to personally assemble a novel thing gave him a great sense of accomplishment. Gao Lishur already knew how to use it. He had even let him operate a small hot air balloon before. He was afraid that something would happen when the big one was sent over. However, he could not say that he knew how to do it. He had to stand on the same starting line as the emperor. Moreover, there were many times when he had to appear a little stupid. He clearly knew how to assemble the hot air balloon, but he still had to show a puzzled expression and wait for the emperor to teach him. Therefore, the 2 of them gathered together to study it while the others stood in place and waited. Although they could not read it together with the emperor and could not compare to Gao Lishur, they were also very happy. Every time the Zhang family and Wang family sent something, they would compete internally to see who would be the one to send it over. This was because the person who sent the hot air balloon would have the opportunity to assemble it together with the others. After they succeeded, they could boast about it to others. For example, the person who assembled the model with them boasted about it for half a month, causing others to be envious. With the instruction manual and Gao Lishur's dozens of experiments, the method to use the hot air balloon was not difficult. Under Li Longji's command, everyone started to get busy. They first connected the very delicate-looking basket, then had someone use a bracket to prop it up. They poured a barrel of very high-concentration alcohol, which was the purest alcohol that could be extracted with current technology, into a special box and ignited it. The fire rushed up in an instant, almost burning the cloth of the hot air balloon. I asked you to adjust the place that can control the fire. Why didn't you listen? At this time, Li Longji spoke. In fact, he did not understand just now. He asked someone to open that thing up very big, which resulted in the current situation. However, he pushed the blame to others. The people who were working hurriedly apologized and took the blame. At this time, there was no reason to talk about. They adjusted the switch bit by bit, and the hot air balloon gradually expanded. After about 15 minutes, the hot air balloon was already full, but it still could not fly. It had to be heated up, but now it looked very different from its previous deflated appearance. It's not done yet? Li Longji, who was looking forward to it, was a little anxious. Your Majesty, it will probably be done in a while. After Huayuan, he would reach Xueqi. But Xueqi is not as good as little Luo Xue. Now, Wang Wan also knew who Pomegranate liked. It turned out to be Song Jinggong, who was nearly 10 years older than Pomegranate. Seeing the two arguing, Wang Wan asked Xiao Hong, "Do you know if Song Jinggong also likes Pomegranate?" Young Master Song sent a lot of things to Pomegranate some time ago, including mine and Cherries'. But we didn't get much, and Pomegranate got a lot. There was also a small boat made of paper with words written on it. I don't know what the words were, but Pomegranate didn't let us see it. Xiao Hong betrayed Pomegranate. After thinking for a while, she said, also, after Pomegranate received the things, she bought a ginseng and sent it to young Master Song. I guess they will arrive soon. Now, they are trying to figure out how to grow ginseng. She said that ginseng is too expensive, and if they always buy it, they will have to spend more money in the future. It's better to grow it themselves. Wang Wan suddenly understood. No wonder Pomegranate had been looking for sawdust recently. She thought she was studying mushrooms, but she didn't expect that it was ginseng. At this time, Pomegranate and Cherries stopped arguing. Hearing Xiao Hong's words, Pomegranate became more honest. Pomegranate, if you want to grow ginseng, you have to ask Xiao Bao. Xiao Bao should be able to give you some ideas. But you can't grow ginseng like mushrooms. You can't grow it at all. Well, I got it today. Next year, when Xiao Hong gets married, you will also be part of it. Wang Wan came here to ask. She was most afraid that the three girls all liked Zhang Xiaobao. That would be troublesome. She absolutely wouldn't allow it, but she was also afraid that the three girls would be sad. Fortunately, they all chose the person they liked. In this case, there was no need to ask anymore. Xiao Hong and the other two sent Wang Wan out, then turned around and argued again. Zhang Xiaobao was still waiting for Wang Wan's news. When he saw Wang Wan come back, he asked, "Do you know who they are?" "Guess?" Wang Wan nodded, but didn't say anything. "How am I supposed to guess? As long as there are no outsiders, it's fine. Otherwise it will be troublesome." Zhang Xiaobao was very anxious to know who they were. "They are all our people. Each and every one of them is sneaking around. They do a good job of keeping secrets, just like spies. I will tell you when the time comes." Wang Wan smiled and said to Zhang Xiaobao. Early the next morning, when Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan came to the construction site again, the people from the Four Seas Academy came again. This time it was different from before. They actually brought over an estimated 10,000 taels of silver ore. Zhang Xiaobao suspected that Japan sent all the ore here to be sold. Wang Wan was very puzzled. She asked Zhang Xiaobao, "What do they want to do by bringing over so much ore?" "What else? Aside from exchanging it for some money to buy the technology, their other goal is to make us unable to eat it all at once so that they can sell it to other merchants. Otherwise, the land they bought won't be profitable. Also, the matter of buying straw also won't be as effective as it should be," Zhang Xiaobao said with certainty. He had discovered the amount of ores that had been sold recently. He had probably been using the first batch of ores to consume his copper coins and cloth. This time, it was the new batch that had just arrived. He wanted to support the other two methods of earning money. "So that's how it is. I understand. The matter of the coal is almost done. In another 2 days, it will be transported to the place. It should be time to make the furnace and collect the materials to make the honeycomb coal," Wang Wan said. After thinking about it, she added, "When the time comes, we should be able to collect all the straw as well. It's just nice when their plan fails. They won't really be able to make the straw very useful. Not only that, I'm also preparing to transport the straw from other places and sell it to them as well. I want them to know that there are some places where not all schemes can be used." Zhang Xiaobao thought a little more than Wang Wan. Then make the arrangements. If you're sleepy, go to bed early. We need to arrange for the various officials to come tomorrow in advance to avoid any mistakes. Wang Wan yawned and turned to get someone to boil water. 3 days later, quite a number of people came out of Luoyang. Zhang Zhong led a group of officials and rushed to Baoxin County. There were also people from the Zhang family and Wang family, as well as Xiaobei and company in a house. This time, they were prepared to follow by their brother and sister side. This time, the entourage was even larger. All the officials had their own carriages. With the addition of the servants, the entourage was very long. When they passed by a place, the people there were surprised and wanted to ask what was going on. They wanted to know if something big had happened. Xiaobei kept urging the group to hurry up. She wanted to see her brother and sister as soon as possible. The officials at the places where the group passed by also had to make preparations in advance. If they wanted to welcome them, they had to at least prepare some food and wine. In the end, wherever there was food and wine, Zhang Zhong would pass through. In his words, he wanted to see his son and daughter-in-law as soon as possible. In fact, the real reason was that he was very disgusted with the local officials using the government's money to treat him to a meal. Whenever he encountered officials giving him gifts, Zhang Zhong would keep a sullen expression and not say a word. The people at home did not dare to accept other people's gifts. Just like that, Zhang Zhong seemed to be offending people along the way. After traveling for 5 days, when the group was not too far away from Baoxin County, something finally happened. Some of the officials who had prepared food and wine and gifts wrote a memorial to impeach Zhang Zhong when they saw that he did not give them face. They accused him of disturbing the people along the way and putting on airs to get people to treat him to a meal. They had people send them to the capital on fast horses. It seemed that they would not be satisfied if they did not discuss Zhang Zhong at least once. In the past few days, the officials in the imperial court had been impeaching Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. In the end, the impeachment was not successful. As long as Li Longji went to court, there would be many things to discuss, and they were all seemingly more important matters. For example, the pilgrimage, the shipping of goods, whether the spring plowing of various places was done, and whether or not there was enough rain this year, and whether or not there should be a Chongping. One thing after another, the officials could not immediately neglect the important matters. They then focused on the impeachment of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Just as they were vexed, the memorials to impeach Zhang Zhong arrived one after another. The officials discussed in private and began to use this as an excuse to impeach Zhang Zhong. They came with such ferocity that even Zhang Shua pretended not to see it and allowed others to do as they pleased. Today was the same. As soon as Li Longji went to court, before he could talk about how to increase the grain output and how to get the canal to provide assistance in farming, the officials took out their memorials and began to attack Zhang Zhong. Some people said that his family was wealthy and suspected that he was in cahoots with merchants. Others said that he was an official in Luoyang and that the excuse of leading officials was to understand the great Tang. In reality, he was gathering wealth for his family and had collected a lot of money along the way. If something happens to Zhang Zhong's family, we will definitely punish him with 3 years of salary and send him to a remote place. If anything happens to the other officials, we will also do the same. The meaning behind Li Longji's words was clear. Anyone who took something from the Zhang clan and Wang clan had to be careful. As long as he found out who gave it to them, he wouldn't ask who gave it to them. He would only ask if they could afford it. When the time came, he would take care of everything. Let's see if you're afraid of not having 3 years of salary, or if Zhang Zhong is afraid, or if you're worried about being sent to a remote place, or if Zhang Zhong is worried. Li Longji could not be blamed for doing this. Usually, the things he used were given by the Zhang family and Wang family. Whenever there was something he needed, the Zhang family and Wang family would pay for it. When the Zhang family and Wang family said that the money belonged to them, it felt like it belonged to them. After all, the Zhang family and Wang family did not spend much. They only used it normally. He had never heard of anyone from their family going to a brothel to spend 1,000 caddies. What was even more admirable was that they rarely had leftovers at home. They would not put a table full of good food and throw it away if they did not eat it. However, when it came to places that suffer disasters every year, they did not hesitate to take out money and directly sent it to those places under the name of the imperial court. The rest of the money was spent on research. For example, the medical school was a place that ate money. Who did not know how the Zhang family and Wang family earned their money? And how did they spend it? If they took care of his family, Gyeonggi province's economy would drop by 50%, and this was not including his family's revenge. Gao Lisher did not say anything, but he was very happy. He looked at the people who accused Zhang Zhong one by one and remembered every single one of them. When the time came, he would write a letter to Xiao Bao and not give anything to these people in the future. He understood what Li Longji meant. That was to say, even if you benefited from the Zhang family, you're not clean either. You clearly know what the Zhang family and Wang family's money are used for, but you still insist on using this matter as an example. Isn't it just because I went to the heavens once that you didn't impeach me? This is called repaying kindness with ingratitude. Take care of them all and send them to a remote place. Who would have a better life in the end? When Gao Lisher thought of this, he almost could not control his urge to laugh again. No matter which remote place they were sent to, the Zhang family and Wang family were still so powerful. Even if they were sent to the poorest place, they would still have a way to build it up. Lingnan was an example. Let's see how you're going to survive. Gao Lisher was not the only one who had such thoughts. Zhang Jiuling also thought of this. Hence he took a step forward and said, Your Majesty, I think this is a good idea. If there's anything wrong with any of the officials, why don't we send them to the dangerous place in Lingnan together with Zhang Zhong? Luzhou can be skipped. There are other places in Lingnan. These words were so powerful that they shocked the officials who accused Zhang Zhong. Even those who did not accuse him had doubts in their hearts. In Great Tang, only Zhang Zhong could live a comfortable life when he was sent to Lingnan. Who else had the ability to do so? The imperial court suddenly fell silent. No one said a word as they waited for Li Longji to make the final decision. Li Longji looked at Zhang Jiuling with satisfaction. This suggestion was really good. How many people could take the initiative to go to Lingnan like Zhang Zhong? When the decision was about to be made, the officials who accused Zhang Zhong just now changed their words one after another. Their words made people blush. All the shortcomings of the Zhang family and Wang family just now were turned into merits. Those who accused Zhang Zhong of colluding with merchants changed their words and said that Zhang Zhong might be helping merchants to make money and prosper the local economy. Now, they all knew this set of theories and had learned a lot of vocabulary. Those who said that Zhang Zhong brought people to Buxin County might be saying that Zhang Zhong wanted to let the officials in the eastern capital know more about Gyeonggi province. Those who said that Zhang Zhong had many soldiers and good weapons also had their own excuses. They said that Zhang Zhong and Wang family had many officials, and some of them were people who led troops to war. They hired more guards to practice formations, not for their own use. As for weapons, of course it was to test new equipment and take a lot of risks. Li Longji wanted to rush down and strangle these people to death. Hearing that the people below found new excuses to exonerate the Zhang family and Wang family, Li Longji whispered to Gao Lisher, Today, I am really moved. Zhang family and Wang family have done a lot of business in private, but the money they earned is also there. As long as the court needs it, they will take it out. They have never hesitated. These dozens of officials have no money, but they are working hard to make money. Do they really think that I don't know? When they have nothing to do, they will go to restaurants and treat each other to meals. Zhang family and Wang family have always been worthy of the court and the people. There is no place where the people say that they are not good. What about the officials? I don't know what they think all day. Sometimes I think, what is loyalty? What is evil? What is right? What is evil? What do you think? Gao Lisher rarely heard the emperor speak like this in court. It seemed that he was really angry. It should be because the person who impeached Zhang Zhong was unable to prevent the emperor from ascending to heaven that day, so he vented all his anger on Zhang Zhong. After thinking for a while, he also replied in a low voice, The benefits of war, the way of the economy, using it for right is right, using it for evil is evil, and the way of power is the same. Li Longji nodded and listened to the people below continue to change their words. He felt very bored and said, Let's talk about this later. First, let's talk about the bridge. It is inconvenient to travel between the two sides of the Yellow River. How should we build it? I think that we should ask Zhang Zhong about this. He has successfully built a bridge in Xuzhou. At this time, the person who said that Zhang Zhong's ability was not good stood up and said, I think that we should ask Zhang Zhong. He has successfully built a bridge in Xuzhou. Chapter 690.
Hearing this official's words, Li Longji really wanted to cough up a mouthful of phlegm and spit it on his face. Whenever there was a problem, he would think of the Zhang family and the Wang family. He had just been impeaching them. How could a person change so quickly? A few others who had just been impeached also voiced their agreement. Some even said that they should do what Xu Zhou had done and let Zhang Zhong think of a solution himself. That way they would be able to see more of his capabilities. To put it nicely, wasn't it just not asking the imperial court to fork out the money? Li Longji looked at this minor official from the Ministry of Revenue and thought to himself, when it comes to spending money, your heart aches. Why didn't you say that just now? It was very easy to get the Zhang family and the Wang family to fork out the money. There was no need to issue any edict. All he had to do was write a letter to them and tell them that the people on both sides of the Yellow River did not have it easy. They would naturally be willing to fork out the money. But if they really did fork out the money, what would happen to the people impeaching them in court today? Vermin, they were all vermin. They couldn't do good things, so they did such immoral things. Li Longji's expression darkened and did not say anything. He just stared at the person who had just spoken. The pressure from his stare was too strong. The person who was being stared at regretted not stepping forward. Zhang Shua could also guess what the emperor was thinking. Zhang family and the Wang family could fork out the money. Zhang family and the Wang family were also willing to fork out the money for the sake of the people. But once they fork out the money, none of the people who impeached Zhang Zhong in court today would have a good ending. Otherwise, how would they answer to Zhang Zhong? Now there were two choices. The first was to issue an imperial edict and order Zhang Zhong to fork out the money to repair the bridge. Then, everyone who impeached Zhang Zhong could go home and farm. The second was to have the impeached people think of a solution themselves and not let Zhang Zhong fork out the money. Li Longji stared at this person for a while and asked, "Do you think that Zhang Zhong will be willing to fork out the money?" In reply to your majesty, this official feels that Zhang Zhong will definitely be willing. Everyone knows that he is good to the people. Moreover, he does not spend his money recklessly. Other than building 2 houses for the children in his family, he does not spend much money normally. This person had been stared at for a long time and was confused. He opened his mouth and blurted it out. As soon as he said it, he knew it was over. Just now, he had been impeached, but now it changed. If it were anyone else, they would not be willing. As expected, Li Longji spoke up. "Since that's the case, we will order you to speak to Zhang Zhong and persuade him to fork out the money. If he refuses to fork out the money, you will. Think of a way yourself." It was not that Li Longji did not have the money to repair the bridge. In recent years, the royal court's revenue had been very good. This was especially true for San Xuexian, Luzhou, and the other places that were related to the Zhang family and Wang family. Li Longji knew that this was not because the Zhang family and Wang family could not earn money faster. It was because they did not want to. Recently, he had done some research on economic knowledge. The methods used by the Zhang family and Wang family were very gentle. They were based on increasing productivity. It was not like the quasi-cash flow method they used to deal with Tubo, nor was it like the method they used to deal with the people from the Four Seas Academy in Buxin district. Now, he understood that it was not that the Zhang family did not know how to do it, but that they did not use it. Otherwise, the impact on Great Tang's economy would be too great. If they wanted to earn money, they had many methods. However, they would firmly suppress it. They would not do it themselves, and they would not allow their business partners to have crooked thoughts. Therefore, in terms of finances, they were still quite rich. If they let the Zhang family and Wang family fork out the money, it would only be for the construction of the bridge. It could also stimulate the local economy. However, the return cycle was too long. If they let the Zhang family and Wang family fork out the money directly, they would use other methods to transfer the money to other areas. It was a very mysterious method. At the same time, it could also stimulate the local industries. This was the most important thing. Of course, the Zhang family and Wang family had too much money. If they were not allowed to spend some money, they would be worried. According to Yao Chong and Bai Go, the money earned by the Zhang family and Wang family would be used in other areas according to a certain proportion. They would not keep so much money in hand. Earning money seemed to be the simplest thing for the Zhang family and Wang family. Therefore, they did not care how much they spent. They only cared about whether it was worth it or not. Thinking about this matter, Li Longji did not care about the people below who were so scared that they were kneeling and trembling. He whispered to Gao Li Shi again,
What do you think is worth spending the money on and what is not? This time, Gao Lisher did not react. The main reason was that Li Longji's train of thought jumped too far. The reason was all because of Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. When they did things, their train of thought jumped even more. No one knew what they were thinking. The matter was clearly in front of them, but in the end, it was different from what they thought.
Gao Lisher knew that he did not catch up, so he could only say, "Your Majesty, I think that if your Majesty says it is worth it, then it is worth it. I also agree to let the Zhang family and Wang family fork out the money to build the bridge on the Yellow River. Last time, Xiao Bao wrote to me that he and Cuckoo prepared 200,000 strings of cash and asked if there was anything the court needed. They don't need this money now and want to use it on the country's infrastructure before spring is too far away. They said that as a son, he should give face to his father."
Speaking of this, Gao Lisher's emotions fluctuated. He did not acknowledge this son for nothing. He had just acknowledged him for less than 3 months, and the other side was immediately willing to take out 200,000 strings of cash. He was clear that this money was not given for free. It was specially made for him. Li Longji was very surprised. He looked at Gao Lisher. If he did not feel that Gao Lisher was loyal, he would have snatched his son away. Why would Xiao Bao take out 200,000 strings of cash for no reason?
With his means, he could use this 200,000 strings of cash to earn more money in a short period of time.
He actually took it out just to give face to Gao Lisher. After thinking for a moment, Li Longji continued to ignore the person kneeling there and saying a bunch of nonsense begging for forgiveness. He said to Gao Lisher, "These 200,000 strings of cash cannot be used. It is not easy for Xiao Bao and Cuckoo to earn money unless they are allowed to go to other countries to earn money. In Great Tang, what they earn is their capital. Just now, I asked you whether it is worth it for the Zhang family and Wang family to spend money. It is not about how much it can bring to the family, but whether it can make the lives of the commoners better. Most of the time the family is the one who is spending money. What do you think should be done with these two families?" Gao Lisher's train of thought finally caught up. So that was the case. That was easy to handle. He said, "Your Majesty, Zhang family and Wang family cannot be promoted anymore. Zhang Zhong will probably enter the capital next year. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo will only be promoted to a rank 7 official at most. If they enter the capital, they can be suppressed to rank 8. It is not like the other places where they will be promoted to rank 7. Zhang family and Wang family will not ask for any monetary rewards. Their family does not lack money. Why don't we look at other aspects? Wang Chaoer's family is doing well now, but they are a little too free. Isn't that right? That's fine. Let's do it this way." Li Longji immediately understood. He needed to find the person who was released because of the slanderous words of the crowd and make some arrangements. He nodded and agreed. At this time, the official from the Ministry of Revenue was still kneeling. His forehead was red. It seemed that he had just kowtowed. It was not easy. In this imperial court, there were not many officials who would kneel and kowtow. Just because of an order, he became like this. Li Longji was very satisfied. He did not say that it was because someone else impeached Zhang Zhong. Instead, it was because he rode a hot air balloon into the sky. Of course, impeaching Zhang Zhong should not be done. It could be done, but it could not be done based on the wealth and ability of the Zhang family and Wang family. For example, they could be accused of corruption. If it had to be about money, then it could not be done. Not only did the Zhang family and Wang family use their money to help the imperial court, but more importantly, they had received benefits from the Zhang family and Wang family. If they were to target this matter, then wouldn't that mean that they were not satisfied with the imperial court even after receiving benefits from the imperial court? Seeing the official kneeling and kowtowing, Li Longji did not have any pity for him. Wang Wan really did not know Zhang Xiaobao's specific plan. She also did not know to what extent Zhang Xiaobao was going to deal with Tubo. The main reason was that once Zhang Xiaobao started to move, the steps of doing things were unpredictable. "Xiaobao, tell me the truth. What is your ultimate goal?" Wang Wan could not think of anything, so she asked. "It's nothing much. I just want to slightly impact Tubo's financial situation so that they won't know what's valuable and what's not. Since I want to fight an economic war, I naturally won't target a certain region in Tubo. That wouldn't be called an economic war. The real war is against countries. For example, America against Japan a long time ago, and they against Russia. For example, against the British pound, against the Thai baht, against the Hong Kong dollar, against the Korean won, against. I know. Don't say any more. You are too ruthless. Also, when you targeted the Hong Kong dollar, he failed miserably. You just want to mess up Tubo's financial system, don't you? You want to make them unable to recover within 10 years, right? Wang Wan did not wait for Zhang Xiaobao to finish explaining and continued. At that time, there were not many people who knew about finance, so they could not handle it. But when it came to Zhang Xiaobao and her era, there were very few people who could continue to stir up trouble like Zhang Xiaobao. That required more difficult skills, and the way of jumping was even more extraordinary. It was not something that could be imitated by just finding an example. Any kind of method, once exposed, would be immediately known by others. Zhang Xiaobao had never repeated his methods. It made people gnash their teeth in hatred, but there was nothing they could do. After all, every time was different, and they could not find any pattern. If there was a pattern, it would be that before Zhang Xiaobao made a move, he would definitely use other methods to lay the groundwork. However, there were too few people who could see the groundwork. There were so few that there were only 1 or 2 people with the same ambition as Zhang Xiaobao, and they were his partners. Zhang Xiaobao was still writing, and at the same time he said, "It is not 10 years. I will make them unable to recover. I will provide Li Longji with a reason to invade. Oh no, it is a reason to maintain peace. Just wait. This time, I will completely destroy Tubo. I am not willing to argue with them. I don't have the time. Then I will wait and see what kind of methods you have. Your father is coming. You have to think of how to welcome him." Wang Wan did not ask this time. She hoped that she could guess Zhang Xiaobao's methods. She did not believe that Zhang Xiaobao could be so arrogant that no one could compare to him. Don't keep talking about your father. He is your father-in-law. If you don't listen to him, he will teach you a lesson. Zhang Xiaobao was in a good mood, and he casually joked with Wang Wan. Wang Wan wanted to refute, but she suddenly became silent. She did not say anything and just looked at Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao was a little surprised. Under normal circumstances, Wang Wan should be fighting back. He stopped writing and turned to look at Wang Wan, asking why? Since you have admitted your identity, then be more obedient. Wang Wan still did not say anything. She just looked at Zhang Xiaobao until he could not continue writing. She then said, "Don't play tricks with me. Did you think that I did not learn psychology before? You are the best." "Humph. You are the best. I will get someone to find some mountain vegetables. I will make a box for you to eat at noon. What soup do you want to go with it?" Zhang Xiaobao saw that Wang Wan did not fall for his trick, and he could only change his strategy. "I will eat whatever you eat. Also, my family is coming. Hurry up and write. Let's go and welcome them. I will be staying with my mother tonight." "I will not be staying with you." Wang Wan had already received the news that Zhang Zhong was bringing his family into the county. She needed to go and welcome them. She also remembered that she had not seen her family for a long time. She really missed them. "Who cares about you? I will tell little Yuan a story tonight. I won't be accompanying you." Zhang Xiaobao wrote another 2 words. He finally finished writing a secret letter. "You are not allowed to tell ghost stories. If you dare to scare him, I will not let you off," Wang Wan said as she helped Zhang Xiaobao put the letter into the envelope. "If you don't want to tell me, then don't. I will tell him something else. Come with me to meet the people from the Four Seas Academy. They came to invite us today. I don't know what they are planning. We did not collect all of their ores this time, right?" Zhang Xiaobao said as he rubbed his wrist that was sore from writing. "We did not collect all of their ores, but there was no one else who collected the rest of the ores. They can't sell them. I was wondering why you said that you were not in a hurry. So they already had this plan. Why can't they sell their ores? Could it be because we collected them before?" Wang Wan asked in confusion as she followed Zhang Xiaobao out. She felt that things were definitely not that simple. Zhang Xiaobao walked at the very front. This time, the people from the Four Seas Academy set the meeting place at the Fengwu Pavilion. He said as he walked, "Actually, it's nothing much. It's very simple. It's because we did not refine the silver after we received it.
Other people did not know about this and thought that the refinement was not successful, so they were afraid of being fooled.
Moreover, the local infrastructure is currently being built.
Other than a portion of people who did not follow us, the other merchants have all taken out their money to invest.
How would they have any spare money to buy ores?
And the portion of people who did not follow us did not want to, but lacked capital. They were the people who followed us to speculate on the price of silver.
Actually, I really hoped that there would be outsiders who would come and interfere. At that time, I would be able to relax a lot.
As long as other people have conflicts in certain areas, I would be able to take advantage of them.
Unfortunately, this county is still not enough. Other people simply did not come.
That's not it.
What do you mean not coming? Other people clearly know that they can obtain benefits here, yet they still don't come. Do you think that other people are idiots?
It's because you and I are here that other people are worried that if they really come, they will be schemed against by the two of us.
The one they are most worried about is actually me. They are afraid that I will directly steal all of their money, and they can't beat me. Wang Wan said to Zhang Xiaobao. The two of them talked as they walked, all the way until they arrived at the Fengwu Pavilion.
When they entered, a worker immediately came over and told them which room the people from the Four Seas Academy were in.
As soon as the two of them entered the room, a group of people inside stood up.
Yes, a group of people. It was as if they felt that if there were fewer people, there would be no imposing manner.
The people from the Four Seas Academy did not come any less this time.
Yamamoto stood at the very front and very politely said to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, "Why didn't you call someone to come over first?
We would have waited to welcome you." The other people also followed behind in a low voice. Zhang Xiaobao was not willing to talk nonsense with others at all. He directly said, "Tell me, why did you call us here this time? If you want to take advantage of us, then don't. It's not that I look down on you, but with your methods, it is completely useless."
Yes.
With young Master Zhang taking action, it is naturally impossible for us to take advantage of you. Today, we didn't call the two of you here to take advantage of you, especially when it comes to Miss Wang. We have no intention of taking advantage of her at all. A person next to Yamamoto who also looked like he came from Japan did not seem to be willing to lose his imposing manner and said to Zhang Xiaobao. The others did not expect him to speak like this. Imposing manner was not important. What was important was how to get benefits. Hearing him say this, they knew that things were going to be bad. Sure enough, what Zhang Xiaobao hated the most was people talking about women. When he heard this person's words, he kicked out and hit this person's manhood. This person screamed and fell to the ground. Zhang Xiaobao did not take a second look and said to the others, "When I came here today, I was in a good mood. But because of him, I am very unhappy. So when I discussed things with you, the first thing I said was that there will be no room for negotiation. If there is anyone who is not satisfied, you can leave immediately. I promise that within 5 days, the Four Seas Academy will be closed. If you are not satisfied, you can try." The scene suddenly fell into a deadlock. While everyone was lamenting that Zhang Xiaobao was not easy to talk to, most of them were complaining about the people lying on the ground who had not yet gotten up. Of all things to say, why do they have to mention Wang Wan? Wasn't this courting death?
Wang Wan also spoke at this time. "Even if Xiaobao closes the Four Seas Academy, as long as we are not satisfied with your methods, I promise that within half a month, we will organize a war fleet and go to your place to take a look."
This was power. People with power would never say anything to others. When did the great Tang need to show goodwill to other small countries? Especially in the current situation. Everyone sighed inwardly. There was no other way. Who asked these two people to be so powerful? Even if there were only two of them, they did not dare to make a move. The people of the Great Tang did not dare to make a move because they were afraid that their families would be finished. The Japanese did not dare to make a move because they were afraid that the Great Tang would attack their own country. All of them revealed helpless smiles. Fortunately, Yamamoto had good self-control. After hearing what Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan said, he still had the same smile as before and replied, "Of course. We just came to discuss something with the two of you. We will definitely deal with the people who offended the two of you. Do the two of you agree? That is your problem. If you want to deal with them, then deal with them. If you don't want to deal with them, it has nothing to do with us. Tell us, Why did you come to find us this time? Zhang Xiaobao did not treat the other party as someone who could sit on the same level as him. He appeared very arrogant.
However, it was precisely because of his arrogance that made the other party feel more comfortable.
They were afraid that Zhang Xiaobao would be polite to them. If that was the case, it would not be easy to talk. Looking at Wang Wan's expression was as calm as water. She did not smile. It's easy. It's easy. Yamamoto called the waiter of the restaurant and casually ordered a few dishes. He did not let Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan order anymore. He knew the identity of the two people. If he really let them order casually, they would not be able to eat today. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan directly sat at the head of the table and on the left side of the table. They did not care whether they ordered or not. After ordering, Yamamoto smiled and asked Zhang Xiaobao, "I wonder if Child Zhang wants to buy more or? I can help Child Zhang find a place. It doesn't matter whether you buy it or not. The place you find can only be your country. If you are willing to sell it, I will buy it at a low price. If you are not willing to sell it, you can keep it. I am going to write a memorial and send it to the court, asking the court to restrict the things that Japan needs." Zhang Xiaobao was still as arrogant and casual as before. Yamamoto's expression also changed. His eyes narrowed. After a few breaths, he returned to his original state and asked, "Is there any misunderstanding between us, Child Zhang?" "There's no misunderstanding. I just don't like you guys. Let's talk about what we can talk about today. If we can't talk about it, go back and think about it carefully. Where should we get involved and where should we not? Don't think that you can achieve your goal by gathering people from a certain place and saying some lies. It's useless." Zhang Xiaobao's negotiation method today was like this, tough, because he did not intend to negotiate at all. He just came here to play. After a few glances, Yamamoto and the others didn't see anything special. They could only continue to follow, their eyes looking at the surrounding environment from time to time. As they walked, they came to the place where the livestock were raised. In fact, there were only pigs here. The pig house was built with cement and was very clean. The little pigs were washed until they weren't so dirty. When they saw people coming, they thought that they were being fed, so they snorted. "Young Master Zhang, is this cement?" Yamamoto knew about cement. The rich and powerful in Beijing used it. The big places even used cement to build methane pools. It was clean and expensive, but ordinary people couldn't get it. If you want to buy it, you can say what you want to do first. When the time comes, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family will send people to make it for you personally. They won't sell the cement directly for you to use. Used cement blocks had been found before, but found that they couldn't be used anymore. He didn't know how they were made. If they were used to build city walls, it would be very good. Yamamoto felt that the opportunity had come. Zhang Xiaobao seemed to be unguarded. "Yes, it's made of cement. If you can learn to make it in every place, there will be fewer diseases in the livestock and they will grow faster." "Then can you sell us some cement? We are going to transport it back to China to build a pig house." Yamamoto asked again. "I'm not selling, but I can make an exchange. A ship of silver or in exchange for a ship of cement, and I'll give you the technology to build a biogas pool." Zhang Xiaobao hesitated for a moment and proposed a new idea. "Can you really exchange it?" Because he didn't know what the cement was made of, Yamamoto couldn't estimate the specific value. He thought that exchanging one ship for another was just a small loss. "Really?" Zhang Xiaobao was very sure. Wang Wan reached out to pinch him and said to Yamamoto, "Don't listen to Xiaobao's nonsense. It's useless to exchange the cement with you, and it's very cheap. It's a lie to exchange it for a ship of ore. Besides, no matter how much cement you have, you can't figure out how it's made. It's a long journey, and it's not worth it, so we won't exchange it." Yamamoto just wanted to bargain. At this time when he heard Wang Wan's words, he blinked a few times and said very shamelessly, "Young Master Zhang has just agreed. How can you go back on your word? Even if we exchange a ship, I can send it back and show it to others. Maybe I can get a reward. At that time, I will definitely not forget you. Is young Master Zhang not keeping his word?" "Who said I don't keep my word? Change? then change a ship. I can still make the decision here. I'll deal with you tonight.
Zhang Xiaobao's last words were said to Wang Wan. Wang Wan was angry and didn't say anything. She walked quickly in front, as if she didn't want to talk to Zhang Xiaobao.
I've made a fool of myself. It's all because I usually spoil her too much. When will we exchange? Zhang Xiaobao also explained to Yamamoto and the others. Yamamoto and the others found it funny, but they couldn't show it. Seeing that Zhang Xiaobao agreed, Yamamoto immediately said, "Some of the ore will come tomorrow. It's estimated that one ship will arrive in 3 days. Then we'll exchange it in 3 days. Let's go. I'll show you other places."
Zhang Xiaobao didn't care about Wang Wan anymore. He led Yamamoto and the others to look around. Every time they arrived, he would explain to Yamamoto. After turning a few places and seeing that a separate house was not far away, Zhang Xiaobao's footsteps suddenly stopped, turned around, and walked away. However, he didn't mention what was inside the house at all.
"Young Master Zhang here?" Yamamoto was puzzled. He pointed to the house and asked. "That's an empty house. Let's go. I'll show you something better." Zhang Xiaobao's eyes didn't meet Yamamoto's. He evaded the question and walked to another place.
At this time, Wang Wan's voice suddenly came from a place not too far away.
"Ouch, it hurts. Someone come quickly."
As soon as the voice came out, Pomegranate, who was guarding in front of the house, immediately ran to the place where the voice came from.
Zhang Xiaobao didn't care about Yamamoto and also ran over, looking very nervous. Yamamoto took this opportunity and winked at the 2 people behind him, asking them to follow and take a look. He glanced around, ran 2 steps, and flashed into the house. As soon as he came in, Yamamoto found that the house was empty as Zhang Xiaobao had said. There were layers of wooden shelves inside.
From a low position, he could see that there was sand in the middle of the shelves, and there was something growing in the sand.
He glanced around again. There was a table on the left wall of the house, and there was a piece of paper with words written on it. Yamamoto quickly leaned over and looked carefully. He saw that it said, "Top secret. The radish newly cultivated by the Xueqi is bitter and cannot be planted. However, this radish can be planted into ginseng. The specific technique is as follows." Yamamoto's eyes widened. He couldn't care about anything else. He turned page by page.
His eyes swept back and forth on the words, wishing he could have a few more pairs of eyes.
If it were someone else who wrote such a thing, Yamamoto would definitely treat that person as a fool. How could a radish turn into a ginseng? But this technique was made by the Zhang family, so he could treat it as normal. The Zhang family had many strange things. Who knew how the family made it? After reading it once, Yamamoto was afraid that he couldn't remember it, so he read it again from the beginning. He remembered the key points clearly. The first was that the radish seed must be found a way to get it. The second was the thermometer. A radish actually needed a thermometer. The first one was easy to deal with. He could bribe the people of the Xueqi temple, but the second one was troublesome. Where could he get so many thermometers? It was okay if he spent money to buy others' thermometers. He didn't care if they reported that they had been stolen or lost in the river. But he couldn't just plant one at a time. Because it was also mentioned that he needed to use the blood of a crocodile. It had to be fresh and could only be used once. He even needed a whale's eye. No matter how many he planted, he had to use at least one at a time. He didn't know how the Zhang family figured it out. After reading it twice, Yamamoto finally felt that he had memorized most of it. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly thought of something. He plucked up the courage to dig a little of the sand on a wooden shelf. He reached in and pulled, and something was pulled out. If there were doubts before, Yamamoto was now sure, because what he took out was a ginseng. Looking at the ginseng, Yamamoto had a feeling of jealousy. Why was the Zhang family so powerful that they could even plant ginseng? At this time, 2 coughs suddenly came from outside. Yamamoto didn't dare to be negligent. He put the ginseng back, hurriedly wiped it on the sand, and ran out in a flash. He stood back in the team and shook his head at the few people who looked over, indicating that they shouldn't ask anything now. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao appeared with Wang Wan on his back. Wang Wan cried and said, "I don't want you to care about me. Didn't you ignore me? I'll walk by myself. Even if I break my leg, I don't want you to care. Zhang Xiaobao didn't say a word. When he walked in front of Yamamoto and the others, he said helplessly, I beat her until she cried. I'll go back and continue to discipline her. That's all for today. Remember to quickly transport the ores. This time, the ones that are transported will be changed as well. Don't sell them again. As for the ones that have already been sold, forget it. After that, Zhang Xiaobao left with the still crying Wang Wan on his back. Pomegranate returned to the front of the house and sat down. A few guards came from elsewhere and signaled Yamamoto and the others to leave with them. Zhang Xiaobao carried Wang Wan to a place where there was no one around and put Wang Wan down. The two of them reached out at the same time and gave each other a high five. Yeah. Xiaobao, you're really amazing. How did you know that they would come to steal the technology? Some time ago, Gao Lisher wrote a letter saying that the Senongsi spent a lot of money to research new radishes, but it failed. The second generation of radishes was very bitter. They were still young and almost lost confidence. Now it's solved. I didn't know that they would take the initiative to ask to see it. First, get a house ready. Even if they don't come, I'll find a way to trick them. Now it's easy. As for the cement, get someone to remove the outer packaging when they send it here. Just put it there. If it really doesn't work, spray a little water. Don't spray too much and be seen through. Use a ship to transport it back in bulk. I really want to see how much of the cement will be wasted due to moisture absorption. After Zhang Xiaobao finished speaking, he quickly found a place to write a letter and send it to the capital as soon as possible. He couldn't let the Senongsi people sell the radishes cheaply. Beside the river outside the Luo village in Buixin County, Luo Xiang'er had nothing to do today. She held a book in her hand and sat on a stone under a big tree. Her two legs were kicking back and forth in the air, and her eyes were looking back and forth at the book. From time to time, she would turn a page. There were not only words marked with pinyin on the pages, but also pictures. It was full of stories. Luo Xiang'er had just learned the new pinyin and was not very proficient in it, but she was still better than Arya. Arya also had the pronunciation, but if she wanted to understand the pronunciation of a word, she had to understand the words used to mark the sound. It was very tiring to learn, unlike the things that were easy to remember now. There were only 40 words in total, and she just had to memorize them. She didn't know that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had spent a lot of effort on these 40 words. They had revised them many times before they became the necessary textbooks for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. They were mainly prepared for Xiaobei and the others. For their younger siblings, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan would do anything. The other children who were still playing were very envious of Luo Xiang'er. She recognized a good sister and could see the good things first. They still had to wait for a while before they could come in contact with them. Luo Xiang'er was not so selfish. After reading the story, she would tell it to others. If someone wanted to see the pictures, she would let them see it, but they were not allowed to touch the book to avoid damaging it. Just as Luo Xiang'er was engrossed in reading, a mighty team came on the road. At the front of the team, there was a little girl in a white dress. She was leading the team, swaying and looking around with her big eyes. Behind her were other children, who were also very curious about this place. Because of their existence, the speed of the team was suppressed. No one dared to go around them. The little girl walking in front looked at the rice seedlings in the field. When she raised her head and saw the people under the big tree, she said happily, "There's a person." Chapter 692. Xiaobei had a reason to be happy. When they were walking on the road earlier, many people would hide far away when they saw the team. Even if they were curious about the big house and the team, they did not dare to come close. The little girl was even more scared and did not dare to show her head. She did not expect to meet someone who was not afraid. She had already seen the team, but she was still sitting there leisurely reading. Xiaobei wanted to find someone to ask about her brother and sister. When she saw that Luo Xiang'er didn't run away, she lifted her princess dress with both hands and ran to Luo Xiang'er's side. She struggled to climb onto the rock and leaned over to read together. Luo Xiang'er did not care who was passing by, let alone be afraid. Her sister had said that she must have the temperament of a lady. She must be calm in the face of chaos and remain calm even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of her. But whose family was this little girl from? Why was she so pretty and likable?
Glancing at the new little girl, Luo Xiang'er smiled and said, "Do you want to know the story?"
Coaxing a child? This is called a tortoise and a rabbit race. Xiao Bei had nothing to do all day.
Other than eating, sleeping, playing, she was being carried by others and told stories.
How could she not know what the picture was? She could even read a small part of the words. Luo Xiang'er was not an adult. When she saw that someone younger than her knew the story, she asked curiously, "How do you know? How old are you?"
3 years old, there's another one, saying, Little Tortoise and Little Rabbit competed again.
The rabbit lost again.
There's a river, but the rabbit didn't jump across it.
Xiao Bei was a little nervous.
His words were not very fluent, but he still managed to express himself clearly.
Ha ha ha. Luo Xiang'er covered her mouth and laughed. At this time, the other little guys also came close. Some climbed on the stone by themselves. Some pushed others up. Everyone was expressing their own thoughts. It was a mess. Luo Xiang'er did not know who to listen to. She looked at the group of younger brothers and sisters and found that they were all made of good materials. She touched the clothes of the little girl who came first and knew that she had a similar piece of gauze at home. She had asked someone and found that the gauze was not silk that was usually worth 200 copper coins. It could be worth 20 strings of coins or 200 strings of coins. Ordinary people with a little money could not buy it. She was not willing to take it out to make clothes. So why did this little girl wear it? Seeing that someone was touching his clothes, Xiao Bei even posed. "Do I look good?"
"It looks good," Luo Xiang'er said honestly. At the same time, she wondered if she should also have a set of clothes made for herself.
"If you can tell me about my brother and sister, I'll give you one."
Xiao Bei put forward her terms.
"No, I have one too. I'll make it tomorrow." "Who are your brothers and sisters?"
Luo Xiang'er didn't want a servant girl's things.
You have it too?"
This is called Southern Sea Pearl Muslin.
It's the sign of the sea and clouds.
It's only given and not sold.
Xiao Yuan, what do you say?
Xiao Bei still knew what material the clothes on her body were made of. Ever since Xiao Yuan was tripped by the horse tripping rope, he was a little afraid of Xiao Bei. When he heard Xiao Bei's question, he immediately said, "The promontory is accompanied by the end of the world. It shouldn't exist in the mortal world, but only hangs in the clouds.
Money is priceless." "Are you Xiao Bei?"
Luo Xiang'er guessed. Xiao Bei was stunned.
"You know?"
"Stupid, when other people hear about the sea and clouds, of course they know."
Xiao Yuan said to Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei puffed up his cheeks. "You're the stupid one. Come at me if you dare."
Luo Xiang'er finally knew who the people who came were. She always heard from her brother and sister that they had younger brothers and sisters. They were all very interesting, smart, and liked to bicker.
It was true.
The muslin that her sister gave her was called Southern Sea Pearl Muslin.
It seemed to be the best one. Even Xiao Bei wore it.
When she thought of this, Luo Xiang'er felt very happy. She shouted to the other children who were running away, "Don't be afraid. My brother and sister's family are here." When the children who ran away heard this, they ran back even faster. They were not afraid anymore. They surrounded the group of children who were younger than them and looked at them one by one. The children also looked at the people who surrounded them. They were not afraid. They were already used to being surrounded. Luo Xiang'er held Xiao Bei's hand and began to talk about her brother and sister. Xiao Bei did not care if he could understand the details. As long as he felt that she was praising his brother and sister, he nodded vigorously. The Zhang family and Wang family's group stopped. The guards who came from the side also stood still, waiting for the children to finish asking and come back. When Xiao Bei and the others came back, they brought Luo Xiang'er with them. Xiao Bei personally introduced her, saying that this sister was the sister that his brother and sister recognized. He also pulled her into the house for a tour and did not slowly walk in front of the group. The other children in the village got a lot of delicious food and fun things. They asked them to help inform Luo Xiang'er's family. Luo Xiang'er followed them into the county. The group's speed suddenly became faster. The two pigeons flapped their wings and flew back to the capital, returning to the embrace of their big family. 4 pigeons. There were many relatives in the capital. There was always a relative who was sent away in large batches. After a while, a few would fly back and forth.
The pigeons in the capital were all under Gao Lishi's care. He found someone to learn how to raise them, train them, and then send them to various places. Luoyang and Buxin County sent the most pigeons. As long as the Zhang family and Wang family were there, they could not lack carrier pigeons. When they encountered Xiao Bei and Xiao Zhu, they suddenly did not want to eat anymore. Such a big matter had to be reported as quickly as possible.
As for the carrier pigeons placed in other provinces, as long as there was not a mass uprising or the army of another country attacking, they could not be casually used for other small matters.
Of course, it was fine to use them. Even if it was to send a letter to the capital, it would cost money. After all, it was not easy to raise and train pigeons. They also had to be transported in cages.
When Gao Lishi obtained this right, there were really people who were willing to spend money to send a letter, especially those who had big business outside the capital.
They did not care about the small fee. The advantage was that it was fast, and time was money. There was one thing that Gao Lishi did very well. He did not open other people's letters. He sent the letter to whoever it belonged to. The place where the pigeons were sent did not need to spend money. Someone in the capital had to pay for it. If no one did, then the letter would not be sent. Furthermore, he would let the other side catch the person and pay for it. Every day, there were pigeons flying from all over the country. They earned a lot of money. A portion of the money was used to raise the pigeons, and the rest was given to Li Longji. Today, Gao Lishi received another letter from Buxin County. It was not written specifically for him. It was related to the Sanongxi Temple, so he could not leave it behind. After reading the letter, he came back to look for Li Longji. Li Longji was feeding the fish. Ever since Zhang Xiaobao gave Gao Lishi a large fish tank, Li Longji would ask Gao Lishi how the fish was doing. The fish was given by Gao Lishi's son, so it had a special meaning. He was embarrassed to ask Gao Lishi for it, but he missed it. Zhang Xiaobao knew about this matter, so he gave Li Longji another fish tank in case he could not control himself and snatched Gao Lishi's one day. He also gave Li Longji a lot of fish food and told him not to eat too much, or he would die from overeating. When Gao Lishi arrived, Li Longji had already fed the fish once. He was hesitating whether to feed the fish less. Feeding the fish was very interesting and satisfying. Lishi, what's the good news? In the end, Li Longji did not feed the fish again. He was afraid that if the fish died, he would not be able to ask Xiao Bao and Cuckoo for more. He put the rest of the fish back into the box and asked Gao Lishi, who had hurried over. When Gao Lishi passed the letter in his hand, he replied, "Your Majesty, good news. The Sanongxi Temple's newly cultivated radishes can make a lot of money." There are people who like to eat bitter and small radishes? They are as thin as ginseng. Li Longji was very surprised. "Your Majesty, didn't you send a lot of radishes to Baoxin County a few days ago and ask Xiao Bao and Cuckoo to think of a solution? If they do, they can make a lot of money. All the remaining seeds can be sold, and the radishes that are still alive can be sold as well. But in the future, don't cultivate such seeds anymore." Gao Lishi signaled Li Longji to read the letter. When Li Longji heard that the letter was from Baoxin County, he knew what was going on without reading it. It must be Xiao Bao lying again. Who would be so stupid? Who would spend a lot of money to buy a lousy radish? No, who would be so unlucky to meet Zhang Xiaobao? With curiosity, Li Longji read the letter and laughed. He wanted to laugh but was holding back his laughter, so he said to Gao Lishi, "Go and find the Sanongxi Temple's assistant official Jiangxin." In the Sanongxi Temple, Jiangxin was worried. 2 years ago, when he was doing research, he found a good type of radish. It was big and didn't taste too spicy. It was crispy and sweet and could be eaten steamed. It was a very good variety. He cultivated a lot of radishes and planted the seeds in the autumn. Most of them used simple greenhouses, and a small number of them used greenhouses made of glass sent by the Zhang family and Wang family. However, when the radishes appeared at the beginning of spring this year, it was over. The radishes of the second generation were obviously different from the first. In other words, the radishes couldn't be kept from generation to generation. They could only be cultivated from generation to generation, and people in distant places couldn't use them. What should I do? How should I explain this to people? The Zhang family and Wang family used such precious glass to support the Sanongxi Temple's research. Now, all of them are useless. If the Zhang family and Wang family ask, how should I answer? Jiangxin muttered to himself. The more he thought about it, the sadder he felt. There were still a lot of seeds left in his hands. Fortunately, he didn't plant them. Otherwise, he would have wasted a lot of good land. Standing beside Jiang Tsen was the registrar of the Sanongxi temple. He was also worried. Hearing Jiang Tsen's muttering, he suggested, "Shaoqing, why don't we see if pigs eat the radishes? Even if pigs eat them, we can't give them seeds. The yield is not good. Peel them and leave some. Let's see if the third generation can change after the radishes bear seeds. If I had known this, I wouldn't have used the greenhouses. Let's find someone to peel them and see what else can be planted in this season." Looking at the 2 rows of greenhouses provided by the Zhang family and Wang family, Jiang Tsen was about to cry. His efforts of several years were in vain. Assistant Official Sanongxi, His Majesty wants to see you. He said that he wants to discuss the new radishes. The eunuch who came to pass the message arrived at this time. He didn't hide anything and even told Jiang Tsen the general situation so that Jiang Tsen could prepare. Chapter 693. Jiang Tsen followed behind the eunuch. She wanted to think about what to say later, but found that she couldn't think of any excuse. This was not only a matter of failure, but also a matter of taking up too much land and using up all the glass sheds before she was sure that it would be completely successful. The soil in the land was not the original soil. It was good soil that the Zhang family and Wang family specially found from other places. She didn't know what was in it. During normal planting, the yield was 20% higher than usual. Every year, they would find some organic matter to make good fertilizer. The Zhang family and Wang family did everything they should do. They didn't ask for a single copper coin and didn't ask for any benefits. They only hoped that the Sanongxi temple could grow better things. If the research failed, they would support it. But this was a failure in decision-making, not experimental. Was it because they were angry and didn't want to give good things? Jiang Tsen came to Xueqi Palace uneasily. As soon as she entered the palace, she smelled the fragrance of fish. She sniffed and wondered why the emperor was in the mood to eat when it was not time to eat yet. As soon as Li Longji saw Jiang Tsen, he waved his hand. "Minister Jiang is here. Get a stool and let's eat together." Jiang Tsen didn't need to find a stool. The little eunuch next to him brought one and put it next to the small table that was specially prepared for Jiang Xian. There was a fish dish on the small table. Many images flashed through Jiang Tsen's mind. Did he want to poison her to death? Sigh. Let's eat, even if it's poison. After bowing to Li Longji, Jiang Tsen sat on the stool, picked up the chopsticks, looked at the emperor, and then looked at Gao Li Shi, who was standing next to the emperor. She picked up a piece of fish and said, "This official is ashamed of the emperor's grace and the support of the Zhang family and Wang family. I'm willing to die." Then she put the fish into her mouth and tasted it carefully. She wanted to know what the poison tasted like. After tasting one piece, Jiang Tsen found that she didn't feel uncomfortable. Did she eat too little? Then she continued to eat. Thus, one piece of fish after another was eaten by Jiang Cen. At first, he was thinking of poisoning himself, but as he ate, he forgot about it and only cared about the delicious taste of the fish. He rubbed his stomach and exhaled comfortably. He said to Li Longji, "Many thanks for the fish, Your Majesty. Is this fish a new method that the imperial kitchen has figured out?" At this time, no matter how stupid he was, he knew that the emperor didn't intend to poison him to death. The fish was really delicious, but didn't he call him here to talk about the radishes? Why did he only eat fish? I don't know how long I'll have to wait for them to come up with new dishes. The recipe sent by Baoxin County uses radishes from the Sanongxi temple as an auxiliary ingredient. Don't be fooled by the bitterness of the radishes. They get rid of the fishy smell and improve the freshness. After eating them, they leave a fragrant taste in the mouth. It's a pity that they're a little small. If they can grow bigger, the bitterness will be reduced. How about it? Li Longji sat on the chair and took a sip of tea as he spoke to Jiang Xian. Jiang Tsen thought for a moment and replied, "It's delicious. The Zhang family and the Wang family are really amazing. This subject has never seen anything that can baffle them. This subject is unworthy of His Majesty's grace and the support of the Zhang family and the Wang family. I'm willing to die." He repeated what he said just now. He knew clearly that he wouldn't die this time. Well, it's good that you know where the problem is. You are indeed unworthy of the Zhang family and the Wang family. The good things were given to the Sanongxi temple, but you didn't think carefully before acting. This time, Xiaobao and Cuckoo helped you again. In the future you have to be careful. Li Longji had never eaten fish stewed with bitter radishes. He was afraid that it wouldn't be delicious, so he let Jiang Tsin try it first. Seeing Jiang Tsin eat it, he knew that it was not bad, so he decided to have someone make it at night. Gao Lishir also thought the same. Yes, Xiaobao and Cuckoo helped me again. They turned the bad radishes into delicious dishes. This subject is unable to repay them. Jiang Tsin really admired them. Such bitter radishes could be turned into delicacies in the hands of others. In this way, the Sanongxi temple's responsibility was reduced a lot. The bitter radishes they planted were not completely useless. What's the point of cooking? Aren't we looking down on Xiaobao and Cuckoo? Lishir, let him read the letter. Take a good look at the ability of Xiaobao and Cuckoo. The Sanongxi temple not only didn't lose money, but also made a lot of money. They have enough money to do research. Planting things well is the best reward. Li Longji was in a very good mood. As long as Xiaobao and Cuckoo could solve the problem, it meant that they had learned most of the skills. They didn't have to worry about the two masters of the Zhang family suddenly disappearing. Gao Lishir came down from above and handed the letter to Jiang Xian. His expression was as if he was the one who came up with the idea. Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you, General Gao. General Gao is really a blessed person. Jiang Tsin very sensibly thanked the emperor and Gao Lishir. She also praised Gao Lishir, who asked him to have a good son. She really gained face. Gao Lishir was flattered, so he said happily, remember, this time, don't act on your own. The Sanongxi temple will do what is written in the letter. If you don't listen and do something wrong again, Xiaobao and Cuckoo will be angry. General Gao is right. I will do it well and do it. Jiang Tsin didn't dare to refute. She nodded and opened the letter to read from the beginning. Her eyes widened and her mouth opened wide. The more she read, the more surprised she was. The more she read, the more she cursed Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan in her heart. This move was really insidious. When their own country was in trouble, they would shift the losses to others. No wonder the emperor was so happy. With such a person around, other countries would not be able to use other means other than war to gain benefits. However, war was not necessarily feasible. There was still a Cuckoo who treated killing as a game. How did the two of them meet together? How can other people live? Jiang Tsin thought in her heart and unconsciously said it in a low voice. What did Zhang Shaoqing say? Gao Lishir didn't hear clearly and asked. I said, we must do according to what is written in the letter. A radish seed is 50 copper coins. A small green radish is 200 copper coins. Quickly send people to the Sanongxi temple and tell them not to dig. Don't dig first. It's all money. Jiang Tsin suddenly remembered something important. When he came, he ordered people to dig the radishes. He quickly shouted to the little eunuch in the hall. The little eunuch looked at the emperor and immediately ran out to stop him. Jiang Tsin let out a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat from eating the fish and seeing the plan. He said to Li Longji, Your Majesty, I submit. This method is unfathomable. When the trap is set, there will really be people who want to dig in. This subject thinks that we should transfer Zhang Xiaobao to the Ministry of Revenue. I don't think anyone will dare to play tricks under his nose and fake the accounts. Hearing Jiang Tsin's words, Gao Lishir couldn't take it anymore. Zhang Shaoqing, are you trying to make Xiaobao fall? Shouldn't Cuckoo be transferred to the Ministry of War? Each of them is a minister, a high-ranking official. No, I'm just casually saying. I'm talking too much. Jiang Tsin sweated even more. She secretly complained that she didn't keep her mouth shut. Gao Lishir's words were cutting to the heart. Li Longji coughed lightly, indicating that Gao Lishir didn't need to say any more. He really wanted to transfer these two people to an important position in the capital, but he knew that it wasn't the right time yet. He had to wait. He ordered Jiang Tsin. You must do according to the method in the letter. Take good care of all the seeds and radishes. If news of this leaks out, you know the consequences. Go. If you can't negotiate, push the matter to Savant's restaurant. Jiang Tsin nodded vigorously and handed the letter back to Gao Lishir.
She walked out of the hall as light as a feather.
Today's ups and downs were too big. She had to think carefully about where to spend the money she earned. It would be even better if she could learn how to turn the situation around. After Jiang Tsun left, Li Longji sat on the chair and pondered for a while. Then he said to Gao Li Shi, "Let's make a fish dish tonight." The teams of the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family were still on the road. At this speed, they would reach the county before evening. The masters of the two families made use of the time to rest so that they wouldn't be tired when they arrived. Luo Xiang'er entered Xiaobei's house. She went up from the first floor to the second floor, then to the third floor. Then, she walked around the rooms, opened the windows, and opened the doors. No matter how much she walked around, it was not enough. She was very envious of Xiaobei and the others. They had a beautiful house with their own rooms. They could decorate their rooms however they liked. If they wanted to find others to play with, they just had to enter other people's rooms. There were also many toys. Especially since this house had wheels under it, they could walk around everywhere. Xiaobei and the others also took out what they thought were the best things for Luo Xiang'er to play with. In such a big family, they had long developed the habit of being generous. There were also various snacks for Luo Xiang'er to try.
When they were less than 5 li away from the county, the sound of horse hooves could be heard in front of them.
Luo Xiang'er wanted to open the window to take a look, but she was stopped. A periscope rose from the roof of the third floor, allowing her to see what was happening in front. Big brother. Big sister. Xiaobei was the first to see Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. He cheered and began to run to the first floor, preparing to meet them outside. The other children also squeezed down, and some even fell. Fortunately, this was considered when the house was designed. Otherwise, it would have been very easy for them to get into trouble. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan each rode a horse and hurried over to meet them. There were buckets hanging from the horses. When they saw them approaching, the two pulled on the reins. The horses below them let out a long neigh, raised their front legs, and froze in place. When the front legs fell, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had already landed on the ground, each carrying a bucket. The officials who came with Zhang Zhong could not help but praise the two people's horsemanship. People who had fought in wars were indeed different. Big brother. Big sister.
Xiaobei spread his arms and shouted as he rushed over.
The other children were not willing to be left behind. With a whoosh, they surrounded Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Xiaobei threw himself into his brother's arms. As he cried, he said that when he dreamed at night, he could see his brother and sister. But when he woke up, there was nothing. Chapter 694. The arrival of the Zhang family and Wang family immediately livened up Baoxin County. Zhang Zhong led a group of officials and rested for the night. The next day, they began to tour the model of Jiangxi province. At this time, they did not casually introduce the production and cultural aspects like other people. Data was sorted out one by one. The construction of various aspects of Jiangxi province, as well as the tax revenue, were all listed in a table, allowing people to know the situation around the capital in the recent years. The overall growth and the data from the people allowed the officials to clearly understand the changes in the Great Tang's region. Learning naturally couldn't be done without any learning. Besides this, the more important thing was that the Great Tang's future was optimistic, and it showed that the emperor had ruled the country well. Before the officials from Luoyang arrived at Baoxin County, they thought that their reputation would be used to help advertise. In any case, there was nothing to do in Luoyang, so they had nothing to do. The Zhang family and Wang family had already agreed on the advertising fee. That was, the officials who came could not only understand the situation in Jiangxi province, but more importantly, they could personally try out the various products of Jiangxi province. This included a set of furniture made of good wood. This set of furniture could not be bought without 1,000 strings of coins. In addition to the furniture, there was also the newly brewed wine and tea leaves from Xueqi County in Jiangxi province. The officials from Luoyang had come for these things. It did not take much effort to walk around. When they arrived at Baoxin County, they would be able to eat and live very comfortably. Because it was Zhang Zhong's suggestion, most of the officials were very supportive. They came to take a look and add something to their homes. However, there were a small number of officials who looked down on Zhang Zhong and felt that Zhang Zhong's method was not desirable.
They would rather not have the things than come. But after hearing all kinds of data in the morning, the officials who came felt very lucky. They had already talked to Zhang Zhong. After returning, they had asked Zhang Zhong to give them a copy of the information just now so that they could memorize it. This was to prevent the emperor from being able to answer correctly when he was in a good mood. This was an accurate proof that the great Tang was gradually flourishing. Presumably, the emperor would pay close attention to it. When the time came, who would be able to find a chance to enter the capital, who would remain in Luoyang, or who would be sent to some other place? That would depend on whether or not the emperor was satisfied. While the officials were excited, they were also rejoicing in the misfortune of the officials who did not come. They would not be so kind as to go back and share the information with others. Besides, even if they wanted to share it, it would not be of much use. This was because all of Zhang Zhong's data was in general and involved every department. Of course, those who did not come would not prepare it for them. The adults watched and listened at the front while Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan ran around with a group of little ones. Many snacks in Jiangxi province had been made. They were not sent by merchants through advertisements. The merchants had not participated yet. They were all made locally with the collected technology. They had not seen each other for a long time. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not limit how much snacks the little ones could eat today. This made the little ones very happy. They got up early in the morning and changed into comfortable clothes before going out with their brothers and sisters. After coming out of the yamen, their hands and mouths were not idle. Xiao Bei wanted to hold her brother and sister's hands, but she also wanted to eat. In the end, she cleverly let her brother and sister carry the food while she freed her hands. She grabbed the corner of someone's shirt and tried her best to say what she didn't finish last night. For example, when they were in Luoyang, her bamboo dragonfly flew higher than other people's. Xiao Yuan was timid when he played on the swing and was tied to it, and so on. This was a small matter for the adults, but it was very important for her. The other little ones also surrounded them and kept expressing their thoughts. Luo Xiang'er was also walking in the group. When she heard her brothers and sisters talking, she also remembered that her two brothers had brought her to play. However, her two brothers were still helping out at home and could not go to the county together. She felt a little regretful. Brother, I folded a big paper airplane. When I was dreaming, I dreamed that the airplane would fly us in the sky. It flew from Luoyang to here and we would arrive in a short while. Brother, is there really such an airplane? Xiao Bei tried hard to swallow the food in her mouth and asked Zhang Xiaobao. Yes. When Xiao Bei grows up, we'll make an airplane. When the time comes, we can go wherever we want to go and fly over thousands of mountains and rivers, Zhang Xiaobao said with certainty. Wang Wan echoed from the side. Xiao Bei, don't be anxious. You have to work hard and learn useful knowledge. It will be easy for you to do anything in the future. Okay. Xiao Bei nodded vigorously, looking like she was really going to study hard. When they got close to the model, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan explained something else to their younger siblings. There was no data, and they did not care about the people's livelihood. They only described the legends of various places in a language that the little ones could understand. Some of the officials walking at the back also heard Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's explanation. When they looked at the large model, they suddenly realized that they were not just talking about some model, but the charm of the entire Great Tang. A model not only expressed the livelihood of the people, but also the economy, culture, and inheritance. While the Luoyang officials were studying in Baoxin County, the people from the Four Seas Academy impatiently sent people to the capital to inquire about how to obtain that kind of carrot. After sending people out, it would probably take some time before they could arrive. When Yamamoto and the others heard that the Luoyang officials had come, as well as the families of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, they also followed behind to join in the fun. They did not disturb them and only followed from a position where they could see and hear. They wanted to understand more about the situation of the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan families. Yamamoto was the first to see Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan leading a group of children. He did not think much of it. After all, the children were too young. However, after following them for a while and hearing what the children said and how they reacted when they encountered something, he finally noticed something different. Usually, children of this age would not be able to do the actions of this group of little fellows. Whenever it was time to buy something, the little fellows here would be very quiet.
They would stand in line and wait for the people in front to choose what they wanted. Only then would the people behind follow. They also knew how to ask if they could not eat too much of a certain food and which part of the body would feel uncomfortable if they ate too much. For example, when they were selling cold drinks, the children would ask if their stomachs would hurt after eating 2 bowls. After receiving an affirmative answer, they would only ask for 1 bowl. Occasionally, 1 or 2 classic sentences could be heard from the children's mouths, either from the book of songs or from the selected literature. The more Yamamoto watched and listened, the more surprised he became. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were already very good. These children were still so young, but they behaved differently from ordinary children. When they grew up, what would the Zhang family and the Wang family be like? If only one child learned well, it would be reasonable. However, all the children were better than the other. It was definitely not because they were born well, but because they were taught well. Especially, it could be seen that the children who did not belong to the Zhang family and the Wang family were still performing well. This could only mean one thing. The Zhang family and the Wang family had their own special way of teaching children. Thinking of this, Yamamoto said to the person next to him, "Shanji, if we can learn the way Zhang family and the Wang family teach their children, how do you think it will help our country?" Shanji was also watching and listening from the side. The children's performance also gave him a great impact, or rather a blow. They were smart, sensible, and polite. They were not like other children who could not wait to make a fuss and shout. Just now, he had also thought of this. At this time, when he heard Yamamoto's question, he replied, "Then our country will become stronger in less than 30 years. But can we learn the teaching methods of the Zhang family and the Wang family?" When it came to learning, he was very uncomfortable. Originally, when people from his country came to the Tang Empire, they could learn whatever they wanted from others. Now, because of the Zhang family and the Wang family, many good skills and knowledge were not taught. If they wanted to learn, they had to think of ways behind the scenes. Most of the knowledge taught in the Four Seas Academy was about scriptures or etiquette. If they wanted to learn some ways to rule the country or military, no one would teach them at all. It was the same for economics. The only way to learn was through the Monopoly game. They started from the lowest level and played to a certain extent. After they left the scope of the game, they would be able to come into contact with more things. Among the people from his country, there were already 4 people who entered the top 100 through hard work. However, no matter how good they were, they would not be able to enter the top 10. No matter how good they were, as long as they mentioned the exam, they would be directly rejected. It was said that the knowledge that the top 10 came into contact with was completely different from the knowledge of the bottom 90. They were even responsible for mastering the rules. It's difficult. Yamamoto also felt the same. Then why don't we capture them all and use them to threaten the Zhang family and the Wang family? Let them give us their good skills in exchange for the safety of the children. Shanji suddenly had a bold idea. He looked around and felt that if he made a move, there might be a chance. Even if most of the people were to be left behind, as long as a small number of people could rush out and control the children of the Zhang family and the Wang family, it would be worth it even if there were casualties. Yamamoto quickly covered Shanji's mouth and said softly, "Do you want to die? Do you really think that the people who come are from our country, the Four Seas Academy, and the Tang Empire? They will deal with you first." Yamamoto knew very well that the people of the Four Seas Academy from the Tang Empire were willing to cooperate with them not because they wanted to commit treason, but because they wanted to make more money. Once it involved something that would affect the Tang Empire, they would not be with them anymore. Making money and destroying the Tang Empire were 2 different things. The coachman seemed very happy when he got the exact information from Zhang Pingwang. He continued to discuss with Zhang Pingwang. Zhang Pingwang had learned not to be jealous. The coachman wanted to send him a chicken to eat. It sounded good, but it was definitely not for his own good. It was just in exchange for a piece of information. The coachman had left his post for a long time, but he still had control over the entire Luzhou. Sigh, if I can't compare, then let's not compare. There is nothing in this world that can be compared. Therefore, Zhang Pingwang recalled all the news he had recently received and said to the coachman, "Yes, the 2 of them are both minor officials in Baoxin County. However, they have the final say in the entire county. I heard that they have recently received a lot of silver ores. The lives of the people in Baoxin County have become much better. I think it's time for them to move to another place after they're almost done with the matter of the model. It's good to change places. It would be best if he could be promoted to a high-ranking official. The two little fellows might be able to endure it. The people of Baoxin County are blessed. As long as the Zhang and Wang family are there, the people will be able to live a good life. No, I have to think of a way. When the time comes, I will personally send something to them. The coachman was not surprised at all that the people in the county where Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan lived could live a good life. This time, he did not ask any more. Instead, he hummed the tune even more happily and swayed his head in enjoyment. Suddenly, Zhang Pingwang asked, "What do you think I should do to make you treat me the same way you treat Zhang Zhong?" Ha! The coachman's voice came to a halt as he exclaimed in surprise. Then he said with a smile, "Lord Zhang, Provincial Governor Zhang suffered the disaster together with us. How can we compare this?" Chapter 695. The tour in Baoxin County continued. After the officials from Luoyang asked Zhang Zhong for detailed information, Zhang Zhong did not agree. This was because this information did not belong to Luoyang, but was related to Jiangji province. Why would a place like Luoyang need information from the entire Jiangji province? Upon hearing Zhang Zhong's words, the officials could only dismiss the idea of continuing to ask. They were prepared to listen to it a few times and memorize what they knew. They could not care less about the others for the time being. The Four Seas Academy's ship of silver ore finally arrived. It was unknown where they had hired so many vehicles, but the road was left with one mark after another. However, at this time, there was no such thing as a toll fee, so the local citizens could only silently endure. Of course, the citizens did not think much of it. They had never come into contact with other things, so it was a habit for them to have bad roads. With so many ores piled up into a mountain, they were exchanged for the same weight of cement, the kind that came in bulk. The vehicles did not leave, so they were responsible for pulling them back. However, there was an extra cloth on the vehicles to cover the cement, so as to prevent the wind from blowing it everywhere. The people from the Four Seas Academy did not know that cement could not be in contact with the air often. Otherwise, it would absorb the moisture in the air and condense. They were very happy, especially the Japanese. They felt that by transporting the cement back, they could figure out something useful. Xiao Bei also wanted to take a look at the ores. It would be even better if they could climb the ore mountain. However, they were stopped by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. They were not allowed to approach and immediately sent people to transport the ores away, worried that there would be radiation in the ores that was not good for the human body. Xiao Bei, who could not climb the mountain, did not make a fuss. He began to fold paper planes for his brother and sister. The planes that he folded kept spinning around his body, indicating that the balance was not good. "Xiao Bao, what do you think is needed to make a plane?" Seeing Xiao Bei's persistence, Wang Wan wanted to make a plane. "That depends on what it's used for. If it can really fly very far, carry goods and carry people, it's probably better to dream together with Xiao Bei. That requires the technological advancement of the entire society at the same time to be completed. If it's like the glider plane that was first made, it can still be realized after a lot of experiments. But if it involves the engine, then it's not easy to do. There's the problem of fuel and sealing." Zhang Xiaobao did not plan to fly from the ground to the sky at once. A hot air balloon was already a pretty good thing now. If he really wanted to make a plane, it would involve too much knowledge in all aspects. Wang Wan also carefully recalled the knowledge she had learned before and said, "In fact, it is very simple to make a glider specifically for carrying people. It is said that in another 100 years, someone will be able to make it in other places. But to be able to glide like an airplane, you have to work hard in all aspects. The Industrial Revolution is really a great revolution." Yes, after the Industrial Revolution, the development of human civilization accelerated in a short period of time. After thousands of years of development, only after the Industrial Revolution started did the development of human civilization reach a flying speed in the first 100 years of the Industrial Revolution. You have learned a lot.
Why don't the two of us focus on imitating the Industrial Revolution and avoid detours, develop science and technology, find various good craftsmen, and provide them with the ideas of the Industrial Revolution? I believe that they will definitely be able to develop faster than the original Industrial Revolution.
Zhang Xiaobao did not know much himself. He could only hope that Wang Wan could provide more theoretical support.
As long as they avoided detours and imitated the things that had appeared in the Industrial Revolution, the speed of development would definitely be much faster than the Industrial Revolution.
It was like a quadratic equation. It was not easy to solve, but later on, any junior high school student could easily solve it.
Even some elementary school students could do it as long as they had some experience with it.
This was the greatness of inheritance.
Wang Wan had actually thought of this a long time ago, but sometimes the most important thing was not the theory, but the people's attitude towards new things.
If their thinking could not change, the craftsmen might not be willing to learn.
Right now, all the craftsmen could not be fully immersed in research because they could not realize the greatness of what they could do.
Thinking of this, Wang Wan felt very sad.
She said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Xiaobei and the others are very happy compared to the children of today, but compared to the children of our time, there is no happiness to speak of at all.
This is because they know too little, and we know clearly, but we can't prove it to them.
Yes, the Earth is round, and there are many planets high in the sky.
They don't understand what the universe is. In fact, we don't understand either.
Perhaps to the people of the more distant future at that time, we are like the people of today in their eyes.
And we are considered to be happy. Then do you think Xiaobei and the others are the same?
In the vast universe, the more we study it, the more we feel insignificant.
Whether it is microscopic or macroscopic, let's start with our own home. If others can do the steam engine, we can do it too. It's not something too complicated. At most, the craftsmanship can't keep up with the production at the beginning, so we can't mass produce it. Gather the best craftsmen in the country and let them study it and provide them with ideas. I don't believe that if others have hands and feet, can we be worse than them? Zhang Xiaobao finally made up his mind to make a big change this time. Of course, the premise was that they had to get rubber. This was very important. During the Industrial Revolution, rubber played an unimaginable role, and many things needed it. Wang Wan also gritted her teeth and said, "Okay, you take care of the political matters. I will be in charge of organizing what I have learned in the past and then teach the craftsmen who are active enough. As for the inactive craftsmen, no matter how good their skills are, they can't be allowed to lead something. They can only be used as support." While the two of them were talking, Xiao Bei was still seriously folding her own plane, fantasizing that one day, she would be able to fly freely in the sky like her brother and sister had said. She didn't understand what her brother and sister were saying at all. Similarly, she didn't know that her brother and sister were only using someone else's model because of her persistence. They didn't want her and the other children to continue living like this. They wanted to let them know more and understand more. Even if they were still insignificant after understanding more, they would be much better than the people now. Loneliness always came from the heart. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had the same idea and worked hard for the same goal, Wang Maozhong still thought that he was no worse than the Zhang family and Wang family in terms of horse breeding skills. He also learned from the Zhang family and Wang family and formed a research team. Today, he came to take a look. 1,000 horses had been sent away. As Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had guessed, he didn't choose 1,000 good stallions at all. Instead, he sent the worst horses to Fengzhou. You all have to think carefully about how to raise horses better. In this world, except for the birds flying in the sky, only horses are the fastest. They can avoid wild beasts and can also carry people to other places in a very short time. Zhang family and Wang family have good skills in other aspects, but they are definitely not as fast as us. What we need to do is to give the people of Tang faster speed. Thinking about it makes me feel lonely. No one can understand my loneliness. I don't think I can find anyone else who has mastered this aspect of technology. Wang Maozhong suddenly felt like he had never seen anyone before and never seen anyone after. Thinking about the loneliness of the world, he felt lonely and thought that the technology he had mastered was the best. However, he didn't know that the opponent in his heart had never taken him seriously. Now, he was ready to carry out a more systematic plan for Xiaobei and other children. "Sir, you are indeed lonely. No one knows what you are thinking. For example, if you want every mare to give birth to 2 cubs at the same time, since other horses have done this before, then it must be possible. No one dares to even think about it." The person beside him immediately followed up with flattery. Because of the relationship between Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, many people now tried to add as many words as possible to show that they were not bad and that they could understand everything. Wang Maozhong was indeed happy to hear people talking about him.
He said to the people next to him, "I am going to write a plan and send it to the palace for His Majesty and the other officials to see.
I want everyone to know that I am not bad in terms of technology, especially when the horses can be fitted with light wings. Perhaps when the horses reach a certain speed, they can fly. Sir, you are indeed amazing. I will wait for your plan to succeed and then congratulate you." The people next to him were still flattering him. Wang Maozhong said that he was going to write a plan and really went to work. One day later, the plan was written and sent to the capital by pigeons. Not long after his pigeon flew, 2 pigeons also flew to the sky from Baoxin County. They carried Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's ideals and flew to the capital. Li Longji was in a good mood today. The news reported from all over the country said that the spring plowing was very smooth. He estimated that this year would be another year of harvest. At the same time, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Maozhong helped the places that were hit by the snow in the name of the imperial court. They also sent the gratitude of the local people. While he was in a good mood, Wang Maozhong's pigeon arrived first. As usual, Gao Lishur personally went to take it. It was sealed with wax.
Gao Lishur did not care so much and directly opened it. He had the authority to see whether the matter was big or small. If it was a small matter, he would take care of it himself. If it was a big matter, he would look for Li Longji. When he saw the contents of Wang Maozhong's letter, Gao Lishur frowned. There were 3 things in the letter. The first was to find a way to let every mare give birth to 2 cubs at a time. The second was to find a way to ask the craftsman to make a pair of wings for the horses. This way, it would be easier for the horses to run. The third thing was to collect the feathers of domestic animals from all over the country and make a pair of wings for the people. When riding on a horse, it might be able to run faster. Gao Lishur frowned not because he knew that this matter could not be done, but because he was worried that if it was done, it would affect Xiao Bao and Wang Wan's status. If Wang Maozhong really succeeded, then Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's technological advantage would be reduced. After hesitating for a while, Gao Lishur still sent the letter to Li Longji. If it was another official, he might have suppressed them and questioned them to see if they were confident that they would succeed. It was a good opportunity to test the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Whether they agreed or not, Wang Maozhong's plan had to go ahead. If it didn't succeed and the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan opposed, it would mean that the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did the right thing. If it succeeded and the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan still opposed, it would be a different matter. Of course, if the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan directly agreed, it would mean that Wang Maozhong's plan was feasible. Also, the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan wouldn't bring their own opinions into this matter. Not bad. Go ahead. Just listen to the rapid plan, Li Longji said at last. Gao Lishur didn't want to hear Li Longji praise Wang Maozhong, but he still left and prepared to write a letter. Before he could write, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's pigeons flew over. They also brought a letter. The letter also contained a plan, but it wasn't detailed enough. It only gave a general idea. When Gao Lishur saw the letter, he didn't continue writing. He hurried over to Li Longji with the letter. Li Longji didn't expect Gao Lishur to come back so quickly. He asked, "Is it done?" "Your Majesty, it's not done yet. There's news from Baoxin County. Please take a look," Gao Lishur said as he passed the letter over. Li Longji didn't read it either. "What's it about?" "Your Majesty, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo also wrote a plan called Operation Soaring. It's part of the soaring plan. They need to recruit the best craftsmen in the country to be selected." Gao Lishur couldn't help but raise his voice when he said this. "What's soaring? What's soaring?" Li Longji was puzzled. Just a moment ago, Wang Maozhong had sent over a letter describing an urgent plan. Immediately after that, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo sent over a plan. It sounded even more impressive than Wang Maozhong's. Replying to Your Majesty, soaring refers to soaring in Great Tang. Soaring is more specific. It said that it's more powerful than a hot air balloon. It allows people to fly freely in the sky. Ever since the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family started nurturing craftsmen,
The current trend in Great Tang was to nurture the craftsmen themselves instead of snatching from others. After all, what was given to others was given to others. Chapter 696. Faced with such a question, Gao Lisher didn't know how to answer. If he said that he didn't agree, what should he do? If he said that he agreed, wouldn't that be too much?
Seeing that the emperor was waiting for a reply, he could only say, "It depends on the matter."
If it's a place that has no contact with Great Tang, it's fine to let the Zhang family and Wang family use the name of the imperial court. However, if it's a place that has relations with Great Tang, it's definitely not allowed. And that's right. I've decided to let them use the name of the imperial court to do things outside. I can even give them blank imperial edicts for them to fill in the rewards. After hearing Gao Lisher's words, Li Longji made a decision. Your Majesty, isn't it inappropriate to give empty imperial edicts?
If the Zhang family and Wang family use the name of the imperial court to do bad things or do things that are only beneficial to them, wouldn't that be?
Gao Lisher advised. Wouldn't that be what? If it's a place that has no contact with Great Tang, what can it do to Great Tang? The Zhang family and Wang family's intentions were clear.
Even if they sent people out, they would be doing things for the imperial court.
Otherwise, if they didn't use the imperial court's name, who would know? Who can stop them? Having a name is always better than not having one. This is what it means to be loyal to the emperor and patriotic. Furthermore, the Zhang family and Wang family didn't say that they would go personally. They are still in their respective places, so how can they fake the imperial edicts? Even if what they spread is true, I can't do anything about the rewards and official positions that they give. Those who know Great Tang will naturally obey when they see the fleet that represents the imperial court. What's the use of the name if they don't know Great Tang? Isn't it still the fleet that shows off its prestige? It's better to use the name of Great Tang than to use the names of the Zhang family and Wang family. Li Longji had already thought it through. There were many places outside that didn't know about Great Tang, especially the various islands. They didn't care where Great Tang was. If they went over to trade, they might attack. The Zhang family and Wang family could use their names to defeat the enemy and casually give them an identity. If that was really the case, they might as well use the name of Great Tang. Gao Lisher thought about it and felt that it made sense, so he replied, "In that case, how many sealed edicts does your Majesty want to send?" That'll depend on their ability. If they really manage to control a place, they'll need at least 20 rewards, as well as the various officials. Send 200 over first, but make it clear that they're not allowed to use them in the Great Tang. If they're discovered, have Xiao Bao and Cuckoo called over and flogged them. Li Longji was really considerate of others, and his threat was also very light. He really didn't think that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan would use Kong's imperial edict to cause trouble. If they really wanted to cause trouble, they would have done it long ago. I'll arrange it right away. Gao Lisher went to do it happily. On the other hand, Li Longji was no longer in the mood to continue listening to the play. He muttered, "Take up more space. When the time comes, it will all belong to Great Tang. If there's anything good, bring it back." Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't know that Wang Maozhong had been agitated and actually came up with a hasty plan. If they knew, they would definitely curse. With wings, they would provide an upward force, but this was done by relying on resistance. The speed could only be slower, not faster. The two of them were still bringing their younger brother and sister around, looking at the scenery of the fields and introducing them to the construction site. Their days were pretty good. Five days after Zhang Zhong's arrival, they were almost done with the viewing and were preparing to bring back the officials from Luoyang this time. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's families couldn't bear to part with them. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's mother had been preparing good food for the two of them for the past few days. Even though they knew that they couldn't continue staying, they still hoped to see their children more. Xiaobei and the rest didn't follow them back this time. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan felt that they had wasted a lot of time educating their children, so they wanted to stay in the county to continue teaching them personally. When the two families and the officials left, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan sent the group out of the county. As they rode on their horses, they watched the group disappear from sight bit by bit. At the same time they sighed. Wang Wan looked in the direction where the group had left and said to Zhang Xiaobao, "We'll have to part eventually.
In life, the time of parting is different, but perhaps the feelings of parting are the same.
It's fine once you get used to it.
It's not like we'll never meet again.
Many times, it's a life and death parting. Even if you're reluctant to part, time will pass. When the construction here is done next year, we can be together again. Besides, it's fine to leave. Many people have jobs, but they might not be able to return home even once a year. Isn't life still the same? Zhang Xiaobao actually didn't want to leave. He was the one who cherished his family the most, but sometimes, he had no choice but to do it.
Wang Wan nodded and said, "That's right.
It's not a life and death parting. We can see each other whenever we want.
Many soldiers who went to war never came back.
That kind of pain really tugged at one's heartstrings. Many people who followed me in Tubo also died.
It's enough to stay strong and live on.
Cherish the time we can be together.
This is what a real person is.
Let's go back." Xiaobei and the rest should have fallen behind in their education. We have to catch them. Zhang Xiaobao sighed and didn't want to continue speaking. He called out and left first. Wang Wan followed behind. As they walked, she said, "What do you think we should do with the many orphans? Even now, I can't really understand the thoughts of orphans. I just feel that they are pitiful. They don't need to be pitied, but they know how to be grateful. They will remember the people who helped them, and they will not forget the people who harmed them. Of course, human nature is very complicated. A portion of orphans will forget their past after they grow up and become capable. Or it could be said that they don't want to deliberately think about it and escape. They only have themselves in their hearts and lost their original companions. Who asked this world to have no right or wrong, only the strong and the weak. Orphans are actually more willing to become strong. A portion of them want to live a peaceful life, a portion of them succeed, and a portion of them want to take revenge on the society. This is also the reason why humans are strong." Zhang Xiaobao didn't want to mention orphans. He had a home now, a warm home. He also had a mentality of escape. Wang Wan rushed to Zhang Xiaobao's side and said, "I don't care about whether human nature is good or bad. I just want to achieve my own goal. I have decided that in the future, a portion of the money earned by the clothing industry will be used to help others. If there is one Zhang Xiaobao among 10,000 orphans, my money will not be wasted. Then the world will be in chaos. Do you know how many orphans there are? With so many of me, I don't think anyone will have it easy." Zhang Xiaobao knew that Wang Wan was praising him. He smiled and waved the whip. The horse's speed increased. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan returned, Xiaobei and the others had already started to learn. They had their own learning tasks every day. Of course, even if they didn't want to learn, no one forced them. However, when they listened to the stories, they couldn't keep up because the stories told them what they were supposed to learn every day. For example, in the story of Ali Baba, the incantation to open the door was not "Open Sesame," but the content of the 1,000-word poem. If you didn't know, you could only be anxious, but there was nothing you could do. As long as you didn't say the incantation, the plot of the story wouldn't continue. Luo Xiang'er didn't go home this time. She stayed in the county and learned with them. She wanted to learn some skills before going back. There were 2 people at home to take care of each other. If anything happened, someone would come to report. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan quietly came to the courtyard where the younger brother and sister were learning. They first listened to what they were reading, then they could make up a story according to the content. Xiao Yuan's memory is the best. He has almost reached the level of a retentive memory. The previous stories are not suitable for him to tell. We have to design a special one for him. Zhang Xiaobao listened for a while and found that Wang Wan's younger brother, Xiao Yuan, was reciting Er Ya, which was a dictionary. This was what he and Wang Wan had learned in the past. He was much better than the others in this aspect. Then what story are you going to tell Xiao Yuan? Wang Wan also found that her younger brother was very good. This was a talent that was discovered in advance. It couldn't be wasted. Zhang Xiaobao thought for a while and said, "Tell him some stories with philosophical ideas, or stories with mathematical problems. For example, the tortoise and the hare can be expressed in numerical terms. How fast is the tortoise swimming in the water? How fast is the current? How far is the rabbit on land? What's the frequency of each breath? Look at Xiao Yuan's calculation ability. If he is still so good in this aspect, we can only let him write a thesis. It's probably impossible.
His memory method is not suitable for abstract logic.
Xiaobao, you're right. We should give them mathematics lessons. How should real mathematics lessons be done? We can't ask what 1 + 1 equals, right?
Wang Wan was also very attentive to the education of her younger siblings. She hoped to teach all her skills to her younger siblings, but she was afraid that they would become another her. That kind of education method is boring.
The two of us don't have many people to teach. Let's change the method.
Give them money and let them buy what they like.
We'll do this in the early stages. First, we'll learn addition and subtraction. When the time comes, we'll let them buy things one by one and learn multiplication and division.
Zhang Xiaobao decided to use practical actions to let his younger siblings understand calculation.
Wang Wan shook her head. Real mathematics is actually addition. All the rules are based on this. But real education is not the education of addition. Life's failure and success are not as simple as adding positive and negative numbers. Teaching them knowledge is also teaching them survival skills.
Zhang Xiaobao did not want to nurture younger siblings who were very good at education.
Then you'll design the curriculum. Ask me if you don't know. I'll discuss with Pomegranate and the others about their marriage. We'll be doing it together next year. We have to prepare now. Don't let them feel that they're not being valued.
Wang Wan handed the matter to Zhang Xiaobao. She believed that Zhang Xiaobao could do it well.
Go, I'll make up a story. Let's see which one is better. I'll teach them finance.
I'll teach them the orthodox ones first. Then I'll teach them calculation.
Zhang Xiaobao did not want to disturb his younger siblings.
He turned around and returned to his room to make up a story.
2 days later, the letter from Lu Zhou to the capital arrived in Baoxian County. Sure enough, it's the Japanese. They've messed up Luzon Island and want to benefit from it. After reading the letter, Zhang Xiaobao was convinced of his original guess. Only the Japanese had such ideas and abilities. It was not that he looked down on the people of other places. The people of the Great Tang did not dare to do so. The people of other places had ideas but did not know what to do. The Japanese were different. They were not lacking in anything. They were also very smart.
They worked hard to learn the good things of others and then turned them into their own.
It had always been like this. Yes, it's really the Japanese. We met by chance, but the result was different. I'm not looking down on the Japanese. Compared to Silla, the Japanese are much better.
At the very least, the Japanese at that time still admitted that they inherited a lot of Chinese writing and culture.
At that time, Silla insisted that they were the ones who created it and that what others had was also theirs. Only by facing yourself can you develop. What are you going to do? Send troops to fight. Now, there's no need to really send troops. Even if you scare them, they will immediately come over and admit their mistakes. Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao had the same attitude when it came to their evaluation of the surrounding countries. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head. Economic matters have to be solved through economic means. Unless there's really no other way, then it can be solved through administration and military force. Although this is the most direct method, when there's a day when military force can't be used to solve the problem, won't it be over? This time, the method the Japanese used was not direct military force, nor was it economic. It was deceit, just like how I deceived Yamamoto and the others. It was just a little different, but in the end, it couldn't be separated from the word deceit. Then we'll use the same method to deal with it. Continue to suspend trade and let the merchants in Zhujiang cooperate with us. Go to other places to look for rubber, build more boats, and surround the island more tightly. Yes, you finally used your deceit this time. You tricked people into buying radishes, tricked them into buying a lot of thermometers, and even tricked them in the cement. Do you really think you're the best in the world? Aren't you afraid that they will react? This time, when Zhang Xiaobao used his deceit, Wang Wan did not object because it was not targeted at the people of Tang. Zhang Xiaobao smiled. Even if I'm the best in the world, it's too late to react. When that kid attacked the pound sterling, how could the British not know? But there was nothing they could do. When that kid attacked the Thai baht, how could the Thai not know? How did the Star Wars plan come out? How was the former Soviet Union divided? After the deceit was exposed, as long as people are not stupid, they will understand the reason. But in the process of deceit, how many people can understand? How many people who thought they were smart were deceived? How many countries were deceived? As long as it's done well, it's half the battle. I don't believe that there's anyone in Japan who can see through it. Besides, even if there are some people who can see through it, it's useless. No one will listen to them. They can only grieve by themselves. That's right. It's the same on the battlefield. Sometimes, other people's opinions may not be accepted. Power, this is the charm of power. You don't listen to me either. How many times have we lost because people were too confident? But how many times have we won because of that? Tell me, what are you going to do next? Wang Wan agreed with Zhang Xiaobao. When a deceit was exposed, people would laugh at the person who was deceived for being stupid. But who knew that the person who laughed at others would also be stupid one day? You really want to hear it? You don't want to guess it yourself? You admit defeat? Zhang Xiaobao did not directly talk about the plan. Instead, he began to talk to Wang Wan about winning and losing. Can't you let me win a little? I already told you the plan when we were fighting. You don't want to tell me now. This is not fair. Wang Wan reached out to pinch Zhang Xiaobao's face. Stop. With this move of yours, I'll give you fairness. There are times when strength truly is useful. Between countries, without strength, there is no fairness. In truth, my method is very simple. I'll go and explain to the people of Luzon how good our great Tang is, but it's useless. Because there was a Japanese who had an accident on a boat and drifted to the island. He was rescued by the locals. Later, he contacted the Japanese and was able to carry out the plan. Similarly, people who do favors are more willing to believe the person who is being helped. So, any explanation is useless. Then there is no need to explain. We will smuggle. Every once in a while, we will send people to pretend to be Japanese to smuggle. We will only give this treatment to a small portion of the tribes. We will not care about the rest who are allied with the Japanese. During the smuggling process, we will give more benefits to the other party to make them feel more comfortable. This way they will not be worried about poverty, but they will be worried about inequality. This will turn their external unity into internal conflicts. When the time comes, we don't need to send troops to fight. They will be in chaos themselves. Anyway, we are very strict now. No one can enter. Without the support of accurate information, what do you think they will do? Zhang Xiaobao explained his plan. You want them to kill each other? Wang Wan finally knew what Zhang Xiaobao was going to do. She continued, then, are you going to support the local people and form a group of independent people? Chapter 697. Green grass covered the houses, the willows swayed, and the breeze blew gently. Soft chirps returned to the swallows, and Bei Xuenuan was anxious. The weather was getting warmer. The swallows returned home, and the streams were soft. Following the heavy rain, the people who were plowing in the spring heaved a sigh of relief. At this time, the capital had become more prosperous. Some people who wanted to go out for a walk were choosing the tour groups they wanted to join. Those who wanted to participate in this year's spring examinations were busy sending invitations. Similarly, new songs and poems were sung from time to time in the brothels. Some were flattered by others, while others were secretly criticized. Those at home who wanted to save rations brought their children to pick wild vegetables. After the rain, there were more people picking mushrooms. Storytellers were still looking for suitable subjects. The new animals in the zoo attracted many curious people. Flowers were placed in the east and west markets. Carriages and horses came and went. The fragrance of wine and food wafted through the air. It gave people a feeling of prosperity. But today these things were not the most important. The most important thing was that the outstanding craftsmen who had come to the capital from all over the country would participate in a month-long competition. The craftsmen, who were usually not valued, had finally ushered in the spring of their own industry. The court had arranged a large enough place for the competition. The Ministry of Between the Clouds and the Water took out 20,000 strings of cash to buy materials and reward the best craftsmen in each industry. The craftsmen had fought their way up from all over the country. They all thought that their skills were good.
Every one of them had at least one small invention or improved some kind of utensil. Their travel expenses were the money they earned from the government or local merchants after their inventions and improvements. It wasn't that the government and merchants didn't want to monopolize the money, but this time, the matter was too big. If they didn't send good craftsmen to the capital for the competition, they would lose a chance to make a name for themselves. This was especially true for the local officials, who grasped the opportunity the most. They hoped that they would be noticed by the court and be promoted. Some of the craftsmen from all over the country had set off last year. They pondered along the way and should be able to improve or create something new. They arrived at the capital one after another and were placed in the place provided by the Ministry of Between the Clouds and the Water, waiting for the official start of the competition today. Many merchants with discerning eyes had set their sights on the craftsman competition, hoping to find good craftsmen to recruit into their respective businesses. Unfortunately, after they found out that they had to choose between the clouds and the water first, they could only give up on the best craftsmen and turn their attention to those who were a little less skilled. They couldn't compete with between the clouds and the water. Not to mention that the wages given during recruitment couldn't compete with between the clouds and the water. Even if it was the same amount of money, or even a little more, the craftsmen would still choose between the clouds and the water. Everyone knew that between the clouds and the water had plenty of infrastructure and resources for research. In addition, between the clouds and the water was famous enough, so there was no need to worry about being cheated. All the craftsmen who came to the capital, as long as they thought they were skilled enough, would aim to enter between the clouds and the water. The people who saw the craftsmen taking the imperial examination for the first time were curious and also gathered in the east side of the capital. This was the venue for the competition. The imperial court had sent officials to take charge. At this time, the assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights He Zhizhang, the assistant minister of the Ministry of Works Wei Shu, and the little eunuch Luo Bin sent by Gao Lishur all led their subordinates to announce the start of today's competition. Because there were many craftsmen involved in various aspects, it couldn't be done at the same time. In order to attract more people, the first day of the competition was just a warm-up. The content was to make ingenious objects that could make people feel novel and fun. Tool tables were set up one by one, and all kinds of materials were placed in fixed places according to their categories. The craftsmen who participated in this project looked around nervously and confidently, and one after another, they ordered their disciples to get all kinds of materials. Some used wood, some used copper and iron, and some even used animal fur and bones. The competition started in the morning and lasted until noon. At that time, everyone would be able to eat. The craftsmen's meals were provided by Savant's restaurant, and the people in and around the capital who didn't live a good life were given a chance to make money. First, the Prosperity House lent them materials to make lunchboxes, buns, and wontons, and allowed them to sell them to the onlookers. After a month, they should be able to make a lot of money. When the time came, they would return the money to the Prosperity House. Of course, it also attracted a lot of complaints from the restaurants that didn't allow them to enter. In the east side of the market, in addition to the place for the people to watch, there were also specially built stands for officials and people from aristocratic families. The privileged always had to be treated differently. Of course, enjoyment was enjoyment, but the money that should be spent was not a copper coin less. The stands were divided into A, B, and C positions. The height was different, and the provided binoculars were also different. There were also differences in the food and drinks. The best seat at the top was empty, reserved for Li Longji. No matter whether he came or not, the seat was indispensable. In case he had a sudden impulse to come to the east side of the market and take a look. The craftsmen were busy, and the little eunuch Luo Bin was walking back and forth, his eyes darting around, afraid that someone would cheat. He had been repeatedly warned by Gao Lishur not to make any mistakes, because the competition not only made the capital more lively, but more importantly, it was to select talents for the Zhang family and Wang family. The assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights, He Zhizhang, didn't seem to be paying attention to the competition. He sat in a good position in the stands, holding a binoculars and looking at the prosperity of the east side of the market. It seemed that he was preparing to write a poem. Listening to the screeching of wood and the clanking of iron, the assistant minister of the Ministry of Works, Wei Shu, also yawned in boredom. He really couldn't understand why an assistant minister like him was sent to host a competition for craftsmen. It felt like a waste of talent.
Just as he closed his eyes and was about to take a nap, a group of people came to the bottom of the stage.
Each of them had a blade in their hand, and in the middle, there were two people.
They didn't greet others and went in through a specially sealed staircase. Then, he heard footsteps going all the way up to the top. Wei Shu quivered and was no longer sleepy. Just now, he felt that the people with the blades looked familiar. It was actually the Jinwu guards. The people who followed the two people up were the imperial bodyguards. Mother the emperor actually came. Needless to say, one of the two people was the emperor, and the other was Gao Lisher. It seems that it wasn't a waste of talent. No, I have to go down and take a look. If I continue to sit on the stage, it will be troublesome if the emperor thinks that I didn't do my best. Before going down, Wei Shu kindly nudged He Zhizhong beside him. Assistant Minister He, do you want to go down and take a look? Oh, okay, that's exactly what I was thinking. He Zhizhong replied happily. With such a big movement just now, it was impossible for him not to hear it. The poetic feeling in his heart suddenly sublimated, and he began to do practical things. Just like art, it was higher than life, but it also originated from life. Li Longji sat on the best and highest position and looked down with a telescope. He said to Gao Lisher, the craftsman below will be a big help for Project Soaring. Help us see which one is the best. How could Gao Lisher know who was the best? The competition hadn't been decided yet. Everyone seemed to make different things. He didn't know what kind of rules the judges would use. While he was anxious, he suddenly saw a craftsman below. He seemed to have seen him before. After thinking carefully, he remembered. It was Lu Jiro's distant relative. He heard that he had been with the Zhang family for a long time. He didn't know why he came to participate in the competition this time. Looking at the place written on the competition plate, he actually represented Feng Province. Seeing this person, Gao Lisher had an idea.
He said to Li Longji, Your Majesty, this subject thinks that the person sitting over there might be the best in this competition.
Your Majesty, please take a look. Li Longji followed Gao Lisher's finger and looked over.
He asked puzzledly, Could it be that Lisher can foresee things?
This subject doesn't have that ability. This subject has seen this person before. He is a distant relative of Lu Jiro, who recently left her position as the Minister of Works. He has always been with the Zhang family. Everyone thinks that the Zhang family's medical facilities are good, and the food is good, so we can't let everyone go. Officials of the 5th rank and above can go after leaving their posts. Those below the 5th rank have to see what they have done. Only those who have made great contributions to the court can go. As for officials of the 5th rank and above, we also have to see how they left their posts. If they did well in their posts, we'll allow them. As for the expenses, when it came to money, Li Longji didn't know who should pay. The entire court would pay, so he was reluctant. If he let the officials pay themselves, they might not be able to afford to live there. Your Majesty, Xiao Bao mentioned this point in his letter. He said that money is a small matter, and he wants to gather all the officials who are leaving their posts together. In their free time, they can discuss the important matters of the country together. They are called a think tank, but they can make contributions to the people, so the Zhang and Wang families' investment will not be in vain.
Money is a small matter.
Only those two families can say such things. Fine, you can take a look at this matter. When Zhang Zhong returns to the capital, we'll talk about it again. Li Longji was in a good mood. He let Gao Lisher take care of it. When the time came, he would give the Zhang family and Wang family policy compensation. In any case, the money must not be taken out. While the two of them were talking, the craftsmen in the competition also finished their work one by one. The outstanding craftsmen from all over the country were indeed better than the average craftsman. There were craftsmen who specialized in making carriages, and now they had developed a small gadget. It was divided into two parts. The first part was placed under the axle, like a small trough. The other part was placed on top of the carriage, like a tank. The tank was filled with oil, and as the wheels turned, a drop of oil would drip from the tank every once in a while. If there was too much oil, the small trough below would catch it, making it much more convenient for the driver. This small gadget was very practical, especially for people who had carriages and horses. If they traveled a little further, The driver couldn't always be busy with oiling the axle while driving the carriage. Even if the quality and speed of the bearings were very poor, this gadget was still very useful. Moreover, not everyone could afford to use bearings. There were also people who made automatic feeding devices for livestock owners. Using the change of buoyancy and gravity, the boxes containing feed and water would be moved. As long as the livestock had almost finished the water and feed, the boxes would be opened and the food inside would be taken out. The invention was good, but the people in the crowd who were feeding the livestock did not appreciate it at all. It was not easy to have livestock at home, and they all treated them like treasures. How could they use such a gadget to feed the animals instead of themselves? While feeding them, they could also talk to the animals and see if they were feeling uncomfortable. Another craftsman developed an anti-theft gadget. Under normal circumstances, thieves would enter a house at night through the window or through the door. However, not all houses had windows, so they could only enter through the door. The door had a latch, so they had to use a thin object to enter through the door and pull it open bit by bit. This anti-theft gadget was designed by connecting a rope to the back of the latch and tying a bell to the other end of the rope. When the latch was pulled open to a certain extent, one reason was that it would be difficult for the thief to pull it open, and the other reason was that the bell would ring. This design had 6 links and the cost of the gadget was not too high. If it was mass-produced, a set would only cost 40 copper coins, and the bell could be chosen by oneself. However, it was given a 0. The idea was good, but it was not very useful. If they really wanted to lock the door, they could just add a card to the back of the latch, or directly tie the bell to the door. Anyway, there were all kinds of strange things. The judges were sent by the Zhang family and Wang family. They were very humorous, and from time to time, the onlookers would laugh out loud. One by one, they came to let the judges evaluate their gadgets. At this time, it was Lu Feitong's turn. This time, he represented Fengzhou, which was his hometown. Because of Lu Jiro, he had not been able to enter the inner court of the Zhang family and Wang family. That was like selling oneself. Moreover, Lu Jiro was the Minister of Works before she left, so it was easy for her to leak secrets. He was not allowed to participate in the real experiment, but a lot of theories were taught to him. He could use the materials to complete his ideas, and if he wanted to ask for help, he could also ask for help. As soon as he came to the front, one of the judges said to him, "Feitong, why did you come here? Wouldn't it be better to stay at home? Young master and young lady have a new plan, and this time they can let you participate. Since you came here to compete, then we will be stricter with you than the others. After all, you have learned so many theories, and you are not at the same level as others. As long as someone has the same score as you will lose and your ranking will be delayed." When this person spoke, he did not hide it at all, and his voice was also heard. When the onlookers heard, they felt that it was unfair. How could the craftsmen of the Zhang family and Wang family participate in the competition? If they could perform, then what about others? The craftsmen who participated in the competition were also disappointed. The judges were from the Zhang family and Wang family. Who would believe that they would say that there would definitely be people who cheated? Unexpectedly, the first person to object was Lu Feitong. This is a craftsman competition, not a level competition. Should we deliberately suppress people just because they have learned more? I don't agree. If it is a battle on the battlefield, should we not allow one side to use better weapons just because they are better trained? When the judges heard this, they also felt that this was not right. They should not avoid family members. They nodded and said, "That's fine. Regardless of the level, we will only look at the object." Only then did Lu Feitong take out his item amidst the noisy discussion. It was a small box with 7 rows of numbers that could be moved up and down. He asked someone to find a carriage and connect one end of the box to the wheels of the carriage. As the carriage moved forward, the support of the wheels would constantly hit a small piece of the box. Every time the second piece was hit, the last row of numbers on the box would change. When the last row returned to 0, the second to last number would jump forward and become 1, and so on. It was a very interesting object. The onlookers had never seen it before and did not know what it was used for. The content of the discussion changed from whether it was fair or not to what this object could be used for. Lu Feitong listened to the onlookers' questions and felt very proud. Wei Wei raised his head and puffed out his chest. He did not explain what his object was used for. He did not even tell the judges. This attracted the attention of Li Longji, who was on the viewing platform. He asked Gao Lishur, "Do you know what that object is?" "This subject does not know. Why don't we order him to tell us?" Gao Lishur was not a deity, so how could he know what this object was used for? However, he did not like Lu Feitong. "Just tell us quickly." There was no need to make people guess. There is no need. It seems that he is not convinced by the Zhang family's craftsman. Li Longji waved his hand to stop him. The judges were still waiting for Lu Feitong to speak so that they could evaluate the object according to the normal procedures. However, when they saw that Lu Feitong did not speak, their expressions turned ugly. They signaled to each other and gave a score of 6. The previous person who made an alarm clock with the weight of the hourglass gave it 8. 5 points. However, this object was actually given a score of 6. When Lu Feitong saw the score, he was stunned. He then said unhappily, "You are deliberately suppressing me. Why is my object given a score of 6? Do you know what it is used for?" When the onlookers saw this, they felt that there was going to be a commotion. The craftsmen of the Zhang family and Wang family actually did not get a high score. Could it be that they were worried about each other? Or was it really because their object was not as good as others? The craftsmen also felt hope. As long as this person did not get 10 points, others would have a chance to get first place. Chapter 698. Lu Feitong was stunned by the question. He replied, "Aren't you the judges? I'm asking you why you gave me such a low score. Do you know what the thing I made is used for?" "Yes, we are the judges, but we also represent the highest level of craftsmen from the Zhang family and Wang family. Do you think you can get 10 points for making a counting device for a carriage? If you didn't use it directly on the carriage or connect it to other things, we might have given you 9 points. Because it can also measure the speed of flowing water and wind, but you only used it on the carriage. Do you want all the carriages in Tang to have the same size of wheels and the same spacing between the supporting ribs? All the people riding the carriage don't directly ask how much it costs to travel from the east to the west. Instead, they look at how many times the wheels turn and the price is different every time. Do you think that if you don't say it, no one can tell? We gave you 6 points because your theory is not bad and you came up with it yourself. But this thing of yours has been around for a long time. When the young master and young lady tested the speed of the washing machine and the generator, they got someone to make a more precise device than this. It's just that no one has seen it. You're always at home. Didn't you notice that young lady Xiaobei always carries a box and jumps around? Sometimes, she even shakes the box vigorously. That's called a pedometer. You're not one of the craftsmen from the Zhang family and Wang family. Otherwise, we'll give you 0 points. When did the Zhang family and Wang family become so arrogant in their research? The judge said to Lu Feitong in exasperation. Lu Feitong had just raised his head and puffed out his chest. His words were getting louder and louder. He really didn't expect that the design that he thought would amaze the world with a single brilliant feat was not only seen through by others, but it had been around for a long time. He was criticized as worthless. Go down. Remember, you can't be arrogant on the path of scientific research. You have to be cautious, cautious, and cautious. Next. The judge advised Lu Feitong again and looked at another person who was about to come over. Lu Feitong didn't say anything. He lowered his head and stood to the side. The other craftsmen also lowered their heads. They didn't know what it was just now, but the craftsmen from the Zhang family and Wang family knew more about it. Looking at their temperament, it was indeed different. He Zhang also heard it. He sighed and said, "No wonder the Zhang family and the Wang family make the best things. This kind of attitude is not something an ordinary person can have. Just like learning, one has to be cautious and cautious. One can't be arrogant." As the assistant minister of the Ministry of Works, Wei Shu felt the same way. When we go back, we have to have a good talk with the craftsmen. We have to have good ideas, but we can't forget to think about the specific application of the materials. We have to do it step by step to lay down a good foundation. One by one, the craftsmen came forward to be evaluated. When almost all of the craftsmen were done, there was still one craftsman who was still working. Seeing that the time was almost up, he still looked calm and unhurried. The two apprentices beside him also didn't show the slightest bit of anxiety. The three craftsmen made wooden birds with wings one by one. After a while, they threw them out. After throwing them out, if they were not satisfied, they would either fix them or remake them. Just when there was still a few minutes left and everyone was anxious for them, the craftsman finally put down his tools in satisfaction and took out the last bird he made. Although it was a bird, it didn't look like a bird. The two wings looked flat at first, but if one looked closely, they would find that there was a slight curve in the shape of a Xueqi. The body was straight, and there was no hair on the tail. It was also a small wing, and there was a piece of wood on it. At the very front, there was an object made of two pieces of wood connected to the body by a wooden shaft. There were also two cow tendons. When the craftsmen from the Zhang family and Wang family saw this, they immediately stood up from their chairs and looked at each other nervously. Their eyes were full of suspicion, as if they were questioning, "Did you pass on the technology?" This thing had just been made by the young master and young lady, and it had only been flown by Xiaobei and the others in the inner courtyard. How did an outsider learn it? This craftsman didn't know. He thought that the judges were waiting anxiously and wanted to quickly look at the thing he made before going to eat. He straightened his clothes and walked while spinning the thing in his hand and winding it. When he got close to the judging table, he held the thing in his hand and closed the buckle. He said to the judging craftsmen from the Zhang family and Wang family, "This thing I made is called the burning firebird. As long as the tendons are twisted, when the buckle is loosened, it will fly out. The thing in front will rotate, and it will fly further and faster with the burning firebird. Even if there is wind, as long as the wind is not too strong, the deviation will be small. Moreover, if the wind comes from the front, it can make the burning firebird fly a little higher. When the thing in front rotates for a long time, or when the small thing in the back rotates for a long time, the phosphorus placed inside will burn. The burning firebird can carry fireworks. As long as you make thousands of burning firebirds and find a good wind direction, you can send the burning firebird to the enemy camp, either burning the tents or the provisions." "What's your name?" the judge who spoke to Lu Feitong just now asked. "Zhang Tianyu." "I represent Su province in the competition."
The craftsman holding the work in his hand respectfully answered.
"How did you think of the thing in front that can rotate?"
The judge asked again.
"Bamboo dragonfly. I found that the bamboo dragonfly can fly because it rotates upwards. I first wanted to make a burning firebird that could fly upwards, but after making a few, I found that the strength of the ox tendon couldn't lift the burning firebird at all. Even if it was lighter, it would fall down immediately. Then I thought of the paper duck. When the wind blows, as long as there is a connecting line, the paper duck can fly continuously in the sky. I thought of a way to make the burning firebird like the paper duck when the wind blows, flying higher and higher. In the end, the burning firebird was too heavy, so I could only add something like a bamboo dragonfly in front. Although it can't fly continuously in the sky, it can fly very far. It's a very good thing to use in battle. It's also not troublesome to make. Any carpenter can learn after looking at it a few times. After making a lot of them, even if a few fly off the mark, there's no need to be afraid." Zhang Tianyu explained his thoughts when making the burning firebird. He looked at the judges, hoping to give a high score. At this time, the judges didn't say anything. They looked at each other, and one of them left. After a while, he came back with a big box in his hand. Under everyone's gaze, he opened the box and took out the items one by one. The other judge helped to assemble the burning firebird. There were also two pieces in front that were connected to a shaft. They were made of ox tendon of better quality. The most important thing was that this thing was bigger. It was 4 feet long, and its wings were 6 feet wide. After assembling the burning firebird and placing it on the ground, the judges looked at Zhang Tianyu. Zhang Tianyu was dumbfounded. He had worked so hard to figure out this thing, but he didn't expect that other people already had it. He still had to give a 0. The surrounding people also felt sorry for Zhang Tianyu. At the same time, they were also a little dissatisfied with the Zhang family and Wang family. Since they were so powerful and could do anything, why did they still need to find craftsmen? Zhang Tianyu, right? Full marks. If there's nothing else, you can take the ship from Beijing to Luoyang tomorrow. After that, you can transfer to Buixin County. Little Master and Little Miss will happily wait for your arrival. The leading judge nodded at Zhang Tianyu and said, "What? Full marks? But didn't you guys already make it?" Zhang Tianyu asked in disbelief. His two disciples also didn't have the calm expression from before. "What we made is what we made, and what you made is yours. What we care about is not the quality of the thing you made, but the thought process when making this thing. Craftsmanship can be practiced, but not everyone has the thought process when making this thing. I hope that in the future, we can jointly make better things. Go, find Little Master and Little Miss, and you will see even more good things." The judge sincerely congratulated Zhang Tianyu. Zhang Tianyu suspected that he was dreaming. He looked at the judge, then looked at his two disciples, and then looked at the people around him who were also happy for him. He was so excited that he couldn't say a word. His hands were tightly clenched into fists. The emperor has decreed that Zhang Tianyu will be registered in the Ministry of Works as a supervisor of military equipment. He will be rewarded 100,000 yuan and 50 bolts of silk. Go to Buxin County's deputy county magistrate and the registrar to receive it. At this time, Gao Lisher loudly shouted to the people below the stage. He shouted 3 times in a row. When he was sure that the people below heard it, he stopped and turned his head away in embarrassment. The emperor was really too AI. He even wanted Xiao Bao and Cuckoo to pay for the rewards. He was working for the two of them, but he couldn't do this. The judges all curled their lips at the same time. 100 strings of silk and 50 bolts of silk were not a lot. How could the emperor be stingy to this extent? When Little Master and Little Miss found out, they would scold him again. Zhang Tianyu didn't know who paid for the money in the end.
When he heard that he was an official and was rewarded by the emperor, he forcefully pinched his thigh.
He suddenly knelt on the ground and cried loudly.
He cried as if he had been wronged.
As he cried, he said, "Who said that I can't be an official? Who said that the things I studied were useless? I want to go back. I want to go back to Xuzhou and see if they will let me return to the sect."
After muttering for a long time, he finally remembered to thank the emperor. After thanking him, he worriedly asked the judge, "Will there be a ship to Luoyang tomorrow?"
"Yes, there will be one when you get there. The ship association will give you one. When you arrive at Buxin County, you have to clearly report your place of origin. Naturally, someone will go and check. As for the specifics, you will know when you get there." The judge put away Zhang Tianyu's small plane and had someone take the big plane to see Gao Lisher. This was specially sent for Gao Lisher to play with. He wanted to let him see how to fly and keep it as a souvenir. The surrounding commoners cheered for Zhang Tianyu. At the same time, they didn't forget to praise the Zhang family and Wang family. As expected, they weren't biased and acted fairly. The craftsmen also heaved a sigh of relief. They didn't have to worry about cheating in other competitions. After everyone was happy for a while, it was time to eat. Li Longji also walked down the stairs. As he walked, he said to Gao Lisher, "When we go back, take a look at this plane and make it bigger." Brother Lu hasn't eaten here before, right? The person who pulled Lu Feitong over also lined up and talked to Lu Feitong with nothing to do. Shaking his head, Lu Feitong replied, "I haven't eaten here before. How can it be better than Savant's restaurant? It's not the same. Savant's restaurant doesn't sell roast ducks. Each has its own strengths," the person who called himself Jiang Yang commented. Lu Feitong didn't say anything this time. He followed behind the line and moved forward bit by bit. The ducks in the shop were served very quickly. Some people wrapped the ducks in oil paper and walked back to eat, while others waited for others to finish eating before sitting in the shop to eat. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Jiang Yang said to him, "Brother Lu, are you afraid that I will harm others?" Lu Feitong's eyes looked at the waiters who were wrapping ducks for others. He suddenly shook his head and felt that something was wrong. He nodded at Jiang Yang and said very honestly, "I don't know you. I only drank a little wine." Since Brother Lu shook his head first, it means that you aren't afraid. Are you worried that the Zhang family and Wang family will find you and think that you are casually interacting with outsiders and leaking secrets? To be honest, I don't think that Brother Lu can learn real skills. Even if they are leaked, it won't be a big deal. Zhang Yang observed very carefully. When he saw Lu Feitong shake his head first, he thought that he was not worried about interacting with strangers. As he spoke, he stared into Lu Feitong's eyes and revealed an expression that said that he didn't believe that Lu Feitong could learn real skills.
Who said that?
I learned. Yes, I didn't learn real skills. Lu Feitong was about to refute angrily when he suddenly lowered his head and admitted it. Zhang Yang rolled his eyes and said with a smile, as expected, I was right. Actually, with Brother Lu's ability, even if you are not in the Zhang family and Wang family, it won't be a big deal. Maybe you will become even more powerful in the future. Let's not talk about it anymore. Let's eat. There are more than 10 people in front of us. When he said that he wouldn't talk about it, Lu Feitong really stopped talking. After waiting in line for a while, it was finally their turn. After asking around, they found that there were no seats on the first floor, but there were seats on the second floor, but the price was expensive. Zhang Yang didn't seem to care about money. He pulled Lu Feitong upstairs. As they walked, the rooms on the side were all taken. Finally they came to a room with the best location. The waiter flipped the sign that said occupied and changed it to empty. He then brought the two of them in and flipped the sign back to occupied. Zhang Yang looked at the waiter in puzzlement. In the end, he smiled and asked, "How much do you want?" "Sir, you can decide." The waiter seemed to have been seen through. He blinked his eyes like a mouse. He took out a small string of coins, which should be 100 copper coins, and threw it to the waiter. Then, Zhang Yang said to the waiter, "Bring up the best wine and duck signature dish." The waiter left happily. Zhang Yang invited Lu Feitong to sit in front of him and opened the window to look downstairs. He said, "It's better to be high up. It's bright and spacious. What do you think, Brother Lu?" Ran, I said that you'd treat me. I didn't bring any money. If you don't have money, why don't we go to Savant's restaurant? I don't need to spend money there. Lu Feitong seemed to be a little nervous. He first told Zhang Yang that he didn't have money. "Brother Lu, with your skills, do you really lack money? They don't have a single copper coin on them. They shouldn't do this." "I'm not lying to Brother Lu. If Brother Lu wanted to go to another place, there would be many people waiting on you. How could you be like this? What a pity, what a pity. If you just leave it here. You don't have to come back if you don't tell me." As they were talking, the waiter came in with food. A few cold dishes made with duck and warm wine were placed on the table. The waiter turned around and left. "Brother Lu, try the wine here. It's different from the wine between the clouds and the water. It has a different taste. Try the duck head." Zhang Yang began to pour wine and pick up food for him. Lu Feitong couldn't do it either. He ate and nodded. When the waiter served him wine, he drank it. When the waiter served him food, he ate it. Zhang Yang looked down from time to time and kept toasting him. However, he was a little absent-minded when he ate. As he ate, Lu Feitong's eyes started to blur. He looked at the people coming and going below in a daze. He also started to talk to Zhang Yang. "It's all my uncle's fault. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have been able to enter the Zhang family. He said that he wanted me to learn some useful skills, so I went. In the end, they didn't teach me any skills. They just made me memorize the books they wrote. I memorized them, but I didn't know what they meant. When my uncle asked me, I memorized a part of the book for him. He was very happy. In fact, he didn't know that the Zhang family never really taught me anything. Let me count. How many books did I learn? 5. No, it should be 6 books. If not, it should be 7 books. I can only know how many books I memorized from the beginning. Tell me, with someone like me, how could they possibly teach me their true skills? I heard that they had 10 books, but they wouldn't tell me the other 3 books no matter what, insisting that I learn the first 7 books. I don't believe their lies. What do you mean by learning the first 5 books? The other craftsmen of the great Tang can't compare to you. Look at me, I've already learned the first 7 books. But didn't I get 6 points? This time, Lu Feitong started to take the initiative to pour wine for Zhang Yang. As long as Zhang Yang's cup was empty, he would pour it. When it was his turn, he would drink one cup after another. When he finished, he would pour the wine again. When Jiang Yang heard Lu Feitong's words, he swallowed his saliva and whispered, "Brother Lu, I think you don't need to continue learning from the Zhang family and Wang family. You can go elsewhere to teach people. As long as you say that you learned from the Zhang family and Wang family, people will be willing to believe you even if it's a lie. Brother Lu, I also want to know what they teach. If Brother Lu can still remember it, why don't you recite it for me?" "Recite it? No, I can't recite it." What's that horse down there? Why does it have two heads? I'll go take a look. You sit here."
Lu Feitong looked down and suddenly pointed at a horse that was pulling a carriage.
"Brother Lu, you drank too much. Don't drink anymore. Why can't you recite it? Did you not memorize it?" Jiang Yang poured more wine for Lu Feitong. "I didn't drink too much. It's just that my eyes are playing tricks on me. Who said that we memorized it? It's just that there are too many books. I can't recite them all.
I studied for many years and only learned 7 books.
Those books are so thick. I'm so tired. One of my heads is missing. Come, drink." Lu Feitong shook his head vigorously. He raised his cup and downed the wine. He took off his shirt and was shirtless. He was sweating all over. He put down the empty cup and hummed a tune. Jiang Yang continued to pour wine. "Brother Lu, why don't you let me listen to it when you have time? Since there isn't enough time, why don't you recite the 7th book first so that I can broaden my horizons?"
"The 7th book?
What's the 7th book again? I've been memorizing it since the 1st book." The unity between the Zhang family and the Wang family was not guaranteed by money or skills. There was a faint but strong connection between them, just like the canned food that was specially made for the inner courtyard. They didn't expect to achieve much outside, just take care of themselves. Jiang Yang, who felt that he had tricked someone, looked around vigilantly as soon as he left the Dashan roast duck restaurant. He stopped an empty carriage that happened to be coming, entered the carriage, and said to the coachman, "Let's go out of the city." The coachman didn't ask for the specific location and drove the carriage in the direction of the Cheng gate. But before they could walk out of the gate, Jiang Yang said to the coachman, "Stop the carriage. Get off here." After getting out of the carriage, Jiang Yang threw 3 copper coins to the coachman and slipped into an alley. He went straight through it to another road, stopped another carriage, and ordered, "Go to the west gate." After more than 2 hours, Jiang Yang finally arrived at a field outside the south gate. He had changed his clothes. He didn't look like a scholar, a farmer, or a businessman. In any case, he just gave people the feeling that he was a little awkward. There were few pedestrians on the road. Occasionally, a few would pass by, but they just glanced at him casually and didn't pay attention to him anymore. If it weren't for the peddler behind him, who was carrying a pole and hawking all the way, it would be even quieter. Finally, the peddler was stopped by others. Jiang Yang seemed to have no purpose. He walked alone to a small river beside the field. There was a man wearing a bamboo hat fishing by the river. Jiang Yang came to the side and looked at the fish in the basket. He said casually, "It's not easy to catch. How long have you been fishing?" "You've only caught 3 fish, and they're so small." "That depends on what kind of fish they are. Ordinary fish are worthless even if they're big. Although the fish in the basket are small, they're very good. You should be satisfied with 3. Didn't you bring a fishing rod? Why don't I lend you one?" The fisherman said to Jiang Yang without turning his head. Jiang Yang took out a ball of string and a few hooks from his bosom. He broke off a branch from a nearby tree and casually tied it to a float before throwing it into the water. After a while, he saw the float move. He lifted the branch and caught a small fish. Only then did he say, "Brother Li, you've been waiting for a long time." He said, "I was about to catch a big fish, but someone asked me because he didn't know how to fish. So I can only keep the big fish for now. I wonder where the fish are not easy to catch? Where else? Of course it's the fish in the Sanongxi temple. There are only farms and the fish are abandoned. The people below don't know why the radishes by the pond are planted there. They're obviously not good, but they don't sell them. The fisherman pulled back the hook and put the bait again. He then said to Zhang Yang, "Not selling? Is the price too low? Those radishes are not good radishes. Is 1 kilogram of radish seeds cheap for 10 coins? One small radish is worth 3 coins, isn't it?" Zhang Yang didn't believe that someone wouldn't be tempted by such a price. He stopped and asked. The fisherman put the hook in again. "It's not about the money. It's that no one is selling them. The people in the Sanongxi temple don't know anything. They only said that all the radish seeds and radishes are under the charge of the Shaoqing. They haven't contacted the Shaoqing Jiangtsen yet. Why is that? If it doesn't work, I'll go and take a look. I don't believe that I can't catch any fish." Zhang Yang couldn't figure it out. Logically speaking, the people in the capital should have done this long ago. A radish was not worth much. Why did it take so much effort? That's not necessary. Before you came, a person who also liked to fish just left. He said that he would think of a way. The fisherman replied. Then why did you call me here? I'm about to get some useful technology. Sigh. Why is it so awkward to do things the moment you enter the capital? Zhang Yang complained. He didn't have the mood to fish anymore.
He threw away the branch in his hand and sat there sulking.
After all, the capital is different from other places. If everything is done according to us, would it still be the capital? Not to mention the capital, even in Buxin County, would it be comfortable to do things? The fisherman caught another fish and put it in the basket. After saying this, he put away the tools, picked up the basket and left without looking back. Zhang Yang picked up a stone and threw it into the water angrily. He scolded, "A bunch of incompetent people. They even delayed my business." The sky was so blue, the clouds were so white, and the wind was so gentle. Walking on the road, it felt like the whole world was alive. Jiangtsen had a good time recently. After coming back that day, he asked people to collect all the failed radish seeds and didn't allow anyone to take away any radish that was still planted in the field. The people in the Sanongxi temple didn't know the reason, but they all knew that the Sanongxi temple was no longer the Sanongxi temple of the past. The person who could really make decisions was not the Shaoqing, nor was it the people of the various departments. Even the people of the Ministry of Revenue couldn't do anything. If they wanted to do something, they had to get the consent of others first. This others was Zhang Zhong. After all the things were sent by him. The Shaoqing was called by the emperor once, and when he came back, he issued an order. It seemed that it had something to do with the people on the other side. If they didn't want to touch the radish, they wouldn't touch it. Anyway, the radish was not a good thing. The people in the Sanongxi temple thought so, but who knew that in the past few days, some people came to them one after another and offered them a very high price. If Jiangtsen hadn't issued an order, they could have sold the radish to themselves or to the Sanongxi temple to make more money and reduce the loss. But now that there was an order, they couldn't touch the radish. Even if the price had been raised to 10 copper coins per caddy, they couldn't touch the radish for 3 copper coins. Otherwise, it was very likely that they would be caught for secretly selling something. When that time came, it would be difficult to deal with the emperor. It was precisely because he saw that his subordinates were so obedient that Jiangtsen's mood was very good.
He had already heard of the price that others offered, but it was still too little compared to the price that he wanted to sell the radish for, and the price that the Zhang family and Wang family wanted to sell it for.
How could the seeds be sold by caddy? It had to be sold by the grain. As for the radish, the price that was offered was really too low. Others didn't know, but he knew very well that this was a good thing to use as ginseng. Ginseng, not to mention 100-year-old ginseng. How much would an ordinary 6- or 7-year-old ginseng cost? Pharmacies sold it in slices, and one slice cost several copper coins. Although it was impossible for this radish to become ginseng, it was Xiao Bao's great ability that made people believe him.
He reckoned that the people who came to buy radishes and seeds from his subordinates this time were people from the Four Seas Academy.
To be precise, they were Japanese. He definitely couldn't sell them. He would only sell them when the price was set by Xiao Bao, or when it was higher. Thinking like this, Jiangtsen prepared to go to the East Market to watch the craftsman competition in the afternoon. It was very interesting. He had watched it in the morning and saw that the people from the Zhang family and Wang family did things fairly. He also saw a lucky person being recruited by the Zhang family and Wang family before all the competitions were completed. There were also all kinds of strange things. He didn't know what kind of situation would appear in the competition in the afternoon. Master, don't you have to work in the afternoon? Jiang Tsen was followed by a servant sent by his family. Normally speaking, the servant had to wait patiently outside the Xinong temple and wait until everyone else had returned home before the master could appear. He didn't expect that he didn't have to stay so long starting from this morning. The master insisted on coming out for a stroll. Could it be that there was no work in the Xinong temple now? Did the master just become idle? With such doubts, and also afraid that the master wouldn't work, Jiang Tsen's servant asked Jiang Tsen, "What do you know?" "I am working right now. If I do well, the Xinong temple won't lack money for the next 10 years. And at least 5 years. The main thing is to see what kind of new experiments there are." Jiang Tsen really wasn't in a hurry now. For the sake of the big money in the future, he would first stop working. Chapter 699. The two of them talked as they walked. However, before they reached the competition venue in Dong City, the two of them were stopped by someone. "Are you Minister Jiang of the Sea Agriculture Temple?" the person asked respectfully. Jiang Tsen didn't care if other people were respectful or not. He was the Shaoqing, so he couldn't just talk to anyone who blocked his way. He didn't say anything and continued to walk forward. The servant beside him looked at the person blocking his way with dissatisfaction and asked, "What's the matter? What are you doing? This is an important place in the capital. You have to think carefully about what you want to do. My master doesn't have time to talk to you. I know this is the capital. I don't want to do anything. I just came to give you money." Seeing Jiang Tsen go around, the person in front of him didn't dare to stop him again. He just followed him and said with a smile. Jiang Tsen's servant didn't know the situation and thought that someone wanted to bribe his master in public. He quickly pushed the person aside and said, "My master doesn't accept any bribes and has nothing to give you. Hurry up and leave, or I'll call someone." Unexpectedly, Jiang Tsen stopped and turned around to ask, "How do you want to give me money? How much? What do you want?" Seeing that Jiang Tsen didn't continue to walk, the person finally let out a sigh of relief and said, 5,000 strings of coins. As long as Minister Jiang can give me the recently planted radishes and the seeds used to plant them, 5,000 strings of coins will be yours." 5,000 strings of coins? That's a lot. Unfortunately, I'm afraid I won't have the life to spend it. The seeds and radishes belong to the Sea Agriculture Temple, not me. How can I give them to you? Hearing the price, Jiang Tsen was very dissatisfied. It was too little. There were so many seeds and so many radishes. The loss this time was more than 5,000 strings of coins. Others didn't know who came to buy radishes and seeds, but he didn't know. It was a country behind it. It was impossible to give such a small amount of money. Hearing Jiang Tsen's refusal, the person didn't seem to give up. He said, "Can't the Sea Agriculture Temple make the decision? You're the minister of the Sea Agriculture Temple. You have the final say in the Sea Agriculture Temple. Is there anyone who is not better than you?" If Jiang Tsen hadn't received specific information and orders, she might have sold the worthless items on impulse. However, it was impossible for her to do so now. After staring at the man for a while, Jiang Tsen smiled and said, "The Sanongxi temple doesn't belong to me alone. I can't make the decision. Why don't you go and talk to His Majesty? As long as His Majesty gives the order, even if you don't take out a single copper coin, I'll give you everything." "That's right. Don't even think about getting any benefits from my master. My master is not the kind of corrupt official you think he is. If you want something, go find someone else." Jiang Tsen's servant didn't know why someone would take the initiative to look for his master, but he had to speak up for him. As for whether or not he was a corrupt official, he knew clearly in his heart, but he couldn't say it out loud right now. When the person heard the other party's refusal, he had no choice but to continue increasing the price. "Lord Jiang, let's talk things over. 7,000 strings of cash. I can't go any higher. After all, that radish is bitter and small. It's really not worth this price. I'm buying it to use elsewhere. It's already not bad if I can earn 1,000 strings of cash." "Oh, you're going to lose?" then I advise you not to buy it. I just don't want to see others lose because of me. I won't sell it. For you, I won't sell it. Jiangxin didn't buy it at all. I was joking just now. In fact, it's not that I can only earn 1,000 strings of cash. If you sell it to me, I can actually earn 4,000 strings of cash. How about this? I'll give you 8 strings of cash first. If I earn more than 3,000 strings of cash, the rest of the money will be yours. What do you think? The person immediately came up with an idea. He didn't feel that he gave people the impression that he was changing back and forth. He should have practiced it.
Jiangxin's servant looked at the person in disbelief, then looked at his master. Seeing that his master still had that calm expression, he didn't know what to say for a moment.
Jiangxin naturally couldn't agree to such a price. If he really sold it, he would easily die without a burial place. Not to mention the Zhang family and Wang family, the emperor wouldn't spare him. After hearing what the person said, he didn't even want to talk and directly walked to the destination. The person followed closely behind. Master, if there's anything we can discuss, why don't you say a price? As long as I can take it out, I'm willing.
Really? Jiangxin stopped again and asked.
Really?
The person nodded.
Okay, the radish seeds are worth 100 strings of cash. The radishes that haven't been dug out are worth 400 strings of cash. Are you willing? If you are willing, give me the money. I'll have someone send the seeds and radishes to you. If you aren't willing, then forget it. Jiangxin doubled the price set by Zhang Xiaobao. Asking for a sky-high price, he was waiting for the other party to sit on the ground and pay back the money. This time, not only was the person surprised, even Jiangxin's servant showed an expression of disbelief. He really wanted to use his hand to touch his master's forehead to see if he was sick. If he was hot, he should quickly go to the palace to find a doctor. If the palace couldn't treat him, he could rush to Dei Hospital. It seemed that it was a slow illness. If it was a fast illness, the palace could control it. Master, you must be joking, right? The person asked Jiangxin with an ugly expression. Then why are you still talking to me? With this price, I still haven't asked what you're doing. You dare to speak to me like this? Jiangxin's expression also darkened. He looked at the person without blinking. The person's expression changed several times. In the end, he didn't dare to look at Jiang Xian. After hesitating, he said, Master, do you know how much money that is? Money moves people's hearts. Not to mention that much money, even if it was half, no one would be willing to take it out. Besides, I don't have that kind of money.
Master, you may feel that it is a rare opportunity to ask for more money, but many people, such as the Prime Minister and the Minister, may feel that 10 or 20,000 strings of cash is already a lot.
Master, you must think carefully. This was a threat, a blatant threat. The meaning was to tell Jiangxin that if he didn't agree, he would take out 20,000 strings of cash and directly bribe his superiors. When the time came, he would get what he wanted. Not only would he not benefit at all, he would also easily lose his position. This time, Jiangxin didn't leave and didn't make a sound.
He stood there with his head lowered and looked at his shoes as if there was something strange on them. His servants nervously protected him and glared at the person.
The person revealed a trace of a smile at the corner of his mouth, thinking that his words had touched Jiangxin's heart. Just as he was waiting for Jiangxin to comply, Jiangxin raised his head and sighed. There's no need to find the Prime Minister or Minister. The Emperor is also in front. How about I take you to see the Emperor? You can talk to him.
If the Emperor listens to you, I will immediately retire and return to my hometown.
It just so happens that I can live a peaceful life. Although I am still young, I am already tired of officialdom. Thank you very much. After saying this, Jiangxin walked forward with large strides. His servants followed closely behind, leaving the person who suddenly appeared stunned. He didn't know what to do.
He naturally didn't dare to see the Emperor.
Otherwise, no matter what, he wouldn't have a good life. Even if he didn't die, he would be skinned alive. Looking at the two people walking away, the person gritted his teeth and chased after them. He ran to Jiangxin's side and said again, Darren, the price you gave is really too high. Can you lower it? Go find the minister or the prime minister. Don't talk to me. My position is small and I'm afraid. Jiang Tsin didn't relent at all.
The servant next to him pushed the person with all his strength.
If you come looking for trouble again, I'll beat you to death. Is my Darren someone you can casually threaten? You're courting death. This time, it wasn't as simple as being pushed by Jiang Tsin's servant. There were also people patrolling nearby. When they saw someone arguing, they immediately rushed over. When they saw Jiang Tsin, they recognized him and didn't recognize the other person. They immediately asked, "Who are you, daring to offend an official of the imperial court? Men, come and arrest him." It's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. I didn't offend him. I just met him and casually said a few words.
The person wanted to leave, explaining as he retreated.
Arrest this official. He actually dared to bribe this official. When the bribe failed, he even threatened me. He said that the minister and prime minister were bribed. Bring them back and interrogate them severely. At this time, Jiang Tsin spoke. The patrolling people rushed up and pressed the person to the ground. They tied him up firmly with rope and brought him back. I'm innocent. Innocent. I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything. The person didn't dare to struggle, but shouted loudly, attracting the attention of many people. Seeing that there were more people, he said, I'm from Japan. The great Tang can't do this. He thought that if he revealed his identity, the surrounding people would want to save face and use a haughty attitude to ask for him to be released. After all, bullying someone from another country was too shameful for the great Tang, who knew that it would have been better if he didn't shout. After he shouted, the people fell silent and looked at him as if they were looking at a monkey. The status of the great Tang was very high. How could the people look up to people from other places? When people from other places came, the people didn't take the initiative to provoke them because they looked down on them. Now that someone had committed a crime, they just wanted to watch the show. When the patrolling guards escorted the man who claimed to be an outsider out, Jiang Tsin moved closer to him and whispered, "This official hates being threatened the most. Go in and enjoy yourself. When someone comes to see you, remember to tell him not to speak like you do in front of this official." After saying this, Jiang Tsin happily left with the servant. The person was dragged to the yamen. As for what kind of treatment he would receive, it was hard to say. After Jiang Tsin took care of the person, he felt that if someone came to look for him in the future, he would be more proactive in negotiating the price. He shook his head happily and recited a poem from time to time. His servant still didn't understand what was going on. What he did just now was just a servant's duty. After thinking for a while, he plucked up his courage and asked, "Master, can you tell me why those small and bitter radishes are sold at such a high price?" Those who know it is a radish, but those who don't know it will think that it is a cheap ginseng. Why is it bitter? Didn't you eat the fish I made for you a few days ago? I added this kind of radish to the fish. It is the recipe of the savant's restaurant. Jiang Tsin was in a good mood and said a few more words to his servant. The servant nodded, "Yes, it is delicious. So that's the reason. But it can't be sold at the price you said." Do you think I want to sell it at such a high price? It is the emperor's order. Don't ask. You will know later. Hurry up, or you will miss it. Jiang Tsin really wanted to talk to his servant, but he couldn't. Not to mention his family. Even the other officials in the Sea Agriculture Temple didn't know why. They had to keep it a secret. Whether they could make money depended on this competition. The first day of the craftsman competition passed in a lively atmosphere. Some people were happy, while others suffered in prison. At noon the next day, the craftsmen in the competition and the onlookers continued to eat and rest. Jiang Tsin didn't come out today. He stayed in the Sea Agriculture Temple and held a meeting with the officials. The first point was to emphasize that in the current situation, they couldn't relax the research and development of agricultural products. The second point was about grasping the vegetable basket and the rice bag together. The third point was to increase the output of agricultural products in a reasonable and scientific way. They should go deep into the grassroots and improve their consciousness. They should continue to perfect the theoretical basis and deepen their understanding in the middle school stage of the Kaiyuan age. The first 3 points were nonsense and didn't have any practical effect. The fourth point was the most important one, which was to follow the special construction of the Kaiyuan age. According to the emperor's ideology and theory, a caddy of radish should be sold at the price. They couldn't relax even a single seed. The officials of the Xinong temple understood, and thereupon they began a heated discussion about the historical role of the bitter, astringent, and small new radish in the current situation. Each and every one of them had a deep understanding of the impact the radish, this crop had on the entire society, understood the emperor's thinking spirit, and continued to carry forward on this foundation. They firmly stood on the side of the emperor's ideology and theory, the assistant minister of the Sea Agriculture Temple as the foundation, and the steady development of the Sea Agriculture Temple. They didn't embezzle, didn't accept bribes, didn't fear the enemy's threats, and could distinguish sugar-coated fireworks. They should be on guard against the impact of foreign capital on the country's agriculture. When they had nothing to do, they should hide at home and not let others find them. Even if others found them and offered them a lot of money, they would never compromise for their family and their lives. Oh no, for the Tang Empire, for the prosperity of the world. In a harmonious atmosphere, Jiang Tsin finished the meeting. Then, everyone went to the top of the third floor of the savant's restaurant to eat together. They ate very frugally. As long as they hadn't reached level 1, they would eat 4 dishes and 1 soup, according to the number of people. They didn't eat expensive venison, nor did they eat beef or mutton. They only ate cheap fish, the kind in the sea, abalone, and shark fins. The soup was turtle soup. They didn't drink highly distilled wine, so as not to affect their work. They only drank low-alcohol wine. During the meal, the people in the Sea Agriculture Temple learned the importance of hard work and simplicity. They were very happy and their awareness was also improved. They took the wood ear and went home. No one mentioned the radish again. Everything was decided by the assistant minister. 3 days later, the craftsman's competition was still going on. The Japanese who stopped Jiang Tsin on the street that day was released in a trance. He met Yamamoto, who was supposed to deal with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan in Buxin County. Yamamoto, can't you save us some trouble? This time, we spent 2,000 strings of cash to save you. We didn't get the money for nothing. Yamamoto said to the person who was released in disappointment. Hey, what else could Yamamoto say? In fact, he didn't do anything, but he was arrested. The most important thing was that he didn't fulfill the instructions of others. Go back to Buxin County immediately and watch the others. Don't let them act rashly. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan are not easy to deal with. Yamamoto was really unwilling to enter the capital. A few days ago, he heard that the progress here was very bad, so he came by boat. He didn't expect that as soon as he arrived in the capital, the first news he received was that Yamamoto was arrested. After asking for the reason, he fiercely scolded Yamamoto in his heart. How could it be good to go against an official? What's more, he was not a small official. It was obvious that he was looking for trouble, and he even threatened him. Now the threat was not successful, and he even spent a lot of money. Hey! Yamamoto still answered very respectfully. He really couldn't say anything. As for grievances and misunderstandings, it was useless. Everyone looked at the result, and the process was the matter of the person who did it. Yamamoto found a boat and left. Yamamoto planned to personally take away all the radishes here and plant them into ginseng. The price of ginseng and radishes were not the same. Moreover, even if they were not sold back to Tang, they were very useful in China. Therefore, on the second day after Yamamoto was released, Yamamoto, who thought that he had learned a lot of economic warfare skills, began his plan. For a time, a rumor spread in various restaurants and tea houses in the capital. That was, after spending a lot of money, the radishes cultivated by the Sanongsi were bitter and small, and if eaten too much, they would be poisoned. The speed of the rumor was very fast. It didn't take long for the whole capital to know. Of course, the common people didn't dare to say that they had kicked someone off the stage, but the voices of the discussion were very loud. It was so loud that Li Longji, who was watching today's craftsman competition, heard it. Sitting on the stage, Li Longji listened to the report of the people below and frowned again and again. He looked at Gao Lisher and ordered, "Get He Zhizhang and Wei Shu here." Soon, the 2 assistant ministers came up together. They were familiar with each other and often met each other. Before coming here today, They even saw each other in the court. They didn't know why they were called here when they had just separated, but they knew that it definitely had nothing to do with missing each other. Li Longji finally had some private time, and suddenly such a thing happened.
He was in a bad mood and asked He Zhizhong first, "Minister He, have you heard the recent rumor? It said that the Senongsi spent a lot of money to cultivate radishes that are bitter, astringent, and small?" He Zhizhong thought that the emperor asked him to come here to ask about the Ministry of Rights or the craftsman competition. He didn't expect that it would suddenly involve the Senongsi temple that the Ministry of Revenue and the Ministry of Works were fighting over.
How could he know?
He could not answer, so he could only think for a while and say, "Your Majesty, this official thinks that the Senongsi temple has indeed wasted a lot of opportunities. The Zhang family and Wang family gave them so much help, but they actually planted a lot of radishes without any evidence, so the radishes grew small and bitter."
Then what should we do? Li Longji asked again.
Obviously, he was not satisfied with what He Zhizhong said just now.
"Some people should be held accountable," He Zhizhong replied.
Then what?
Li Longji asked again.
Then let the people of the Senongsi temple carry out a deep self-examination and correct their behavior, He Zhizhong replied again.
Li Longji was so angry that he laughed.
"In that case, why did I ask you to come here?
If I let you do it, what would you do? This official is guilty, but this official doesn't know."
He Zhizhong finally didn't dare to say casually. Seeing that He Zhizhong had lowered his head, Li Longji asked Wei Shu again. "Assistant Minister Wei, do you have a solution? Recently, you have been fighting with the Ministry of Revenue for the Senongsi temple. Why don't we hand the Senongsi temple over to the Ministry of Works today, and you can accept this matter?" Wei Shu didn't dare to say anything like He Zhizhong. If he was the first to be asked, he would also come up with a plan.
However, he couldn't do that now. The emperor was angry.
If he said something like that again, he would be the unlucky one. After thinking for a while, Wei Shu said, "Your Majesty, this official thinks that someone must be spreading rumors. Why don't we arrest the person who spread the rumors?
Arrest all of them."
"Just now, Strongman told me about this matter.
Don't tell me that you want to arrest him?
I also told the two of you. Who is going to arrest me?"
Li Longji asked. "Your Majesty, this official doesn't mean that.
This official wants to find the source and find the person who spread this rumor first." Wei Shu was shocked and quickly added on.
"This official thinks that you can't do that.
If you send troops to arrest him, the person who spread the rumor must have already gone into hiding. When the people see the Imperial Army going to arrest him, they will be more convinced that this matter is true." He Zhizhong felt that he had found a reason to redeem himself and quickly refuted Wei Shu. Li Longji looked at the two of them left and right and said, "These are my assistant ministers. Now, I will ask the two of you. Do you have a way to settle this matter immediately?" The two of them didn't say anything. They obediently knelt down and waited. The two of them also understood that if they didn't say anything, the more they said, the more mistakes they would make. In any case, the emperor couldn't do anything to them because of this matter. This matter wasn't their business. The two of them were in charge of the craftsman competition, so they should find someone else. Have someone send a glass of wine with ice. Li Longji was angry in his heart, but he also knew that this matter had nothing to do with the two people in front of him. If there was a person who had something to do with this matter, then it was Jiang Cien. How did he deal with this matter? Why did he have someone bring the wine and ice over? Gao Lishur looked at the person who delivered the wine. It was the old man from the savant's restaurant, Zhangjia Zhuangzi. He first prepared a portion and drank a few mouthfuls. He felt that it was nothing and nodded his head in relief. He also prepared a portion for Li Longji. The steps of this test were too simple, but Li Longji dared to drink it. After taking a sip of wine, he sighed and said, "If everyone can make me feel relieved like the Zhang family and Wang family, then I won't need to be so worried. This official deserves to die." He Zhizhong and Wei Shu said at the same time. Just as the air was about to condense, a new piece of news suddenly came. The Zhang family and Wang family suddenly put up notices in front of all the shops in the capital. They were buying the Sinong Temple's new breed of radish at a high price. Even the seeds were included. It seemed like a very ordinary matter, but it immediately changed the minds of the people. Just a moment ago, they were still thinking that the Sinong Temple was wasting money. Now,
They were immediately praising the Sinong temple. The reason was very simple. The Zhang family and Wang family didn't make a move easily. Once they did, it meant that the radish was good. When he heard this news, Li Longji was stunned. He didn't know who took the lead. He ordered Gao Lisher, "Go and ask around." Who is the Zhang family's buyer? Gao Lisher received the order and was about to go ask around. Before he could do anything, someone reported, "Song Jinggong from Xueqi County is here to deliver delicious food." Announce. As soon as Li Longji heard the name of the person who came, he knew what was going on. Song Jinggong was in charge of everything here. The Zhang family and Wang family didn't have the time to care about the details here. Since he was here, he must be the one who put up the notice. After he finished speaking, he asked Song Jinggong to come up. Li Longji sighed and said, "Everyone says that I am biased towards the Zhang family and Wang family. They say that I am unfair. But at the crucial moment, they really do things well. When I asked you guys for a solution, you guys only know how to ask for forgiveness. They just casually dealt with it. If I am not biased towards them, do you think that I will be fair? Your Majesty, please calm down. The Zhang family and Wang family are just good at using people. They are a little more cautious. Actually, the officials here are not bad. How could Gao Lisher miss such a good opportunity?" As soon as he heard what the emperor said, he immediately tried to persuade him. It would have been better if he didn't try to persuade him. But once he did, Li Longji got even angrier. With so many people, the two assistant ministers couldn't think of a solution. There were also the other officials. He didn't believe that they wouldn't come up with a solution after hearing the news. They wouldn't even come to see him. Hide. They could really hide. They could hide from him now, but when the time came, would they be able to hide from the enemy as well? Song Jinggong didn't know what was going on with the higher-ups. He had indeed just rushed over. He also had some matters to attend to at Xueqi County, so he delegated the tasks to others and asked them to help him out. He just came here to check on the situation of the competition. But as soon as he arrived in the capital, he heard such rumors. If it were anyone else, they might not be able to do anything. But the person in charge of Savant's restaurant was already writing a notice. The better people in the other shops also immediately sent people to spread the word about the competition. Everyone was working hard. He immediately gave an order to post the notice and used the reputation of the Zhang family and Wang family to salvage the situation. Bringing along a few snacks from Xueqi County, he came to the viewing platform. Although he was only a high scholar, no one dared to treat him as an ordinary high scholar. What kind of high scholar would be able to hold down the fort for the Zhang family and Wang family? He wasn't in charge of anything else but the two Xueqi counties in Xueqi County. He was in charge of a hospital and a medical school, as well as 2 docks, as well as matters in the capital. If these were considered normal, then there was nothing abnormal in this world. Song Jinggong went up to the highest point of the viewing platform under the friendly gazes of others. When he saw the emperor, he bowed and said, "This commoner pays his respects to your majesty. This commoner has come from Xueqi County and brought some food along with me. Your majesty, please have a taste." "Yes, dispense with the formalities. Why don't I bestow you an official position?" Li Longji was very happy when he saw Song Jinggong. Song Jinggong was in charge of a lot of things, and he even represented the Zhang family and Wang family's words and actions here. Song Jinggong didn't know what was wrong with the emperor. Why was the emperor talking about giving him an official position the moment they met? Last time, the emperor also said that he would give him an official position, but in the end, the official position was too small, and he didn't want it. Especially the censorate. They were from the supervision department, so why didn't they look after them? There was also the Ministry of Personnel. They were in charge of officials. Even Zhang Shua couldn't escape. He Zhizhang and He Zhizhang were very grateful to Song Jinggong. It was because of his arrival that the two of them could stand up and didn't have to worry about being punished. In fact, it had nothing to do with them. If they really wanted to take responsibility, Song Jinggong didn't say that the real person in charge wasn't the two places he mentioned, but the intelligence department. What did the intelligence department care about when there was a public opinion attack? The hope was that they would know in advance when others were scheming and make corresponding countermeasures. Once something happened, it would be the fault of the intelligence department. However, he couldn't say such things. The Zhang Shua and Wang families didn't have an intelligence department on the surface, so they were just doing business. He Zhizhang and He Zhizhang were fine now, so Li Longji was relieved. He ate the few snacks that Song Jinggong had sent over, and they tasted pretty good. He told Song Jinggong to go back and ask if he could be an official. However, some people felt uncomfortable. Yamamoto had just created public opinion, and before he could make use of this public opinion, it was suddenly gone. Who could he reason with? At this moment, he realized that the capital was too complicated, and it was not easy to do something. After thinking about it, he could only think of a way to find Jiangxi, and Jiangtsen was even happier now. This morning, she was almost unable to raise her head after being criticized by others. What she didn't expect was that the situation would change so quickly. In the afternoon, the situation changed, and no one said anything bad about the Si Nongxi anymore. She was bored in the office.